Today, the subcommittee will receive testimony from the Honorable John Phelan, Secretary of the Navy, Admiral James Kilby, Acting Chief of Naval Operations, and General Eric Smith, the Commandant of the United States Marine Corps. Mr. Secretary, congratulations on your appointment. We've already had several productive engagements, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. Admiral Kilby, General Smith, thank you for joining us today. We greatly appreciate your service. Today, we meet at a time of increasing global instability. The Navy and Marine Corps are under extraordinary operational demand, responding to threats across every domain. For the past 19 months, naval forces have engaged daily combat operations in the Red Sea to protect international shipping from Iranian-backed Houthi attacks. These actions underscore the critical role our fleet plays in maintaining freedom of navigation and the security of global commerce. At the same time, we face a rising near-peer challenge in the Indo-Pacific. China continues to build the world's largest Navy, surpassing the U.S. Navy in both ship count and shipbuilding capability. China is on pace to surpass the United States Navy in firepower in the coming years. Already today, the Chinese far outnumber us in hypersonic weapons. In any potential conflict with China, the Navy will be the linchpin of our ability to protect and project power across the vast Indo-Pacific region. The sheer scale of that theater demands a capable and ready fleet, and I remain deeply concerned that we are not building or sustaining our naval forces at the pace required to meet that challenge. Years of delay, cost overruns, workforce challenges have slowed production across critical shipbuilding programs, including the Virginia and Columbia-class submarines, Ford-class aircraft carriers, and the Constellation-class frigates. At the same time, the demand for capable, survivable platforms is only increasing. Delays in construction of the lead Columbia-class submarine presents a significant risk to strategic deterrence. I understand that the delivery schedule continues to slip since the 45-day shipbuilding review that was completed last spring. And the Columbia program is now looking at an 18 to 24-month delay in delivering the lead ship. How does this happen to the Navy's priority program? Further, I fear that delays in the Virginia-class program will only be compounded by delays in Columbia-class submarine construction. The Virginia-class program continues to hover at the construction cadence of 1.2 submarines a year versus the necessary cadence of 2 per year. Congress has invested significantly in the submarine industrial base. I want to know when these investments will prove out. While my optimism is waning, I'm hopeful that the recent award of funding for wage and productivity enhancements at the prime shipyards will help turn the tide. Ship maintenance and repair is another significant problem. Too many ships are stuck in yards too long, impacting readiness and deployment schedules. The Navy continues to face serious challenges in sustaining fleet readiness due to persistent maintenance delays across both public and private shipyards. A shortage of skilled labor, aging infrastructure, and inconsistent planning are undermining our ability to execute timely and maintenance availability. The problem carries operational consequences that are immediate and strategic. Delays ripple through deployment schedules, degrade crew morale, strain already overtasked platforms. These readiness shortfalls directly impact the Navy and the Marine Corps' ability to respond to global crisis and surge forces where needed. Without decisive improvements in maintenance execution, we risk building a fleet on paper that cannot meet operational demands in practice. This brings me to the Navy's requirement around amphibious warfare ships. While the Navy is required to maintain a fleet of at least 31 amphibs, the current state of the fleet raises serious doubts about whether that requirement is being met in an operationally credible way. Aging hulls, maintenance delays, and lack of sustained investment have eroded the operational availability of our amphibious fleet, putting real pressure on the Marine Corps' ability to train, deploy, and respond globally. Amphibious ships are not operational assets. They are central to our ability to project power, reassure our allies, and deter adversaries. The committee expects a plan not just to meet the letter of the law, but to ensure that the amphibious fleet is truly capable and ready. We must get shipbuilding back on track, strengthen the industrial base that supports it. That includes looking to expand international cooperation, particularly with close partners like Japan and South Korea, who are developing advanced naval technologies regional shipbuilding expertise that may present a collaborative opportunity. We need to create solutions to increase output, throughput, expand capacity, and leverage private sector partnerships where possible. Now, I've questioned the Navy's future investment in aircraft carriers, and I think we've seen a valuable discussion as a result. We shouldn't be afraid to have these debates, but I want to be clear today that aircraft carrier serves a critical role in power projection and will most certainly continue to provide the joint force with extraordinary strike warfare and unrivaled air superiority as we enter the Davidson window and beyond. That said, we cannot effectively operate carriers without aircraft. I'm alarmed by the downward trend in Navy's procurement in strike fighter aircraft over the last several years. Today, the Navy faces a growing shortfall in strike fighter aircraft as our carriers sustain a grueling and intense operating tempo in the Red Sea and around the globe. Admiral Pomparo, the Indo-Pacific commander, recently testified that China is outproducing the U.S. in advanced fighters and is now positioned for the first time to surpass the United States in air superiority in the Pacific. I will not parse my words here. We need sixth-generation fighters. The U.S. Navy needs sixth-generation fighters. I'm concerned that any hesitancy on our part to proceed with the planned procurement of the sixth-gen fighters for the Navy will leave us dangerously outmatched in a China fight. We cannot wait. Further, we cannot expect to grow the defense industrial base by undermining it. Aviation programs that rely on highly specialized supply chains and skilled labor cannot be turned on and off like a switch. If we continue sending mixed signals through delayed buys, program instability, or shifting requirements, we risk hollowing out the very industrial base we need for future readiness. We must treat this sector as a strategic asset, not as an afterthought. Over the past year, the Navy has operated under intense and sustained combat conditions in the Red Sea, the most active maritime conflict zone in a generation. Daily missile and drone engagements against Iranian-backed Houthi forces have turned theoretical warfighting concepts into real-life execution under fire. These operations are yielding invaluable insights into missile defense, unmanned system integration, and command and control in a high-threat environment. But this persistent operational tempo comes at a cost. Ships and crews are being pushed hard, deployments are being extended, and readiness for other global contingencies are being strained. The Navy must balance the urgency of today's fight with the imperative to reset, repair, and prepare for tomorrow's challenges. We look forward to hearing how this experience is informing tactical development, force posture, long-term fleet health. The conflict in Ukraine continues to demonstrate how low-cost autonomous systems, especially drones, can deliver outsized battlefield effect against far more expensive platforms. These conflicts are reshaping understanding of warfare, where speed, scale, and adaptability often outweigh traditional measures of strength. Our ability to capitalize on these emerging technologies will depend on how effectively we partner with the private sector. Many of the tools we need, artificial intelligence, autonomy, and edge computing, are being developed outside the traditional defense environment. To keep pace with the rapidly evolving threat environment, the Navy must do more than experiment. It must reduce barriers to entry for commercial innovation and field successful concept quickly and at scale. I look forward to continue to partner with you on supporting and promoting innovation. Over the last several years, the Marine Corps has undergone a significant transformation. This shift to a lighter, more agile, and distributed force capable of operating inside contested maritime space is both bold and necessary. As the Marine Corps pursues new capabilities to support force design, it is essential that its acquisition programs are grounded in rigorous analysis and supported by fulsome, validated requirements to ensure systems are relevant and sustainable and delivered on time. The future of the Marine Corps depends on getting this right, and we're committed to providing the resources and the oversight to make that happen. Before we hear from our witnesses, I'd like to recognize the distinguished ranking member, Ms. McCollum, for any opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, Admiral Kilby, this is your first time appearing before the committee. Welcome. Look forward to working with both of you. General Smith, it's a pleasure to see you again, and congratulations on a second-year clean audit. Go Marines. The Marine Corps continues to be the premier example to the rest of the services for responsible budgeting, and I thank you and my constituents thank you for that. As I said in our hearings last week, fiscal year 2026 budget process is off to a very rough start. We just have over 4 months left until the end of 2025. To date, only the skinny budget for the next year has been released, and there's rumors that the full budget may not be released until June. And that's why we have not been able to discuss with any of the services the budget priorities in detail. And that's going to be true for this hearing, unfortunately, as well. It's disappointing because the Department of the Navy programs face long delays and other setbacks. And our committee must have a better understanding of your F-26 priorities. I hope that each of you will reach out to the chair, myself, and to all the members of this committee as soon as details are released. Mr. Secretary, I continue to be concerned about the ability of the Navy and the industry to provide ships and submarines we purchase on time, on budget. And this is something the Chair and I, as you heard from his statement, totally agree on. This has been a challenge for several years, and now the responsibility has fallen to you. We cannot continue to pay for vessels that cost one amount at the start of construction and end up costing dramatically more later this year. I appreciate addressing both the delays and the reinvigorating of the maritime industrial base. That was a focus during your Senate confirmation hearings. You spoke directly to this, and I appreciate that. So I look forward to working with you to ensure that the industry and the government can find solutions to get back on track. I was also pleased to hear during your confirmation hearings that you prioritize the health and safety of our sailors and Marines under your watch. Extended employments can not only hurt the sailor or the Marine, but can also have the possibility of harming their families. Part of the reason for these extended deployments are the delays at the maintenance facility yards in getting our subs and our service vessels in and out of the water. And that, too, needs to be addressed. In last week's hearing with the Army, we discussed the Army's transformative I've got a catch in my throat. We discussed the Army's transformative innovation. Part of the initiative is that the Army's decision to end the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle Program. I have to say, I was dismayed when the Army made this decision and did not consult with the Marines. That is beyond disappointing. Joint means joint. That's what the J stands for. Joint decisions should be informed together as part of joint programs if they need to change. So I look forward to working with you, General Smith, in determining the next steps for this vehicle which your Marines rely upon. And finally, as I said, when the Air Force and the Army were before us, I'm alarmed at the number and the manner in which the Department has decided to implement cuts of civilian personnel. Public shipyards are of personal concern to me. Losing shipyard workers with experience and failing to replace them will only lengthen the problems we are now seeing at these shipyards. Delays will worsen. Maintenance schedules will not be executed on time. So, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to hear from you how you will address these personnel cuts in relationship to the public yards. These cuts will also affect the execution of contracts and other vital paperwork. We are already living with the impacts of what happens when civilians take a buyout and stop working on contracts. The contract isn't signed. The mission doesn't get done, and the program falls behind, and it costs the taxpayers more money. I'm also concerned that these cuts will shift responsibility of completing these tasks to the same military personnel that you would like to see most at work, at sea, or on the training field. So once again, I welcome you all to the committee, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you for the courtesy, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to the chairman of the full committee, my good friend, Chairman Tom Cole.
Thank you very much, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum. It's always a pleasure to be joined by the Ranking Member of the full committee, my good friend from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro. And let me go off my script for a second and just say I appreciate Ranking Member McCollum's remarks about the budget because she's spot on. We absolutely need it sooner. That's not your fault. I'm not directing that at any of the three of you, but this is one where OMB needs to pick up the pace if we are going to have any chance of getting our work done on time. So thank you, my good friend from Minnesota, for pointing that out. I want to welcome all three of you. Mr. Secretary, delighted to have you confirmed and here with us for the first time. Admiral Kilby, General Smith, again, it's an honor to have both of you with us today. I want to extend my gratitude to you and your commendable and continuing service to our country and to the men and women in uniform that you collectively lead. Today, our Navy's mission has never been more consequential or expansive. From the contested waters of the Indo-Pacific to the turbulent Red Sea, our Navy and Marine Corps are on the front lines of deterring aggression, projecting power, and upholding the rules-based international order. We're all deeply grateful for the bravery and professionalism shown by our sailors and Marines, especially those operating today in harm's way in the Middle East. The Navy's persistent operations in the Red Sea under extremely dangerous and demanding conditions have prevented countless attacks on international shipping and ensured the continued flow of commerce. These missions have not come without cost, and they are a stark reminder that our naval forces must be ready to respond decisively across the full spectrum of conflict. While we await the full details of the White House budget request for the Department of Defense, this hearing will serve as an opportunity to address a range of issues that face the Navy and the Marine Corps. One area of particular concern is the state of our shipbuilding enterprise. We continue to see troubling delays in the delivery of key platforms, including the Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine, the Constellation-class frigate, and the Virginia-class attack submarines. These delays not only impact operational readiness, but they also create a growing strategic risk at a time when China is expanding its fleet at an unprecedented pace. This is not a new concern. The Trump administration rightly recognized the importance of recapitalizing our fleet with its executive order aimed at revitalizing American shipbuilding to better position the force to achieve a 381-ship Navy. While that goal remains aspirational, it should continue to guide our efforts as we consider how to strengthen our industrial base capacity, streamline procurement timelines, and demand greater accountability in program execution. We'll also want to hear more about the Navy's evolving posture in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in light of China's coercive actions near Taiwan, in the South China Sea, and beyond. Maintaining a forward, flexible presence in the region is essential to deterring conflict and reassuring our allies and partners. The growth of unmanned systems, which my friend Chairman Calvert referred to, on the surface, undersea, and in the air, is another area of intense interest. The Department has made strides in experimentation and prototyping, but the path toward large-scale integration remains unclear. We'll want to know how unmanned platforms are being incorporated into the fleet, what operational value they're expected to provide, and on what schedule they will be delivered. Turning to the Marine Corps, we appreciate the continued implementation of Force Design 2030, which reflects a bold and forward-looking approach to modernizing the Corps for distributed operations in contested environments. We look forward to hearing from General Smith about how force design is progressing, what challenges remain, and how the Corps is adapting to lessons learned from the exercises and real-world operations. Strategic deterrence is also a key focus of this hearing. In addition to its role as the steward of the sea-based leg of the nuclear triad, the Navy is also responsible for maintaining the TACAMO mission, our survivable airborne communications link between national leadership and nuclear forces. As the Navy moves forward with the recapitalization of this critical capability through the EXX aircraft program, it's essential that the Department stay on track and avoid the cost and schedule issues that have plagued other major acquisitions. We are also aware of recent discussions about potentially transferring elements of the TACAMO mission to the Air Force. This subcommittee will want to understand the rationale behind such a move, its impact on operational effectiveness, and what it could mean for program stability going forward. Of course, none of these platforms, strategies, or technologies matter without the people who bring them to life. Recruiting and retention remain pressing challenges across the force, although I know certain progress has been made in recent months. Both the Navy and Marine Corps have had to grapple with difficult operational tempos, quality of life issues, and a competitive labor market. We will continue to support efforts to improve housing, family support programs, and health care of our service members. I want to close by thanking each of you again for being here and for your service. I also want to thank the dedicated men and women of your branches, uniformed and civilian alike, who continue to operate in every corner of the world on behalf of the American people. We look forward to your testimony and a frank discussion about the challenges you face and the resources you need to meet them. Again, thank you for being here today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the chairman. I'd now like to turn to the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any opening comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I thank you and Ranking Member McCollum and Chairman Cole for holding this hearing on the plans for the Department of Navy in the coming year. I thank you to the witnesses, Secretary Phelan, General Smith, and Admiral Kilby, for your appearing before us today and for your dedicated service to our nation. You keep our nation safe. You keep our sailors and Marines safe. You ensure that our allies are supported wherever democracy and freedom are threatened around the world. Today, I look forward to learning about what the Navy is doing to get our shipbuilding back on track, especially with regard to submarines. It is critical for our national security that the Navy returns to a regular production of 2 Virginia-class submarines per year, and that the Columbia-class gets as close to schedule as possible. We need to understand how the administration plans to work with Congress to ensure that that happens. Our ability to deter and respond to threats around the globe is counting on it. I also am eager to hear more about how the Marine Corps will utilize the CH-53K program, how it will evolve into the future. We must always work to ensure our service members have the best possible equipment to defend our nation, and American-made Sikorsky helicopters are the best in the world. I want to ensure the CH-53 platform continues to serve as the backbone of the Marine Corps' heavy lift fleet. Additionally, I want to hear about what we're doing to modernize the Navy's workforce. I am very concerned to hear that the Department of the Navy will be losing about 16,000 civilian workers, including workers at our public shipyards. The Navy must work with the Congress and with our industry partners to ensure that we have a highly trained workforce that is ready to get the job done and respond to constantly evolving threats. And we all know that when you destroy the infrastructure and hollow out the agencies, that we cannot bring that back, and with how quickly we would need to do that. So we should not be in the business of destroying our infrastructure. Also pertaining to the workforce, it is deeply regrettable that the administration is choosing to inject culture war debates into the Department of Defense funding process. And I am concerned with how that may hurt further recruitment efforts, especially among women. We must do all that we can to ensure that any American who wants to bravely serve in the United States Armed Forces, defend our nation, feels that they belong and that they are not going to be drawn into political warfare while confronting legitimate threats to freedom, to democracy, and our national security. I thank you again, all of you, for being here today. Look forward to listening to you, and I yield back. Mr. Chairman, I am going to dash to Homeland Security for a portion of that. We'll be back for questions. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Gentlemen, your full written testimony will be placed on the record. Please give a brief summary of your statements. Secretary Phelan, the floor is yours.
Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored to appear before you alongside General Smith and Admiral Kilby to discuss the posture of the Department of the Navy. I'm grateful to President Trump for the trust he's placed in me to lead the nearly 1 million sailors, Marines, and civilians who make up our maritime force. My North Star, our #1 priority as Secretary, is the readiness of our sailors and Marines. I will lead this department with 3 focus areas that will guide our Navy and Marine Corps: strengthen shipbuilding and the maritime industrial base, foster an adaptive, accountable, and innovative warfighter culture, improve the health, welfare, and training of our people. In my first 30 days as SecNav, I visited the Indo-Pacific, the southern border, the Gulf of America, several of our installations, and 8 public and private shipyards to see our operations and challenges firsthand. I look forward to sharing my observations with you today. The United States commands the most powerful maritime force in the world, but that dominance is under threat. China continues to expand its fleet, build more advanced submarines, and operate more provocatively and aggressively in contested waters. In the Red Sea, our warfighters are leading Operation Prosperity Guardian, defending freedom of navigation. They're doing an excellent job. At CENTCOM headquarters, I witnessed these operations and saw firsthand the professionalism and expertise of our forces operating in this area. Closer to home, our maritime forces are working with federal agencies to disrupt drug and human trafficking, helping to further secure our borders. On my second day in office, I visited the USS Gravely in the Gulf of America and flew surveillance missions with Patrol Squadron 26. While our forces remain steady, rebuilding our hollowed-out maritime industrial base is a national security imperative. As outlined in the Restoring America's Maritime Dominance Executive Order signed by President Trump on April 9th. Over the past month, I visited those 8 shipyards across the nation's East Coast and the Indo-Pacific. I spoke directly with shipyard leaders and the hardworking tradesmen essential to our maritime operations. I now have a clear picture of where our shipbuilding dollars have been going and am developing a plan to fix what's broken. As the nation's first line of defense, the Navy and Marine Corps play an indispensable role in securing national interests and protecting our way of life. However, to truly strengthen our defense posture, we must first ensure that the Department of the Navy is accountable to the American taxpayer. Accountability is not just a regulatory requirement. It is the bedrock upon which we will build a stronger, more efficient Navy and Marine Corps. To instill an environment of adaptability and warfighting culture, we must first demonstrate sound business practices and financial discipline. Under my leadership, the Department of the Navy will achieve a clean audit, following the example set by the Marine Corps, which has completed 2 consecutive unmodified audits. We will leverage technology to drive smarter decision-making, adopting lean management practices to eliminate unnecessary overhead, and building relationships with private industry to access cutting-edge solutions. As we confront the mounting challenges of shipbuilding and warfighting readiness, it is clear that our greatest asset is the extraordinary men and women who serve, our sailors and Marines. We will continue to invest in recruiting, training, and retaining the highest caliber personnel. We will prioritize quality of life and quality of service initiatives to ensure that our sailors, Marines, and their families have the resources available to succeed. During my travels, I visited a number of barracks, and although our new barracks are good, I was appalled by the condition of some of our older barracks. I will hold leadership and industry accountable until we deliver the standard of living our service members deserve. As former President and Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt once told Congress, a good Navy is not a provocation to war. It is the surest guarantee of peace. That guarantee begins with hard work, and I'm committed to putting in the effort our warfighters deserve while working alongside this committee to build and maintain a force strong enough to deter conflict and preserve peace. I'm honored to serve the nation and guide the world's greatest maritime force through these uncharted waters. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize Admiral Kilby for your remarks.
Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, Chairman Cole, subcommittee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the priorities of the United States Navy. Your Navy provides the nation with sea power and sea control, needed to preserve our way of life and ensure our security and prosperity. Your oversight and funding ensure we are ready when the nation calls. I'm pleased to testify alongside Secretary Phelan, who brings the needed and unique skill set and experience to help us accelerate the work of our Navy, and alongside my partner, General Smith, the Commandant of the Marine Corps. In the past year, our sailors have defeated hundreds of drones and missiles and executed dozens of offensive strikes in the Red Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. They have strengthened alliances and deterred Chinese aggression in the Western Pacific. They have supported operations on the southern border, and they have maintained an unbroken strategic deterrent with our ballistic missile defense submarines. In short, our Navy integrated with the Joint Force remains postured to ready to fight and win. We remain committed to a strong global Navy, one that is prepared to defend our homeland, deter our adversaries, and prevail in war. We are laser focused on China as our most consequential opponent while strengthening defense of the homeland. We prioritize operations, training, and readiness accounts to ensure our naval forces remain ready, resilient, and agile to execute national tasking. The Navy and Marine Corps preserves peace through strength, through investments in our strategic deterrence, our defense industrial base, and our installations, via initiatives like the Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program. Most importantly, we are continuing to have a strong commitment to our people, our sailors, our Navy families, and our civilians through pay raises, investments in quality of service initiatives, and unaccompanied housing and child care. But we are facing some challenges. First, the Navy has 23,200 gaps at sea. Thanks to process improvements and targeted investments, we are on plan to reduce that number significantly by the close of FY26. We are committed to attracting and developing Americans who can innovate, solve hard problems, and dominate in combat. The Navy contracted over 40,000 sailors last year, the most since 2003, and we are currently on pace to exceed our recruiting goal for FY25. Second, our ordnance expenditures in the Red Sea have highlighted the strain on our munitions industrial base. The Navy is working with both our traditional primes and new entrants to close this gap, developing kinetic and non-kinetic weapons at speed and at scale. And third, our platforms are not as ready as they need to be. We set an ambitious goal to make 80% of our ships, submarines, and aircraft combat surge ready by January 1st, 2027. To do that, we are reducing maintenance delays, we are improving manning, training, modernization, and sustainment. In all of these efforts, consistent and predictable funding is foundational. We appreciate the continued support of this committee. In closing, I'm proud of our Navy accomplishments in the last year, and I'm excited about the growing consensus that is powering our maritime rejuvenation. The whole of government and whole of nation effort is essential to our security and prosperity. We have work to do to ensure that we remain the world's most premier maritime force for another 250 years. Your leadership and support are critical in achieving this imperative. On behalf of our sailors, civilians, and families around the world, I thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Admiral. I now recognize General Smith for your remarks.
Good afternoon. Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, Chair Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to appear before you today alongside Secretary Phelan and Admiral Kilby, my shipmate. I'm here for you on behalf of your Marine Corps, and I look forward to answering your questions. First, I'd like to start by sharing the Marine Corps' top 3 priorities. First, restoring a 3.0 amphibious ready group Marine Expeditionary Unit presence. This is the Marine Corps' North Star. That's 1 amphibious ready group constantly deployed off the East Coast, 1 constantly deployed off the West Coast, and 1 amphibious ready group episodically deployed out of the FDNF, the Forward Deployed Naval Force in Japan. The amphibious ready group with Marine Expeditionary Unit embarked is the most versatile tool in our nation's arsenal. It is the Swiss Army knife of the Joint Force, and we're working closely with our Navy partners to maximize this capability. Our second priority is accelerating force design. Force design is our righteous journey to adapt to the changing character of war. The nature of war remains the same, but the character changes. We are in the implementation phase. We're fielding new capabilities time now and reshaping formations across the force, from our Marine Expeditionary Units and Marine Littoral Regiments to our Marine Expeditionary Forces. And finally, improving quality of life. Every Marine deserves a clean, safe place to lay their head at night. They don't ask for much, but they do ask for that. Barracks 2030 is how we're getting after this. It is the most consequential housing investment in Marine Corps history. And quality of life goes beyond our barracks. We're also investing in the well-being of Marine families, because retaining our Marines means supporting those who stand by them. We say you recruit the Marine, but you retain the family. I'll close with this. Your Marines remain the most ready when the nation is least ready. It's who we are. It's our foundation. A forward-postured force, trained for combat, and built to deliver flexible, lethal options anywhere, anytime. Thank you again for your trust and support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. I'll first recognize myself for 5 minutes before we get into questions for both sides. Obviously, Mr. Secretary, the committee is continually concerned about the reported 18 to 24-month delay in the Columbia-class submarine program. As you know, the retirement timeline for the Ohio-class boats is apparently, unless I'm corrected on this, is non-negotiable due to the aging hulls, which means any further delay in Columbia directly threatens our ability to meet STRATCOM's minimum deterrence requirement. As you well know, the significant part of our nuclear deterrent is carried on the Columbia, will be carried on the Columbia program. Secretary Phelan and maybe Admiral Kilby may want to come into this too. You can walk us through the primary drivers behind the additional 18 to 24-month delay of the Columbia-class submarine program, and beyond the issues we've already seen, whether supply chain disruptions, workforce shortages, or integration challenges, what risks remain most concerning to you as we look ahead?
Thank you for the question. I know it's an important issue to you and top priority for myself and Admiral Kilby as well. I think it is a combination of a first-of-class ship, still an inexperienced workforce. It is supply chain issues. It is also a lack of modernization in some of this in some of the plants. And I think honestly, it's just sitting and going and talking to the workers and ways of improving workflow. And so these are things that I've met with the CEO of General Dynamics and Huntington Ingalls to talk about this and go through it. It was very interesting in some of their assessments of what they did not perceive to be as problems, where when I went and sat down with the workers, I got completely the opposite. So let me just give you a couple of examples which might help you understand in ways we think we can shift the schedule left. So in Japan, I went to JMU. They get the productivity out of 1 8-hour shift that we get out of 3 shifts. I believe that's for 2 reasons. One, their average worker is 50 years old. It is a career. They spend time there. They've been in that shipyard a very long time. 2, when I spoke to the welders in Japan, they spend 0 time on paperwork. Our welders spend between 30 and 40% of their time filling out paperwork to match designs, etc. That is a problem. The training, when they come from training and get actually on site, it's completely different. So these are things that they need to work on, and I've spoken to General Dynamics about it. We are working on a couple of different other ideas as well. There were a couple things I saw at Bath Iron Works, to be honest, that were excellent. And there were some things being implemented at Portsmouth that were really good that we need to start to integrate and do. This is a very big concern. I do think we can get the calendar shifted left, but it's going to take a lot of hard work and a lot of effort, and it is my number one priority right now, given the strategic importance of this.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. Admiral, if you want to add anything to that?
I think the Secretary covered it. I do have the same concerns he does. I have the same observations about maturity of workforce and skilled labor. So at our public yards and our private yards, there has been a loss of that experience. So the supervisors don't have the same experience they used to. That's an important thing for us to correct. Additionally, we're looking at extending those hulls in our Ohio class that can make sure we don't have a gap in strategic deterrence. The first one is USS Alaska, which will extend it through APIRA in 2029, and there are 4 additional hulls. So I think that's a insurance policy to make sure that we are still the most survivable leg of the nuclear triad, sir.
Thank you for that. It's interesting to note that what's going on in Japan and South Korea, where they have a significant amount of the world's shipbuilding capability, is we've dropped now to what 3% of shipbuilding worldwide. The Chinese are what 50% of ship construction. The Japanese and the Koreans are about 35-40% combined, and then the rest of the world. And so it's disappointing that we've got ourselves in this situation. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, as you mentioned, Mr. Secretary, to straighten this out. Ms. McCollum, you wanted me to recognize Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking. Thank you. We got to go same place, talk to Coast Guard. But just first of all, Admiral and Mr. Secretary, Admiral, and I think a fellow Texan also, General, thank you for the service that you provided. A couple of things. One, the military does bring some skills and assets that the Department of Homeland doesn't do. So, like, if you can follow up on that and what y'all bring to it. It's not only the southern border, but of course we got the coast, as you know. Number one. Number two, the law already calls for operational and regulatory efficiency reviews. The law already calls for contracting and procurement standards. The law already calls for quarterly performance updates. The law already requires development and submissions of updated performance measures. I'd like to just focus on the contracting and procurement standard, as it's been brought up by both the chairman and the ranking member, is why can we not do things on budget and on time? If the Chinese can do it, the Japanese can do it, and other folks can do it, we always come up, well, we got workforce development, all that, but why can, there's already penalties there for monetary penalties, suspension of work, and other things under the law. We keep coming up with excuses, but you got other countries that keep doing this. On budget and on time are the two factors. Finally, the last thing, and you can follow up on this later on, in my San Antonio area, as you know, there's been different suspension of contracts. There is one in particular that had to do with some data, a data contract that deals with service members' records, data for promotion boards, and other thing. And again, this contract was, we think it was necessary and it was performing, but then you all cut it. I don't want you to take up the time now, but have somebody follow up on that. But I'd like to go and if you can mention a little bit on border security, what you bring in that Homeland doesn't have, but more importantly, on budget and on time, and why other countries can do it and we can't.
Why don't we start with the border piece, and then we can go to another question. So from the Navy's perspective, 30 intelligence specialists on the border helping with the southern border, 58 P-8 sorties for intelligence and surveillance, and now 3 ships. And Minneapolis-St. Paul is a littoral combat ship, as well as 2 destroyers, and they relieved 2 destroyers. So the presence for counter drug flow, counter immigration, there's a maritime component of that the Navy is performing and has performed for a long time. The first time I got underway on a ship in 1987, we had a law enforcement detachment, and that's something the Coast Guard and the Navy are really good at doing together to extend the reach of the Coast Guard.
Sir, in terms of the Marines, our 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, based out of Camp Pendleton, California, is operating on the southern border. They're doing engineer tasks. They're constructing concertina wire. They're building obstacles. They're doing what they do, so they're continuing to get the training that they would normally get at Camp Pendleton. They're just getting on the southern border. But that's our contribution as our 1st Combat Engineer Battalion.
Just real quick, just on the border as well. I think the Navy, since its inception, has been a Homeland Defense organization. They work with the Coast Guard. They do ballistic missile defense, and keeping sea lanes and trade lanes open has been part of their job since inception. So I think it's a very important aspect to what they do. In terms of on time, on budget, I think it's a number of different things. One, as I mentioned in my opening statement, the industrial base has been hollowed out. We have lost a lot of manufacturing and our ability to manufacture. We've had prior conflicts where we've spent a lot of money, and the bills for our deferred infrastructure spend, whether that's piers, docks, is now coming due. And it's been going on for a while. And so these are not new problems. I mean, I've looked back at testimony 20 years, I keep hearing the same things. I'm trying to figure out why it hasn't been fixed, to be perfectly honest. But I will tell you, I think it's a combination of bureaucracy. So just to give you an example, in the Navy, in acquisitions alone, we have 56,000 people in our acquisitions department. Now, we did last year 217,000 contracts. That's 34 contracts per person. That's 2 contracts a month. Something's off. I keep trying to understand what are all these people doing. And these are complicated contracts, but I'll also be honest, when I look at our contracting, it's poor. We don't control our IP. We can't repair stuff. We don't have very good penalties built in for lack of performance. These are all things we are going to really try to change. And I kind of called it in my confirmation hearing, shared risk. I think it's great for the private sector to make money, and they should. But they should be paid according to the risk that they take. And that is not going on right now. And we need to fix that. So it is not an easy solution, but it has our focus, and we are going to get it fixed. It will take time. We will be very transparent with all of you and walk you through and tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly, and try to get it sorted.
Thank you. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to something I mentioned in my opening statement, Secretary Phelan. Could you tell us whether or not that we're looking at restructuring the TACAMO mission and whether or not we're looking at offloading some of those functions that it currently provides to the Air Force?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I think I'm going to let Admiral Kilby answer that, but let me just give you my thoughts. Look, the investments in both the E-6B and its replacement, the E-130, are critical to nuclear modernization. I'm committed to improving that. It is a critical part. And then I'll let Admiral Kilby comment on your specific question.
Yes, sir. So as Secretary Phelan said, the E-6, which you now know so much about, has served us well. We need to make sure that aircraft gets through its service life and is replaced by its replacement. There is another mission assigned to that aircraft now, the ABINCAP mission, and that is the mission that needs another platform or a home, because the EC-130 just does not have the room in it that the E-6 does to perform both those missions. But most important, and I agree with Secretary Phelan, we must stay on track for the TACAMO replacement program. We've gotten more than our money's worth out of the E-6s. We've had this empennage problem, and we're repairing those aircraft to make sure they're safe to fly, to provide continuity of NC-3. But I'm committed to the TACAMO replacement program and staying on budget and on delivery for that so we can do what we do for the nation.
And again, just to not be redundant, but to be specific, are we talking about any of that mission moving to the Air Force, or are we talking about keeping it within the Navy?
That's a discussion still at the Department of Defense. The part I specifically talked about, though, was it will not go into the EC-130 replacement because there's just no room for the kit for that aircraft. So there's a limitation to what the 130 can do, and it's a performance gain for us, we think, in the execution of NC-3. So we'll have to figure out, as a department, the Department of Defense, what happens to that initial mission, and it may not be an aircraft. It might be another means to provide that secure comms.
Well, I would ask you to keep us apprised of that. And I will tell you, since I've got a lot of E6s based out of my district and E3s that are all being retired from the Air Force, where we're having to scramble to find replacements, I'm not sure the Air Force would have the capacity to do some of the things you need to do. So, again, I would very much like to know when and if that decision's made. Let me ask you two quickly, if I may, and I put this to all of you. and Chairman Calvert raised it. I'm very concerned about where we're at in terms of munitions, in terms of what's available, what you need, what we would have if, God forbid, we were in a short-term conflict. It would be short-term because we don't have enough munitions to sustain a long-term fight. So where are we at in procurement and stockpiling of the munitions, particularly precision strike types of munitions that you think you would need in a conflict with a near-peer power?
Sure, I'll take that one just for the Navy. We are investing in the munitions we need, particularly to be ready to, if we need to go to war with China. Those are precision-guided, long-range munitions like Tomahawk, Maritime Strike Tomahawk, LRASM, SM-6, SM-2, ARGM, AIM-9X, AIM-120, and the heavyweight torpedo. So all those munitions we need to increase production on. I'm also of the mind that we need to look at other vendors, and they may not be able to produce the same exact specification, but they might be able to produce a missile that's effective, which is more effective than no missile. So I think we've got to open our aperture a little bit, but those munitions that I listed, we need to increase production. And we've done so with things like the SM-6, which used to have 125 rounds a year. We're ramping up to 300 rounds a year. We've restarted our Mark 48 line. That's our premier torpedo. We stopped doing torpedoes in 1996 and now have just reconstituted that line and are going to deliver 10 a month. So that's 120 a year. That's a step in the right direction. But we need to stop looking, like I have, at the minimum sustaining rate and look at what we need for protraction. I think it's foolish to think that we're going to be in a short, sharp war. If we go to war with China, this is going to be a big deal, and it's going to be bloody, and there's going to be casualties, and it's going to take time and munitions. So our stocks need to be full.
Well, again, I would ask you to keep us informed on that and what we can do to accelerate that process, because I think we're all very, very concerned. And I'm glad to hear you're looking at alternatives, because I think you're exactly right. I'm not sure the capacity exists in the traditional munitions that we have to do it in a short-term and speedy fashion. Last question, if I can get to you quickly, General Smith. I'm just curious your assessment where we're at on Force Design 2030. How are things going? Are you on schedule?
Sir, thanks for that question. Sir, we are on schedule. I'm committed to force design, balanced against our crisis response and readiness missions. We're investing in key capabilities such as unmanned systems, long-range precision fires, which you addressed, air defenses, counter small UAS. We're enabling modernization while retaining our capability for competition and crisis response, which is our nom de guerre. It preserves the capability of the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Based on combat operational employments, the COCOMs have asked us to accelerate some of our capabilities, such as the MQ-9. Our big-wing drone. Pair that with MATIS, our Marine Air Defense System, and an MRIC, a medium-range intercept capability, and we are well on our way to realizing the value of force design as a stand-in force to enable us to deter the PRC from, I won't say breaking out, but breaking out, and if they do, to punish them for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to recognize the ranking member, Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, you were very refreshing in your confirmation hearings with what the learning curve you were going to take on. You've been on the job for less than 2 months, and here you are without a full budget in front of us asking a lot of questions. But I'm going to, as a school teacher, I'm going to just press one more time for an answer for the question. We haven't had a two-sub production, I've been told, since before COVID. So you've been out talking to people, looking at the shipyards, looking at workforce. You're doing your due diligence, but we will start marking up a budget in June. So do you have any idea of when maybe you can come before the committee and tell us when we can expect to get back to 2 subs a year? Because the budget, I mean, what kind of conversations are happening at the Pentagon about how we get back on track, and are they giving you all the flexibility to put this priority number 1 to move forward? The other problem we discussed is the backlog for maintenance in the shipyards. And you just mentioned with the Admiral 2 now, with what's happening with the hulls in the Ohio class, that's something else you're going to be bringing into the shipyard, and there's already backlog there. So I know you're putting all the pieces in the puzzle together. It's been 2 months. You're taking this extraordinarily seriously. I want to be fair and recognize that. But I have a job to do too, as long as with these committee members. Do you have any idea when you think you might be able to come back in front of the committee within the next month, 2 months, with any kind of a plan and anything we have to look at for the allocation of dollars to get you back on track?
Thank you for the question. I would tell you that I've been working very hard with the DepSec and SecDef on this issue. It's been a high priority for them, as it is for us. I think that we are trying to attack this problem from a number of different angles to try to figure it out and get a better idea. I'd like to believe that we should be able to come and sit down with you hopefully within the next month or 2 months. Give me a little bit of decision space time because we're still trying to get this all put together. You know, a lot of what the companies will tell you is that we took people off of Virginia and put them on Columbia, which set them back on Virginia. I'm trying to understand this because I think part of the problem also is there are materials they're waiting on. They take workers and shift them from a Columbia to a Virginia, which does not make sense. That is something that does not happen in the Korean shipyards or the Japanese shipyards that I visited. I saw a fair amount of automation at the Korean shipyards that I've not seen in our yards that I think will help things in a big way. And that doesn't, you know, I just think that means less jobs. It actually doesn't. It just means different types of jobs because those machines still need to be watched and kept abreast and what they're doing. So it's a different type of training. As soon as I have an answer, I will come and sit down and give you the honest truth on what I think, what's the best we can do schedule-wise and what we think these are going to be and how quickly we can fix that problem. But it would be, I'm on day 50, so it's a little tough to give you that.
I appreciate that because, you know, the president has put forward all kinds of things, you know, top priorities, Sentinel, which is a huge boondoggle cost overrun that this committee is having to deal with, and the concept, as it's been described in this hearing room, the concept of what Golden Dome is going to look like. For me, we've got a task in front of us that's not been completed, and for me, that's my first priority, my first mission. So I appreciate that. Along with that, the chairman and I had the opportunity to go to Australia last year with some other committee members. And do you think with the AUKUS that we're going to be able to meet our requirements that are included in that agreement? Is that part of the calculus on how we get back on track?
Hey, just maybe a little more, because I've been working this a little bit longer than the Secretary. So we have accepted money from Australia to get to the 0.33 part of 2.33. We have Australia workers at our Pearl Harbor Navy shipyard. We have maintained and done some availabilities in Sterling. I think those are all on plan for AUKUS Phase 1, and that's helpful to us. But to your point, man, we have to get to the 2 and then to get to the 2.33. So I think all that in conjunction with each other is what we're going to try to bring to bear, including the investments we've supported by you, which we're appreciative of, on both SIB and MIB. I think are key to clutch in, and that dividend will make parts more available, and we'll be able to do our work faster. So it is, Phase 1 is on plan now, and we just need to watch it because working with two countries, we've come across some things we didn't expect as far as bureaucratic roadblocks to getting workers in certain places. So I think we're on it, we're going to stay with it, and I think it's important for the whole effort.
Thank you. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, General Smith, we had an opportunity to talk just briefly about this and the decision for the Army to cut the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle came as much as a surprise to you as it did to this committee. So if you could maybe share with some of the other members of the committee how you think these cuts could impact you both presently and in the future, and what happens with the cost per unit for these vehicles for your budget as you were getting ready to prepare it?
Yes, ma'am. The Marine Corps is fully committed to the JLTV program. It is our workhorse on the ground tactical vehicle fleet. It's a little bit too early to assess the impact of the Army stopping their version of the program, but per unit costs are clearly going to go up. The APUC, the average per unit cost, is going to go up when the orders go down, and that's going to negatively impact the Marine Corps' ability to fulfill its ground tactical vehicle mobility strategy, which has me concerned.
Well, when you have those numbers, we would appreciate receiving them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, gentlelady. I just want to make a point, too. Our former colleague, Rahm Emanuel, who was the ambassador to Japan, would call me, and I know he called the full committee chairman from time to time, pointing out that Japan has significant shipyard capability and capacity to help us with the maintenance of our ships without having to send them back on us. And right now, apparently, we don't, there's some scheduling issues with some of the yards. So I hope, Mr. Secretary, you're looking at some of our colleagues in Japan and South Korea that are great allies that maybe can help get you where you need to be. So.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. Look, all options are on the table, and I was very impressed by what I saw in Korea and Japan. I saw 2 ships that they did maintenance work in Korea for us. Excellent. I actually saw a DDG destroyer they made, which is 10% bigger than ours, which, by the way, was an excellent ship. I even think the Combat Information Center was laid out better than ours, looking at it. So I think we have to really look at this, and I think I kind of bucket it in 2 ways. There's short-term things we need to do because we need to get hulls in the water, and there's long-term, and the long-term is getting the maritime industrial base, getting the jobs, getting those brought back here. I think, you've seen what Hanwha did with Philly, with the Philly shipyard. They're very interested in expanding some of their work here. We have to put everything on the table. We are at that sort of kind of period of time, and so, yes, we will definitely be looking into that.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, the Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, let me discuss with you naval drug interdiction. The Navy has a history of reliability issues with littoral combat ships, but plans to decommission those ships have halted due to other potential use cases such as drug interdiction missions. The Navy's littoral combat ship has recently gotten some praise for its success in those drug interdiction missions. In April of this year, the Minneapolis-St. Paul, a Freedom Variant LCS, stopped 2 suspected drug smuggling operations within 72 hours through a combination of air and surface operations in the Caribbean Sea. The successful operation that I've described is one of several good examples in recent years of an LCS interdicting drug smuggling operations. In 2020, the USS Gabrielle Gifford stopped a vessel in the Eastern Pacific that was carrying $106 million worth of cocaine. In 2021, USS Wichita and USS Sioux City seized $17 million and more than $20 million worth of cocaine. These littoral ships, they're fast, they carry helicopters, they have air and surface search radars, all of which are very helpful in stopping drug smuggling operations. These ships are also armed with missiles. They're unlikely to be used against drug smugglers due to the costs of the munitions. Of all the Navy's warships,
the LCS is probably the best choice for counter-drug missions. But the program has been repeatedly described as a costly misstep for the sea service. The two classes of small but fast warships were designed to operate in littoral near-shore waters and primarily seen as a solution to an unclear problem. Due to technical issues, the service has opted to retire some of the oldest vessels years before their end of service life. Others would be pawned off to regional partners and allies. In 2025, just recently, the Navy stopped buying LCSs, halting production at the current 28 ships, rather than moving forward with the 52 that was originally planned. What can you say about this? Are we going in the right path?
Sir, if I could start and then turn it over to the Secretary. One, I think your points are spot on. Even though it's a Coast Guard mission to do drug interdiction, the Navy and the Coast Guard have worked together in this for a long time. The LCS presents some great attributes, as you've pointed out. One of them is a gigantic mission bay, if needed. So the ability to support General Guillot and Admiral Halsey, both Northern Command and the Southern Command commander, for missions south of the border, I think are a great use of that vessel, and it would allow us to free up DDGs to do other things. So I think there's great potential there. We have had some challenges with our hull mechanical electrical system, particularly on the Freedom class. We've addressed those through a combining gear fix, so I think those missions could be well served by LCS, allowing our DDGs maybe to use for another mission in Homeland Defense for General Guillot, like an out-of-area deployer from either our west or east coast. So we will look at these platforms, and we will field the best Navy we can for the budget we have to do the missions assigned.
Well, we're being flooded with drugs. That's beyond doubt. And it seems to me it's not too wise to holster a weapon such as the LCS in this time. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, General.
Mr. Chair, not totally aware of this, but both the chairmen, when I was the chair and he was the ranking member, now he's the chair and I'm the ranking member, we've asked repeatedly for ways in which the LCS, when it fits, when it works, can be repurposed for doing programs as former Chairman Rogers was talking about. And slow to get us a report. The report was not very adequate. And so if you ask somebody back in your office, they can dig up an old file for you. This is something that this committee has been trying to figure out how to be best use for these ships when it works. We know that they won't work for everything. Some of them need to be retired in that. I want to be clear on that. But this committee's been asking for this for a long time, and I just thought maybe you'd want to know that.
Thank you. I'll look into that. We're very good at putting together reports and studies and hiding them and getting to us. So I'm working on getting through that as fast as possible. We will look into it. We're spending a lot of time, honestly, trying to come up with the appropriate force structure given the budget that we have and the budget issues we have with some of the other programs. So we have some tough decisions to make and tough trade-offs, and that's really what we're going through as we speak.
Thank you. Mr. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I know there's been a discussion in my absence about the Virginia-class submarine contract, and so I don't want to have you be repetitive, but I just wanted to, a couple of things in this area. And we know that the contract announcement came at the end of April. We were supposed to get it at the end of February. But the April 30th contract modification indicated that future Virginia-class procurement will not be conducted through, quote, block multi-year contracts, as has previously been the case, but instead through one-off cost plus incentive fee contracts. You've noted that the April 30th contract modification that obligated the December continuing resolution money was renegotiated to appropriately, quote, share risk between the Navy and the industry, end quote. You have indicated that this will serve as a template for future shipbuilding contracts. Whatever the contracting method that the Navy uses, we have the same goal, getting production back on schedule and on budget. Can you explain in more detail how shifting contract mechanisms will achieve that goal and create, as you described, quote, more value for the American taxpayer?
Thank you for the question, Ranking Member, and again, thank you for the support to this committee for the Virginia. I think at the end of the day, we had a very tight time frame in which to try to get something put together quickly in order to continue the production on Virginia. What we ended up doing was we had a cost-plus contract, which was eating us alive, and as you delay out schedule, right, you know, that's pretty right, tough. Mm-hmm. So we had to get money to them for workforce. We had to send a demand signal to the private sector to put money into their facilities and invest. I think what I liked about what we were able to do on this contract is we shifted it from cost plus with a cap of, call it 100, with 130% ceiling, to fixing it up to 86% of the cost, but we brought the ceiling up to 138%. So we ended up fixing the price more on this, which our view was to put pressure on them to try to perform and get quicker. So the template is going to be more of a fixed price with some incentives. And I think what we're missing to some extent is incenting them to move faster. So in a cost-plus contract, the longer you wait, the more money you make. And that's what we have. Right. And, you know, we have to look also at one of the things, you know, again, and it's still early, but we have to figure out who else can help us build these, and if there's modules we can have done somewhere else to get this done, because we have a sole source supplier, and that is a big constraint, and there are a number of infrastructure constraints that exist as well, both at the public shipyards and at the private shipyards. So to give you an example, one of the workers I met at Norfolk told me that she has to get to the office, she has to get to the yard at 5 in the morning. Her shift starts at 7 because the parking is so bad that she wants to get a spot because she has to get home to her child after her shift's over. That's crazy. We need to fix that, and we need to come up with some ways to do that. But specifically to your question, we were able to fix this now. And I think when we get to the next contract, we will look to try to modify that more and have more shared risk with them, which is kind of locking in margins, locking in numbers, and also trying to rationalize the supply base. I think, you know, we've done some very good work with 3D printing, which the Admiral can talk about in Danville. I visited a company on the West Coast that does 3D printing that I think has what appears to be a pretty good solution to our munitions problem, potentially. We have to get more advanced. We need to try things. This is a very, it's a thing the Navy does not like to do. And we need to get better at that.
Mm-hmm. I just would say the fixed price and again, just tracking what those incentives are so that we don't find ourselves back in the situation where you've got the cost plus issue. And, you know, obviously as you spread it out, there's much more money involved, but we try to get that under control. So I appreciate what you're doing and would want to really understand or regular communication about how that's working and what that means in dollars and cents and what that means, you know, and using that model. It's important for us to know what these models are, as my colleagues have said, because we're dealing with the money here, you know, and being able to really be able to get you what you need, but not at, you know, at any price at all, and production being slower than it usually is.
I understand the frustration. You know, I've been on it 50 days, and I feel like I'm in a perpetual game of whack-a-mole whenever I find something new.
Okay.
I don't have great news. I don't think it's going to be good. I'm going to be very honest.
Yeah.
The numbers are eye-opening to me. I am still trying to get through it and really sort through what's real, what's on us, and what's on them.
Thank you.
I'm tired of the COVID excuse. I'm tired of a lot of these things. I hear, we have a 139-year-old facility. I'm like, when you signed the contract, it was 134 years old. So I'm not sure that that's my problem.
Thank you.
And so
Thank
we're
you.
working on that.
Great, thank you, and we want to be helpful in that. Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more quick question?
Real quick.
Okay, very, very quick. This is just about the future of military shipbuilding. Let me just say it this way. With Congress, we've invested billions of dollars in the submarine industrial base. We need a clear sense of what oversight and accountability mechanisms the Navy has in place to ensure, again, that the money is well spent. And we need to know how you're going to continue to engage with this subcommittee and the Congress to ensure that we're kept up to date on the Navy's work in this area. Very, very quickly, we've seen the Army last 2 weeks. Secretary Hegseth, he's interested in reevaluating programs, force structure surface-wide. We received little or no warning on those changes. And I would hope that if the Secretary's office is looking at something similar for the Navy and the Marine Corps, that we would receive advance notice and would be consulted on the decisions. And can you commit to that?
I'm sorry, give me the question you're asking me.
I want you to commit to letting us know what, what restructuring is, what services, like Hegseth just said, we're going to reevaluate the force structure service-wide. No warning about any of that, and we don't know if they're planning anything similar for the Navy or for the Marine Corps, and we need to be engaged and involved in that conversation.
So obviously the administration has, the President and Secretary Hegseth have put forth a plan to flatten and streamline the flag officer and general officer structure to ensure decisions are being made closer to the warfighter. And so we are looking at that as we speak per that instruction and complying with that order. We are trying to figure out how to streamline and make things more efficient, and we are doing our best as to that, and that's what I can tell you. Sorry.
Well, I would just say this to you. If those conversations are going on with regard to the Navy, that's something that this committee should know about and be engaged and involved in. We just don't want to be told that this is it. This is the fait accompli. Hell no. Hell no. So I'm hoping that you can commit.
We don't want a failure to communicate.
Got it.
Okay. Mr. Womack.
Mr. Captor, do we need to yield to Siri for a question?
I surprise myself all the time.
Happens to all of us. Thanks, gentlemen, for your service to our country. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. The first one fits into the category of a good plan executed now is probably better than a perfect plan executed way too late. So this is about, and I realize the level of classification here, so we can't get too far down the weeds, but maybe in general terms, on next generation Navy fighters, the Air Force has moved out on their plan. Navy has not. I'm concerned about the risk associated with delays. And without getting too far down in the weeds, can you help me understand how we mitigate risk and when we might expect a down select on that platform? Because it's if everybody understands that there's a move out date for China on Taiwan of 2027, those are the kinds of things that cause us to have to look at our acquisition process and wonder if we're operating from behind. So I don't know, Mr. Secretary, if you want to take that one or if the Admiral wants to take it, then I'll come back with an amphib question for General Smith.
I think we're still looking at the force structure, manned, unmanned, and understanding what is the right balance and how do we do that going forward. So we are committed, and I'm committed to making sure we have the ability to future and meet next generation threats. So that's what we will look to do, and we're still working through that. We're testing a number of unmanned platforms. My own bias is manned and unmanned combined is probably the best, but I'm going to leave it to the experts as we learn more and more. We've learned a lot from Ukraine. We've learned a lot from some of these other conflicts and how we should fight, and I think that needs to inform our posture going forward.
Admiral?
Just a comment on the 6th-gen fighter. You know, I've had the pleasure of briefing this committee on carrier survivability and the Navy composition in the Western Pacific. The 6th-gen fighter is key to air wing of the future. So to me, the carrier is the most survivable airfield we have, period, and stop. The 6th-gen fighter is a keystone of our air wing of the future, which includes, as the Secretary indicated, manned and unmanned aircraft. And that's the beauty of an air wing, is that it can be updated and still be serviced by the aircraft carrier, which is a capital investment, which we're going to have for a long, long time. To me, it is the joint force that is going to win against China. That's the Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and the Army, and the Space Force. And the Navy brings mobility, which is our chief attribute for you and the chief confounding thing for China. So the carrier is a big piece of that because it brings mass volume fires over and over and over again, where a submarine will have to be reloaded and a destroyer will have to be reloaded, maybe at some place, and take it offline. That carrier's got sustainment power, and the thing that delivers it is a 5th-gen and 6th-gen fighter into the future.
But back to the technologies, I realize that we're deliberating the emerging technologies that will be central into the decision-making process. These doggone technologies are changing like every day, right? I mean, we're learning stuff from the battlefield all the time. And the private sector is doing a fine job of helping understand how these developing technologies are emerging as quickly as they are. So at what point in time will we say, you know, time's up, we've got to move out, we've got to make a decision and go? When does that happen?
I think at the end of the day, look, we need to create more flexibility in our procurement, okay? We need to be able to adapt faster. We're very slow. We're putting ships in the water that are 30% obsolete by the time they get into the water. That's a bad thing, and we need to fix that. So I don't have a specific answer to your question, Congressman. I think we're going to look at that. We are studying each program line by line and trying to understand this. I think the companies that currently serve us would tell you, oh, we got to do this immediately. I'm not sure because of the speed at which technology is moving. What we're seeing in advanced manufacturing is changing daily. And so what we will be able to do today versus 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, it's going to take a while. I think this comes back to my earlier comment about what our force posture is going to look like. I think what I found in business is the best way to be successful is not to be reactive. It's to say, where do you want to be in 5 years? Where do you want to be in 10 years? And then work your way backwards to get there. Don't try to work to it, work back from it. And we're still in that process. I don't know if you've got...
I think, Secretary, you covered it. But I just wanted to speak to the operational benefit of a 6th-gen fighter, to the joint force. We're going up against a world-class adversary potentially, and we got to have world-class equipment. And for the aviation component of air wing in the future, that's a 6th-gen fighter.
Got it. Finally, with the remaining time I have, General Smith, you and I have talked many times about amphibs, and I'm very concerned about the readiness rates that are critical to, you know, your ARGs and what these rates do in terms of adding risk to our ability to deploy. So I'm going to throw you that softball because I know you have some strong feelings about your amphibious fleet.
Well, sir, I'm working closely with my shipmate, Jim Kilby, Admiral Kilby, to bring the readiness rates of amphibs up to where they need to be. We base our amphibious readiness on 80% A sub O, 80% readiness, and the current readiness is in the 40th percentile. So it's got to come up. There's only two solutions, either increase readiness or increase the number of ships, or a combination thereof. But there's a thing called the Optimized Fleet Response Plan, OFRP, that I'm committed to. I know Jim Kilby's committed to. So we are working hard to produce the number of amphibs required to produce a 3.0 ARG-MU. That is one amphibious ready group Marine Expeditionary Unit off the East Coast, one off the West Coast, and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Okinawa, Japan, episodically deployed. Again, it's the Swiss Army knife of the Joint Force. It can do a whole lot of everything and a lot of combat. It can do humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. It can evacuate embassies, can reassure allies and partners, but it can do combat. It can knock down Houthi drones. It can take out targets in the Red Sea, and it can keep sea lanes of communication open. So we think it's a good investment. And again, it's the Swiss Army knife, but I'm committed to getting those amphibious readiness rates up, and I know Admiral Kilby is as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Case.
Secretary, first of all, commendation on kicking off your tenure with a listening tour. I think that's great that you get out of Washington and see what's happening out in the field, both here and internationally. On the international front, I've asked many of your colleagues that have come in here this year about the extent to which our military is now required to carry a heavier load in our relationships with other countries around the world, friends and allies, but not just friends and allies, but potential friends and allies, and the consequences really of withdrawing from some of our other instruments of national outreach, for example, USAID. And as that has happened, we obviously have some pretty nervous, and the combination of other things, tariffs or whatever, we have some pretty nervous friends and allies out there, and our mill-to-mill relationships have really carried the day in past comparable situations. I guess what I'd like to hear you talk about is, what are the opportunities from your perspective in your responsibility to expand those mill-to-mill relationships? So I'm thinking about, for example, more joint training exercises, more just people out there on the road, as you've done, meeting a little bit more with their colleagues around the world. Is that a conscious part of your planning, your policy?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Yes, I mean, in Korea, I met with the Minister of Defense and the acting president at the time. And in Japan, I met with their equivalent of the Joint Chiefs head and their Minister of Defense as well. I think we are doing a number of joint exercises, and I'll let Admiral Kilby talk about them because I think they're pretty impressive, what we've been doing in the Indo-Pacific. But I think, look, my message to the allies is the same as the President said, which is, we're your ally, but it's time for you to pay your fair share. And I think that is the basic message. And what I've seen to some extent is, in some cases, we are definitely seeing that, and in some we're seeing the reluctance and the political aspects of it. From the military side, they want to spend it. They know they need it. They know they need to have the same capability. And I think, candidly, we need to attack even the manufacturing aspect of this better. I think we need to be speaking more about how do we both create our forces to make sure that if we got into a major conflict, that we can maybe depend on them to help manufacture some things as well. So I think that's a critical component. I've met with the head of the Spanish Navy, the head of the Italian Navy, and recently one of the ministers of defense from the UK came in.
Thank you for that. And I think that I guess my only response to you is I think we can both have higher expectations of our allies and partners and maintain a much stronger military relationship as we all get through a little bit of change and dislocation in those relationships. I don't think it's an either or. If I could just shift on you, Admiral, you probably have something to say on this, but I do want to shift quickly. Admiral Franchetti, of course, came up with her navigation plan in 2024, refined in Project 33 in terms of a time frame. President Trump came out with his Restoring America's Maritime Dominance in April, just a month ago. And I'm trying to figure out how that all fits together in terms of what we have to do in terms of funding you. Has anything fundamentally changed in the goals, or are there just massive, changes that you're going to go through where we've got to go, oh, wait a minute, now we've got to go in a different direction, at least consider it, or are these all pretty much aligned going into the future?
My opinion is they're aligned. Now, Admiral Franchetti's focus was 2027, as is mine. So the goals we were pursuing are goals to get after a force that's as ready as possible by January 1st, 2027. The first goal is ready platforms. That's where the 80% combat surge ready comes from, where 80% of my aircraft, ships, and submarines that are not in depot level available are available to the fleet commander if needed. We're still going to follow the process that General Smith talked about to get them fully certified. But if they need to get called over early, I want to know that those ships are armed and manned and ready to go for the call. So those are good targets, and we're still moving out on them.
Okay, so I mean, when we look at matching up what has been done in the last year against the budget requests, we'll see a continuity. I suppose that's what, I just don't want to get surprised at anything coming out like, oh, wow, we're not doing that anymore.
I do not think you'll be surprised.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Judge Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for what you do for our sailors and our Marines. You have a big-time job. Admiral Kilby, you and others have acknowledged that relying on expensive missile systems to counter low-cost threats like drones is unsustainable. What is the Navy's plan to rapidly field directed energy systems like the Americanized enduring high-level laser for shipboard use, and how are you incorporating lessons from the Army's development to reduce costs and per engagement and preserve the missile piles for higher and more important threats?
Sir, I don't restrict that only to directed energy, but that's certainly an area we're interested in. We have a Helios installed on the Preble, which is located in Japan. We had some problems with testing, but now we're up to 1/3 of the power, and we're going to continue to test that weapon system to make sure it works. I've got buyer's remorse. When I worked with General Smith in our last life, I was the N9, which is the person procuring systems. And I was focused on a laser between 500 kilowatts and 1 megawatt because that's what it takes to knock down an anti-ship cruise missile. I wish I had been a little bit more thoughtful and taken a lesser power weapon that would have been capable against UASs. In the meantime, we're going to pursue that testing on the Helios system, but we're strapping on a lot of systems on the Ford Strike Group, which is going to deploy next from the East Coast, like a Coyote missile system, which is a much cheaper version of a munition to send at a counter UAS threat, or a high-velocity projectile from the 5-inch gun. That's a very more inexpensive way to get at it, or Hellbow longbow missile, which is a more inexpensive way to get at that. So we're going to put those on that system. They're not fully integrated with the combat system, but I think they'll be very effective, and we'll test them out at sea, and then we'll procure them at scale if we need to.
That's good to hear. Secretary Phelan, workforce development to revitalize maritime industrial base is crucial in speed to speed up shipbuilding and improve readiness. Are there currently or planned partnerships between Department of the Navy and Texas-based community colleges, trade schools, or universities to grow the near generation skilled shipbuilding and maintenance workforce?
As a product of a Texas college, I wish I knew the answer to that, but I'm going to let Admiral Kilby answer that question. We are doing a lot of programs as it relates to shipbuilding and at a lot of different schools. I do believe we do have them in Galveston, I think.
Yeah, we've got to expand this, sir. So one of the things Secretary referred to was 2 weeks ago I went to Danville, Virginia, where we have an accelerated training and defense manufacturing center. And that's an exciting proposition for me. We used SIB money to invest in the Navy in Danville, Virginia. I watched five disciplines being trained, 8 hours, three sections a day, so 24/7, welders, non-destructive testers, QAs, additive manufacturing, and a thing called CNC. They had 16 CNC machines. At Norfolk Naval Shipyard, I've got 2. This part was produced in Danville, Virginia. It is a part required to fix a helo hanger door. When we went to go look at how to make that part or if it was available in the stock system, it was not. It would take 40 weeks to make this part through traditional means. Danville did it in 19 days. And if I did it tomorrow, it would be 5 days because I don't have to find the IP and get it run in the system and do a fit up. So to me, that is the promise. And we need to do that all over our country. Rep Captor, we talked about how this could happen in Ohio. That system is going to produce 900 people a year that at a 90% placement rate that go into the defense industrial base. That is the way to buy back our system so it has more tradesmen in it than it has today. We used to have 33% of our workforce was in that category. Now it's 11. My son's going to welding school at Northern Virginia Community College. I hope he goes to Danville, Virginia to get his cert.
I'm very much looking to make the trades work, and have been for now about 10 years, and invested quite a bit of money in trades in many of our states because I've seen this coming and hoping that when we get the trades going, it'll work fine. And 3D printing is a real solution. I just talked to a guy last night who's working, he was at a event I was at in Austin, where he told me his business was 3D printing for the Navy.
Thank you,
And
gentlemen.
I was glad to hear that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Admiral, and General. It's nice to be with you. I wanted to ask quickly about the Fallon Training Range training complex, which is undergoing a significant modernization project. Can you outline where we are in this process, Admiral?
Well, I a lot of work, Congresswoman, on that, and I'm appreciative of that. To protect that range, which is a world-class range for us, as you know, not only do all our air wings get certified in there, but we've made a significant MILCON investment in a training facility to include other communities in the Navy, the surface community as well as the aviation community, in a live virtual constructive manner. So that's one of our 7 targets, Congressman Case, as well, is to increase the ability to conduct training anywhere we want, wherever we want on our ships and our ranges. So Fallon is the centerpiece of that.
Great. You spoke with our Secretary Senator Jackie Rosen during your confirmation hearing. It's my understanding that the Navy is currently working to meet the requirement to give full compensation for grazing permit holders who are being displaced. The current offered compensation, I understand, is said to be inadequate, and so have you had an opportunity to review this, and could you give an update to that, where that stands?
I'm planning to go out to Fallon, I think the end of this month or very early next month for myself to go see it. As you know, I'm trying to balance the fairness to the grazing permit holders and the American taxpayer. I think that my understanding is the bid ask, I'm going to call it, is not that wide, and we're trying to figure out how to collapse that down. I don't have an update since then, but I figured I'm going to go there and try to see if I can get that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I wanted to just touch on force structure review as you were talking about the need to cut the bureaucracy. 56,000 acquisition personnel. We have, but at the same time, I'm hearing an incredible time compressing need to bring new capabilities, AI, directed energy, autonomous systems. Right now, you have a hiring freeze. We have a deferred resignation program. I'm just wondering, how are you managing and prioritizing who gets cut, who stays in light of this modernization need?
So if you look at the workforce, there's basically about 12% of it attrits every year, and there was about another 8% that basically was in 1 year. So if you look at what they've really done is they've offered up money to those, and a lot of people have taken advantage of it. Now, we've identified all those areas that are critical where we cannot lose people, and so that has not been offered to them. I think the next round is really to make sure that we are rationalizing and making sure we're not losing key people in other areas. To me, it's just a question of, are there things that we can streamline and make it better? You talk about AI and what it can do. It is an incredibly powerful tool. I used it in my business before I retired, and I had the capability of about 8 people when I was done training that system. So it's very powerful, and I think it can be used in different ways, but I think it's very additive to people. So again, it's a tool, I think, that helps people. I can let the Admiral kind of go into more specifics on some of the other things as well.
We're working through those people that elected to take DRP right now. So we're really looking at the structure and saying, how do we make sense of this and get the organization we need? I'm a shipyard fan. We lost 1,918 people from our shipyards. But when I looked at the specificity, and we're still analyzing what trades did we lose from, was it overhead, was it direct labor? The rough magnitude is 2%, twice the number of people in overhead from the trades. So to me, there's an opportunity to rebalance here, because we want that ratio to be 20% indirect, 80% direct, and we were a little out of balance. So there's an opportunity here to right-size the force, but we do need people like structural engineers to go adjudicate problems when we come across them. So we've got to come through that and do exactly what the Secretary said and get the most effective organization. So we're doing that work now.
It's good to hear.
Mr. Elzey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Admiral, you're wearing 8 stars and you're not getting paid enough for it, and I just want you to know you're doing a tremendous job. General Force Design has finally reached escape velocity, and you've withstood the attacks, and I'm glad to see that it's coming to fruition. And Mr. Secretary, I've never seen anybody work so hard, travel so much, and learn as much as you have in only 50 days and taken on this gigantic job. Our entire top of the force structure in the Navy Marine Corps team is understaffed. You're still waiting on folks, and so are you, and you're doing a tremendous job. Our Navy, our joint force, and our future combatant commanders need the Navy's 6th-generation fighter, or the FAXX, as it's now called. Relying only on the Air Force's 6th-gen fighter, called the NGAD, or now the F-47, it doesn't solve our air superiority challenge. And neither does just CCA on the F-18 or the F-35 off of aircraft carriers. I'm a fervent supporter of the F-47, and I would have done what was necessary to save it. It's basic math. We need more airframes, land-based and carrier-based, and we need to complicate our adversaries' targeting. And we do that by outsticking them, or, in other words, having aircraft that have longer range with weapons that have longer range so the carrier can stand off and hit the enemy before they can hit us. We do that with AIM-174B and CCA on Gen 6 Navy fighter. And industry is ready to do this, no matter what anybody says. I'm kind of getting tired of the bureaucratic brigade delaying our mission to provide for the warfighters. We win with both the FAXX and NGAD, not one or the other. A 3-year delay is a de facto cancellation and a win for China, and Xi Jinping is watching. One of the reasons we're even having this conversation is because of a broken acquisition system and systems commands that slow us down. What DIU and AFWorks can do in weeks or months, NAVSEA takes years to do. They either need to get better or get doged. Let's start with the mandated flag officer reductions by focusing on the Navy Yard and freeing up some housing space. So Admiral Kilby, I just want you to, you've already mentioned that the carrier is the most survivable airfield we have. Can you elaborate a little bit on range and what Gen 6 and 174 bring?
Sure. The 6th-gen fighter has some capabilities that we need to counter the PRC. Those are signatures, those are range, those are different engines, those are all the things that will make it survivable. The Air Force and Navy have different missions, but we're going against the same threat. So if that threat dictates a pivot to that sixth-gen fighter, then the Navy and the Air Force and the Marine Corps and the Army and the Space Force need to bring all that to bear as a joint force to be capable. So I mentioned the Air Wing of the future. This is kind of the lead sled dog with MQ-25 to shape that out and understand what that looks like. Not only does a sixth-gen fighter replace a fifth-gen fighter, but it also replaces the Growler. So that's a electronic attack aircraft capability that's important in this fight because of the electronic warfare capability it brings.
Absolutely, and I'd like to point out that the Chinese are showing us what they've got, and it's 2 Gen 6 fighters, and they're building more aircraft carriers. So aircraft carriers are absolutely viable. General Smith, since we're talking about NAVSEA and all their fine work they're doing, can you share some more details on how the Marine Corps plans to fill the LSM gap until we and the Navy can deliver your suitable platform 8 years late?
Well, sir, I can. What I would say is we are looking for something that we can get now, landing ship as a replicant for a landing ship medium. The landing ship medium is purpose-built. It's designed to move and be an inter-island connector. In the short term, we're looking at using LCU 2000s. We're looking at using leased stern landing vessels so we can get our TTPs, our tactics, techniques, and procedures right until we can get the LSM that's purpose-built for us.
I would like to add, we're also going to man 2 EPFs. So we have a challenge with our MSC force now. I've committed to work with MSC to have a CivMar crew on 2 EPFs that serve the Marine Corps in this role until we can cover down on this gap.
Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations to you. And also, Admiral Kilby and General Smith, thank you for your lifelong service to liberty. You are appreciated and all those you under your command. Secretary Phelan, I think you are the first person that's ever come before this committee within the first paragraph of your formal presentation. You mentioned the term defense industrial base. In the same paragraph, you talked about the trips that you've taken, the valuable trips to the Atlantic coast and to the Pacific. Well, I come from industrial America. And when I heard defense industrial America, I thought, all right. We're not from the Gulf of America. We are Erie and Ontario, Michigan, Superior, Huron. And back in World War II, Admiral Ernest King, who served as the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet and Chief of Naval Operations, came from a place called Lorain, Ohio. And what I didn't hear you say, and I'm doing this purposely just because I have the moment, there are shipyards in Cleveland, Monroe, Marinette, Sturgeon Bay, Toledo, in our region. And we also have the phenomenal capabilities to make steel. We almost lost it, but we've struggled to come back. And the Great Lakes are America's steel kingdom. We have all the strategic metals. We have nuclear tooling and machining because of the nuclear industry and what we do with them. We have electric welding. We make airframes, big ones. We do Mars boosters. The amount of talent this takes from people who actually do the work is extraordinary, and America left us behind. So people might describe their districts as agricultural or tourism or other skills, but we are industrial America, and we invite you to come see us sometime. Bring anyone you want. We tried to work with the Department of Defense in many ways to help in our school systems to attract younger people into some of the skills that are needed. That has been harder than the Mars booster. So I mention this because you seem to care about that. We have underutilized shipyards. We have phenomenal workers. They do tooling, they do machining, they do things I can't do. When we repair, it's hard enough to make the Abrams tank, but then when you have to repair it, that takes you to a different level. and we have people that do that. So America has a need, and I just want to put our part of America on the map. Thank you for listening to that request, and you are welcome anytime. I also wanted to ask, and I don't know which of you gentlemen could answer this, over the past year, the USS Truman has faced several incidents in the Red Sea. In December, an F-18 from the USS Truman, as you well know, was mistakenly shot down by the USS Gettysburg. And within the last 30 days, the same carrier lost 2 F-18s to the ocean within a week of each other during operations against the Houthis. What might be done to prevent further such losses and ensure the safety of our service members in that region?
Ma'am, I'll take this and yield to the Secretary. There are 4 incidents. There's one other incident. There was a collision. All those incidents on Truman are under investigation right now. Accountability actions are being taken or will be taken. And when those are complete, I will come brief you. I commit to you to come brief you on those specific incidents. We are committed to learning what happened and preventing it from happening again. And so until those come out, I can't give you specifics, but I can tell you we're going to build those types of scenarios that those ships and aircraft were in and train to it when we do our composite unit training exercise, which certifies a strike group to deploy.
Thank you, Admiral, very much. And finally, what steps are being taken to ensure the operations in regions like CENTCOM and EUCOM are not undermined by the increased focus on the Indo-Pacific? I'm not against what you're doing in the Indo-Pacific, but how can the Navy maintain global maritime security in CENTCOM and EUCOM with these other commitments?
Well, ma'am, I just tell you that every one of those combatant commanders has a Navy assigned to it, a Navy component assigned to it. In the case of 5th Fleet, that's the NAVCENT commander, Admiral Wyckoff, and the 5th Fleet. And their job is to manage and operate those forces in the case of CENTCOM for General Kurilla. So that won't change. We are focused on the Pacific, to be sure, but we're focused on wherever the nation calls us to go, whether it be EUCOM, CENTCOM, SOUTHCOM, or INDOPACOM. So you've got our commitment, and we train our forces to be ready to do anything in any of those AORs. That's our writ to you.
Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Anderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, glad to have you here today and enjoyed chatting with you earlier. The AUKUS partnership between the United States, the UK, and Australia is now in its 4th year. And since then, we've made a lot of progress on both Pillar 1 for submarines and Pillar 2 for advanced capabilities. What are some of the lessons that learned from the first couple of years, and what can we expect for, say, for the next 4 years? Ms. Secretary, I'll address this one to you.
I'll give you my 50 days of observation and then probably pass it off to Admiral Kilby.
Okay.
But I think what I would say is look, I think it's they're important allies. I think we're learning a lot just trying to figure out how to do this together. I would say, from my own perspective, some of the questions I've been trying to understand is how much brain power is this taking from us, because subs are very important, and how we do it and how we produce these, but also being able to do bases and repairs in another country. I think is a good skill set for us to learn and understand better. And I believe we're learning from that and learning how to build things. I'm still trying to assess the real costs of this to us, not just dollars and cents, but brain power. And so, I look forward to chatting with you about it.
Let me ask you this: would you support an AUKUS collaborative campus that would bring together our 3 nations, whose focus would be promoting further cooperation and meeting both our Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 objectives of the United States?
Look, I think it's an interesting idea to look at. It's harder for me to answer because I think, you've got a lot of distance, and we have Australians currently, I think, at our base in Pearl Harbor, and it's moving faster with them right now than the UK. So at campus, I think I'd have to understand the concept a little better and look at it. So I think it's certainly worth looking at, but I'd like to let
Admiral, you want to? Just a specific, sir. There's tech sharing we've got to work through from a lessons learned perspective. For AUKUS Pillar 1, I think we've got it about right with our schooling now. Just kind of give you the laydown of where we're at. We've got 100 Royal Australian Navies in our nuke pipeline right now. Those are our schools, so they benefit by graduating from the schools. Ultimately, they'll have to create their own school for now. We've got 120 Australians in Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. And then the conduct of avails together in Sterling is important. So I think that campus idea, just not knowing it fully, would be more aligned to Pillar 2 than Pillar 1, because our system, that conveyor belt needs to keep working. And I don't know that we're the Navy, we want to change our process right now from nuclear production and how we qualify our enlisted sailors and officers. So we'd really have to look at that to see if there's mutual benefit.
Okay, before my time runs out, just want to mention that, of course, many think of Alabama as an Army and space state, but support for the Navy is large and it's actually growing. I'm especially encouraged by the recent investments that are in Mobile down on our coast to expand our nation's maritime industrial base in support of such critical missions as submarine production and AUKUS. Since the initial investment in September of '24, what are the next steps to develop the Mobile Navy Yard site and expand the shipbuilding capacity there?
Well, I think AUSO has done a great job turning those investments, and they're going to contribute to that 2.33 problem we talked about earlier by producing modules for our submarine construction. I think there's other opportunities too, sir, in the unmanned world. So when we think about a hybrid fleet, which is going to have traditional manned destroyers, cruisers, frigates, just like we're talking about aircraft unmanned, there are unmanned ships that could be built at non-traditional shipyards right now that could be very helpful to us. One of our focus areas is non-traditional sea denial, and that's the delivery of unmanned capabilities undersea, on the surface, and in the air that can help in a 2027 scenario in the Western Pacific. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there to expand in non-traditional vendors and shipyards.
Thank you. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Morelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member. And thank you, gentlemen, for not only for being here, for your service. If I could just follow up Mr. Adderholt's question, Admiral, can you talk about the integration of autonomous systems and unmanned systems with manned systems? I know it's an attempt to reduce risk to personnel, distribute operations, expand maritime domain awareness. What have you learned over the last several years in terms of the development and experimentation about how, what insights have you learned and sort of how have you used that, and will it influence the long-term integration of autonomous systems and manned systems?
So, sir, we have 3 fleet areas principally that are working this now: Task Force 59 and 5th Fleet, Task Force 66 and 6th Fleet, and the 4th Fleet. Now, there are different needs for those. I would tell you, necessity is the mother of invention. So Admiral Cooper, when he was the 5th Fleet commander, found himself ship poor. So he invested in unmanned technologies to do maritime domain awareness with things like a sail drone, which is a persistent vessel that can do maritime domain awareness. Similarly, 4th Fleet has adopted that. The work being done in the 6th Fleet is interesting because it ports right over to support Admiral Kaler and Admiral Paparo in the Indo-Pacific, because those same technologies can be used there in a manner that's effective. So it's almost a battle lab for the Indo-Pacific. So there's learning across all our fleets. The geography drives the use case for what you need for that. But our initial focus is this thing called non-traditional sea denial. Ultimately, though, I want to get to a hybrid fleet that engages our unmanned capabilities alongside our ships, supporting our submarines in the air wing of the future for manned to unmanned teaming. So to me, that's the future state. And last week I was in San Diego with Admiral Paparo and Admiral Kaler, looking at their experimentation and rehearsal of these very technologies.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to, maybe if I can, just expand on the Indo-Pacific and the use. Undersea dominance, I understand, is critical to deterrence and force projection. I'm concerned about what appears to be a little bit of a mismatch between rising demand for anti-submarine warcraft capabilities and relatively flat funding for key enablers like sonobuoys. I think I'm saying that right. It's a weird word. Inventory levels are reportedly well below the global floor, which raises questions about anti-submarine warfare. Could you just
I think you're spot on. We got ourselves in a non-effective position for sonobuoy manufacturers, but we've increased our sonobuoys for everything but the Mac buoy now. So we want to get back to that global floor. We will continue to invest in it. We appreciate your support in that investment, and it's a key enabler for us to invest in. But now we have two companies, Sparta and Lockheed Martin, that are individually producing sonobuoys. They're not producing something that have to be married up together. I think that's a much better solution. And my last stats are about 7% increase is what we're shooting for every year. So I think that is an area we definitely need to continue to invest in.
Very good. I just wanted to come back to something. I'm new to this committee, and when we had Secretary Driscoll, I think he said something, and I'm paraphrasing, essentially that there were 35,000 people in the Army related to acquisitions. But upon further conversation, it turned out that it seemed like there were about 5,000. The rest were engineers and people who were involved with sustainment. So, Mr. Secretary, when you say that there's 56,000 people, help educate me. What does that mean? Are they actually all doing acquisitions, or are they doing other things that relate to sustainment and making sure that the engineering and the contracts, et cetera, are appropriate?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. There's actually close to 80,000 if you count third-party and contractors, but the total number is 55,833, of which 51,438 are civilian. In cost estimating, there's 700. In financial management, there's 2,127. In contracting, there's 7,959. In engineering and technical management, there's 27,031. In lifestyle logistics, there's 7,154. In program management, there's 7,483. Test and evaluation is 2,990. Other, which I'm still waiting for, is 389.
So, and I see I'm out of time, and I apologize. Perhaps we could get just a definition of what all those areas are and what when the appropriations request comes in, how that will match up against those.
Be happy to follow up with you on it.
Thank you. I yield back, sir.
Thank the gentleman for that answer. Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony today. Very, very helpful to me. I'm relatively new to the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. I've chaired Energy and Water, which of course has the NNSA portfolio, so very involved with our nuclear arsenal. But a little point of privilege, Admiral Kilby, I want to thank you. Our office asked for a defense fellow, and we finally got one. And it is Lieutenant Davids, who is behind me, doing a great job, an Annapolis grad, and done a great job, a Navy aviator, but he's been so helpful to me in a lot of the conversations we've been having. So it is vicarious to you in the Navy that I say thank you for that. Yes, sir. I'm going to ask a question about the Navy's demand for tactical nuclear weapons. As Chairman of Energy and Water, I have the NNSA facility in the Y-12 security complex in my district. I'm very interested in the health and effectiveness of our nuclear capabilities. Our boomers, sir, are the survivable leg of the triad, and they will continue to be a critical deterrent to nuclear-armed adversaries. I believe non-strategic nuclear weapons are a vital complement to our credible deterrent in the Pacific. I'm a strong proponent of the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile program, and I believe it's essential that we quickly provide INDOPACOM with flexible capability to deter adversary escalation. The ability to deploy non-strategic nuclear warheads on a fast-track submarine and perhaps eventually surface ships
greatly increases our credibility. Recognizing, sir, that we are limited on our launch tubes afloat, it is only necessary to have a small number of tactical nuclear weapons to significantly complicate our adversary's decision calculus. I think given this dangerous capability gap, the emphasis should be on speed. We do not need to reinvent the wheel when we're talking about a capability we recently had in service only 15 years ago. My question, sir, to both Secretary Finland and Admiral Kilby, can you share your vision for the SLACM program with this committee, and how is the Navy working to ensure this program does not stall in development purgatory for years when we need a capability as soon as possible? And I'll defer to your answers.
Thanks for your question, sir. I share your opinion. I've had a couple of sessions with Vice Admiral Johnny Wolf, who is the Strategic Programs Office lead who will produce this. He's on target for a new production by 2035. But to your point, he's looked at some alternatives, and we haven't totally briefed the Secretary on those yet, but he's looking at speed and an urgency to get something out sooner. So we need to come through that with our Secretary, but I think there's some possibilities there that we can work to.
Yes, sir. Mr. Secretary?
Look, I think it's an important strategic deterrent and gives the president more flexibility and options to have both for tactical nuclear attacks or non-nuclear attacks. So it's something that I think is an important component to the force, and one that I look forward to learning more with the Admiral on, now that I learned I didn't know what's going on with it. But I will find out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In my remaining waning time, I'd like to talk about the logistic challenges. I spend most of my time in Congress focused on energy. I'm Energy and Water Chair, all forms of energy. And in 2022, the Navy made a decision to defuel the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility in Hawaii. This removed a strategic fuel reserve of over 250 million gallons of fuel for military operations in the Pacific. My question, for whoever would like to answer, please, is what is your assessment of the sustainability of our supply chains for both our aviation fuel and ship fuel in the context of a protracted conflict in the Pacific? What changes or investments does our Navy need to make to ensure we can adequately supply our ships and aircrafts in a protracted war?
Can I take a whack at this, sir? So we need to have a distributed system. I visited Red Hill. We're committed to doing the work we've agreed to do there, and we'll continue to complete it by 2028 and all the remediation that happens there. But we need to find other sites and distribute them around the Indo-Pacific to make it hard for China, right? We don't want to make it easy for them. So those can be mobile things. They can be like tankers and super tankers. They could be fuel bladders that I've talked about with my good partner, General Smith. But there are ways to sustain ourselves in a different manner that makes it hard for the adversary to confound us. So we're committed to that. There's alternate sites we need to look at for those fuel storages in the Pacific as well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for what you do for our country. Let me follow up on what Mr. Elzy questioned about and talked about, and whether it's fifth generation, sixth generation, manned or unmanned, because there are open reports out there saying that there could be a potential delay of fielding the aircraft needed for our carriers. Do you feel confident that that's not going to be the case, regardless of what that mix is? And you've talked about that. Are you confident that whatever decision is made, that you will be able to have the adequate platforms on our carriers with no delay for that? Or are we looking at another delay because decisions have to be made?
Are you asking in general, or are you asking with respect?
Well, I mean, again, without getting it, because we're here, right? But open sources talk about how we may be looking at having some pretty serious, 3-year delays on fielding what we may need to be fielding for our aircraft carriers?
Look, I think, as I said earlier, we're still trying to sort through the appropriate force posture and the appropriate balance between manned and unmanned and what that should look like. I don't think we can ignore swarm drone technology and where it's going to go and how fast it's going to develop and what that means and what the implications are for the force and 6th Gen and fighters. Currently, our carrier is, I think, very, very good. It's a mobile platform. It works very, very well. We will continue to develop that posture and that idea and be able to pivot hopefully as quick as possible. So I think we are still analyzing and looking at it, but I do not believe we're going to do anything that would jeopardize the vulnerability of a carrier.
Right. I mean, again, you all feel confident about that we're not going to, 2 or 3 years down the road, oops, we don't have the capability, we don't have the platforms, whatever that mix may be, on our carriers that we need.
Well, I guess in a reality situation, to be clear, the 6th Gen fighter isn't going to come by January 1st, 2027. It's going to take time to develop that and build it into the future. So the 3-year part is a delay if we started the program late, but it would deliver far into the future. But we've got to commit to that because we're going to have aircraft carriers that are going to live in this contested environment, and that's my operational assessment, that we need an air wing of the future that does everything the Secretary just described for the reasons he described it, to pace the threat. So in 3 years, we're going to deliver the fleet we have to be as capable as it can be to counter the PRC. And then we need to build that future fleet moving forward.
Would the gentleman from Florida yield on a budget question?
Of course I would.
Thank you. So it came out this morning that in FY25, we appropriated $453 million. The Navy doesn't have that under contract. And now we're understanding OSD is trying to say that they don't want the $500 million in the reconciliation, they want that pulled from the bill. So I think that's why budgetarily we have some of the questions that we have. So is it true that we don't have the contract signed? Is that imminent to be signed, or is that not going to be signed? And then has OSD asked for the $500 million to come out of the reconciliation bill? Because that's in part why you're getting these questions.
The budget numbers are all over the place, to be perfectly honest, and we're sitting down having meetings daily on different topics and different things. I don't have a great answer for you as it relates to it. It's a number of different programs we're going through is being debated, just like we went through with the Virginia-class contract.
I understand it, Mr. Secretary, but when we appropriate money, $453 million and 25 just for that, that's what that money's for. And it's not, Congress doesn't make it fungible for it to be used in other places. So that's why you're getting the question, and we'll follow up with you on that. Thank you so much.
Of course, a pleasure to yield to the ranking member. Now, I will be very, I'll get rid of some of the questions that I had because some of my time. You've taken questions about the direct energy.
I'll give the gentleman a couple.
Well, I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman, and because I was going to talk about the sonobuoys, and that seems to be kind of a bright spot, I understand. Torpedoes as well is what I'm hearing. That at least it's a step in the right direction. All right. So, direct energy. Are you, and Admiral, you mentioned that before, and you answered the question. And are you all? I've heard that, for example, the Israelis have some kind of new technology which is really, really interesting. Potentially requires less energy, whatever it may be. Are you looking at other alternatives? And by the way, and if you are you able to, if in fact there's a good alternative, I'm not saying there is, that there isn't, are you able to tap into, for example, if there's an alternative that the Israelis might have, to be able to tap into that?
we want to get a workable technology to be effective as in the maritime environment for counter-UAS and other things. I'm open to all that technology and doing it rapidly. I have to work through the steps in the bureaucracy to do that, but I want to be open to it and exposed to it. So yes, there could be high-powered microwave, could be another technology for us to be effective in that space. So all that is what I call a renewable magazine, where I don't have to load weapons to do that. So that's our focus, is to have an ability to defend our ships so we can use our high-powered or expensive munitions for offense, not defense.
Yeah. But again, if there were an ally, and I'm just saying the Israelis, do you have the ability to procure something from an ally?
I probably don't and have to work through that,
Yeah,
but I do believe that the time is right and the indications are that we can look at things differently and hopefully be more effective and agile. I'm hopeful of that.
Yeah, just please keep us in mind if you think that there's something that we can do
Absolutely.
to help you be more flexible on things like that, if it makes sense, obviously. Anyways, Mr. Chairman, you've been generous with my time. I thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Valadeo.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to our guests for being here today, and I appreciate your service to our country. Admiral Kilby, the Eisenhower, let me start off with a little more question. Admiral Kilby, how is the Navy addressing the combat search and rescue gap in the Pacific, particularly as aircraft crews face longer range missions and self-supported recoveries without close support of full combat search and rescue task force, as seen in previous conflicts?
I will have to take that question for the record and get back to you for some specifics. I do believe this is in our contested logistics space, and we're looking at how we do this at scale with large numbers of people. But I will take that question for the record and get back to you.
I appreciate that. I've been hearing that a little bit from my home district base. So, and then another question for Admiral Kilby. The Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group fired nearly 800 missiles during its deployment to the Red Sea at a cost of about $1 billion to counter Houthi threats. What is the Navy's plan to pursue more effective or more cost-effective and scalable methods to address these types of asymmetric threats, and how are you ensuring greater transparency and operational reporting going forward?
Well, let me take the first part. I spoke about this a little bit, but we found ourselves in a position where those captains did what they had to do to knock down a threat, and they used expensive missiles to do it, and they've done it and are continuing to do it quite effectively. We want to provide them an alternative where they can defend their ships and other bases and allies in a cheaper, more effective method. So that could be things like a high-powered microwave, or a high-velocity projectile, or a Coyote weapon system from Raytheon that we got from the Army and bolted on that system, or a Hellfire longbow missile. So those are things we're in process with experimenting on the Ford Strike Group, which we'll deploy next. If effective, then we'll procure them at scale. But ultimately, we want to get to the end state we just talked about, where I have a relatively renewable, rechargeable way to have terminal defense and have husband my magazines for that offensive capability.
All right, well, thank you. As the Marine Corps look to leverage artificial intelligence to speed up decision-making and optimize operations, how are you balancing rapid acquisition of these technologies with the need to keep the Marines in control of final decisions, and how are you preparing Marines to confidently challenge or override AI-generated recommendations when necessary?
Yes, sir. We're using our Marine Corps Systems Command, and frankly, we're using our Combat Development Integration Command in Quantico to go after AI. We leverage all of the DoD AI, artificial intelligence agencies. We are always in control. There's always a human on the loop. There doesn't have to be a human in the loop. There has to be a human on the loop who can leverage the autonomy that's brought by an AI system. We have to just determine where the human is on the loop. So I believe we're doing it. I believe that our Systems Command and our folks in Quantico keep us well apprised of how we can leverage artificial intelligence for better decision-making, more rapid fielding, and frankly, more rapid responses. You don't need a human to direct the missile be fired. You need to have a human direct the system to fire at an inbound missile. When it's descending below 4,000 feet and closing in on your ship, the Sea Whiz, the Vulcan Phalanx, is activated. It has permission already. There's just got to be a human on the loop.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Back to Admiral Kilby. Can you provide an update on the progress of Operation Cattle Drive, particularly regarding the modernization of the Navy's IT systems? How many vulnerable legacy systems have been decommissioned to date, and which key systems are currently being prioritized for transition and onboarding?
I'll have to take that question for the record. I'm embarrassed to tell you I don't even know what Operation Cattle Drive is, so I'll get back to you.
Well, when I get to the end of my, get to the food chain, down the food chain where I'm at, we've run out of questions to ask, so. Someday, I guess, when I'm further up, I get to ask some more.
You get a gold star for stumping the Admiral.
All right, I got a couple more seconds here. Back to the Marine Corps. With the establishment of the Marine Corps' attack drone team and growing demand for low-cost armed first-person view drones, how long will it take to fully equip all registered Marine Corps formations, and how quickly can these systems be fielded compared to more traditional costly platforms?
I don't have a good answer for how long it will take. The answer is we're not fielding them fast enough. I was just visiting our attack drone team a couple of weeks ago. What they're doing with low-cost detritables is stunning. They're turning hundreds of dollars of systems against thousands of dollars of inbound drones or against adversary troop formations. So I don't have an answer for you. But what I can tell you is we can't additive manufacture them fast enough. The Ukrainians are doing it on the cheap, and we're trying to keep ours on the cheap too. We're trying to make sure we build a Ford F-150 pickup truck, not a Denali. And so we're building these as fast as we can, but I would invite you, Congressman, down to our attack drone team at Quantico to get you a first-hand view of what we're doing. We've invested the manpower and the brain power through our Marine Corps Systems Command.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Thank you again for your time. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Recognize the ranking member for any closing comments.
Well, I want to thank the three of you for being here today, and Mr. Secretary, A+. I know that you're very serious about getting back to us on the questions on personnel and the rest. I look forward to it. And then I'm going to submit some questions. Some of them actually have to do, are we back to calling it sea level rise rather than climate change? I'm not sure, or climate resilience. But my questions are going to focus on what's happening in the Arctic and installations, permafrost, all those things that are going to affect what you can do up there. And then the chairman and I, as you know, are very interested in what we can do as far as moving forward with doing some icebreakers. And then also a question for the Marines on the Arctic. I want to make sure, being from the high north, the bold north, whatever you want to call Minnesota these days, I want to make sure that when you're out there participating in exercises that you have everything that you need to practice, do your mission, so that when you're out there doing it in real time, that you can come home safely with no frostbite included. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank the gentlelady. Before I want to conclude, I want to thank all of you, Secretary Phelan, Admiral Kilby, General Smith, for your testimony today. And obviously all the subcommittee members are welcome to submit questions for the record, and I would hopefully you can respond in a reasonable time frame. One thing I just want to, on the close, is obviously you heard a lot about the Gen 6 fighter. I think, we've had air dominance since 1942, and we hope to keep it that way. Our men and women are on the ground, don't have to look up. Now maybe with drones, they're constantly going to look up, but certainly with high-performance aircraft and be able to control the air is extremely important. And I know you have some short-term decisions you have to make here pretty soon in order to meet the requirements of these contracts. But we have, as you know, a fighter shortfall. I'm not quite, we'll probably put that question for the record, how big a shortfall we have. And obviously, last couple of months, we've lost three F-18s, and that line is shutting down, as you well know. We're going the last of the eight F-18s under construction. F-35 are not getting as many as we had hoped. And we're well underway on the Enterprise and the Kennedy aircraft carriers, and so we're going to be flying off aircraft carriers for a long time to come. So and these are important decisions. I know you're taking it seriously, and we'll submit some questions for the record. We certainly appreciate your being here today, and with that, we are adjourned.
order. I'd like to thank the witnesses for being here today. This subcommittee has long worked on a bipartisan basis to strengthen and improve our national integrated air and missile defense architecture. Our adversaries continue to improve and diversify their ability to hold the homeland at risk, including through ballistic, hypersonic, and cruise missiles. I remain deeply concerned that the status quo will not suffice in the coming decades, and I look forward to hearing from each of our witnesses about their work on the department's various missile defense activities. General Guillot, as the commander of NORTHCOM, you are ultimately responsible for the defense of our homeland. I look forward to hearing how NORTHCOM is working to enhance domain awareness to provide a common picture of the operational environment. Ms. Yaffe, as you stated in your written testimony, missile defense and the space domain are intrinsically linked. I look forward to hearing your views on the evolution of missile defense and how space-based systems can continue to play an important role going forward. Lieutenant General Collins, I understand the Missile Defense Agency will retain its key role in developing, testing, and integrating many of the technologies that comprise our missile defense system. And I look forward to hearing how we can expect to expand on these efforts in the coming fiscal year. Finally, I'd like to welcome Lieutenant General Rasch and his capacity as the Executive Officer of the Guam Defense System Joint Program Office. I look forward to hearing from you about the progress being made to expand and improve the integrated air and missile defense of Guam, which will protect over 168,000 American citizens living on Guam. I understand that we are still waiting for details of the fiscal year 2026 President's budget request to be released, and that the President is in the final stages of making key decisions about the Golden Dome system. While this means that follow-on conversations will be necessary once the administration provides us those details, I still expect a robust conversation this afternoon on the future of missile defense. Thank you again. Senator King, would you like to make some opening remarks, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Can I say that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This subcommittee does work on a very strongly bipartisan basis. We look forward to your testimony. Very important hearing today with regard to a very important subject. Ms. Yaffe, I don't expect you to answer these questions now, but I'm giving you a preview. One of the questions is, in light of the multiplicity of threats now, whether it's standoff cruise missiles, ICBMs, sea-launched missiles, space-based weapons, is missile defense feasible? In other words, is it technologically feasible if we face a serious attack from an adversary that has not several dozen missiles but several thousand? Mr. Gill, one of the questions I'm interested in is the importance of sensors. This discussion is often about missiles, but it's also about knowing what's going on. And particularly in your AOR, I think there are some serious questions that bear discussion about our situational awareness. And finally, General Collins, I'm interested in what is Golden Dome? In other words, what is it? What is the plan? What does it consist of? I did a little AI research this morning and found out Israel is exactly the same size as New Jersey. So having a missile defense system in a limited space, also that defends against pretty small caliber munitions from the terrorists in the region, obviously more serious from Iran, but whether that concept can be transferred to the continental United States is a question I'll be interested in. So look forward to all of your testimony, very important hearing, and I appreciate all the work that you do and the service you provide to the country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator King. Now I'd like to begin with statements from each member. Who is going first at this point? Ms. Yaffe?
Thank you. I'm happy to start out to provide the policy perspective.
Great.
Chair Fisher, Ranking Member King, and distinguished members of the committee, Thank you for inviting me to testify on the Department of Defense's missile defense posture on behalf of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. I am grateful to appear alongside my distinguished colleagues. Missile defenses are a vital element of our strategic force posture, both as a means of deterrence as well as defending the U.S. homeland and security interests abroad. As we see nearly every day in conflicts across the world, offensive missile capabilities are now a central feature of modern warfare and routinely deployed to coerce and intimidate opponents, inflict tactical damage, and carry out strategic campaigns. Our adversaries are investing in the next generation of offensive capabilities to hold the United States homeland at risk, coerce our allies and partners, and threaten our deployed forces. To counter these growing threats, we need next-generation missile defeat and missile defense architectures that can complement our existing nuclear and conventional offensive capabilities. The President has mandated that the United States will develop and field a next-generation missile defense shield to provide for the common defense of our citizens and the nation, and deter, defend against, and defeat any foreign aerial attack on the homeland. We will also guarantee our secure second strike capability. This broad mission set is the task before us today. Missile threats pose a substantial and growing risk to the American people, U.S. national interests, and our allies and partners. The growing cooperation and potential for more coordinated action among China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran is reflecting a shared interest in undermining U.S. interests globally. We also see these countries working together to advance their respective interests. Russia has provided technical and economic assistance to North Korea and Iran in return for thousands of munitions, attack drones, and ballistic missiles. Russia has employed North Korean missiles in Ukraine, resulting in improvements in their accuracy and destructive capability. DoD must contend with adversaries possessing a range of sophisticated technologies, including advanced cruise and ballistic missiles and maneuverable HGVs, as well as lower-tier threats like unmanned aircraft systems from both state and non-state actors. These capabilities continue to evolve and include a wide range of platforms, speeds, distances, and attack vectors that are easily concealed and evasive. This is where the value of missile defense, a core component of deterrence by denial, comes in. Robust missile defense capabilities raise the threshold for conflict and introduce uncertainty and complexity into attack planning, thereby undermining an adversary's confidence that an attack will be successful. The greater the cumulative challenges for an adversary, the greater the likelihood of avoiding an attack in the first place. If deterrence fails and an attack does occur, missile defenses limit the damage and assure the means of effective responses. Moreover, missile defenses provide time and space for the President to decide how to respond most effectively. The financial outlays of missile defense and missile defeat today more than offset the exponentially greater costs that would be incurred by the lack of defenses in a potential conflict tomorrow. Missile defense systems also contribute to deterrence by reinforcing our diplomatic and security posture while reassuring allies and partners. Should deterrence fail, the United States, our allies, and partners would need robust missile defense and defeat options, not only to defend and protect our interests, but also to manage escalation. Integration with our allies and partners improves our all-domain awareness, redundancy, and shot deconfliction. The deterrence by denial contributions to missile defense continue to serve as a complement to the cost imposition strategies offered by our conventional and nuclear forces. Together, they give our decision makers time and credible options to deter aggression, assure lethality, protect the American people from harm, and respond to attacks if deterrence fails. The Department of Defense remains committed to making the necessary investments in our strategic posture to deter our adversaries and, if deterrence fails, to prevail in conflict. The missile defense and defeat mission requires sufficient and consistent funding and support. Thank you for your dedication to our mission and our service members, and for the opportunity to testify to you today alongside my colleagues. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. General Gio, welcome.
Chair Fisher, Ranking Member King, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for holding this important hearing. North American Aerospace Defense Command and United States Northern Command have critical roles in defending the homeland from missile attack, and your support remains vital to our success. I'd like to start by recognizing the tremendous work being done by Lieutenant General Collins, ASD Yaffe, and Lieutenant General Rash. NORAD and NORTHCOM are fortunate to have such committed partners in our shared no-fail mission. Defending the United States from missile threats remains a top command priority. That mission is more important than ever as global competitors continue their rapid development and fielding of advanced missile capabilities and delivery platforms, along with increased cooperation and technology sharing. To counter these growing challenges, NORAD and NORTHCOM rely on realistic planning, on-time investments based on specific threats, and forward-looking policies that ensure the command's ability to detect, track, and defeat potential threats in all domains. To ensure our ability to defend against missile attacks, NORAD and NORTHCOM require a layered domain awareness network from seabed to space to detect and track threats to North America. That sensing network is vital today to today's ballistic and cruise missile defense missions and to the Golden Dome concept, because we can't defeat what we can't see. Alongside improved domain awareness, we must also improve our capability and capacity to defeat advanced missile threats. The Next Generation Interceptor is vital to countering North Korea's growing ICBM capability, and innovation and investment in advanced defeat mechanisms, which could include directed energy and boost phase intercept, will be crucial against cruise missiles, hypersonics, and other advanced threats. There are significant challenges ahead of us, but NORAD and NORTHCOM stand ready to deter aggression and defeat threats to our nation. Again, thank you to the subcommittee and my fellow witnesses for your continued support, and I look forward to your questions. We have the watch.
Thank you, General. General Collins, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chair Fisher, Ranking Member King, distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about the Missile Defense Agency portfolio. MDA is moving quickly to provide effective defenses against a dangerous missile threat to defend the U.S. homeland, our deployed forces, and our allies and friends. The agency is transforming itself, its enterprise, and its industry base in order to develop and deliver capabilities to the warfighter at scale and speed. As we move with urgency to deliver the next generation missile defense system, we intend to leverage the performance efficiencies found in integrated, layered defenses. We also will continue to integrate and improve the space domain to support a missile defense posture that is more effective, resilient, and adaptable to known and unanticipated threats. MDA's focus is on the improvement and sustainment of U.S. homeland and regional defenses. We are enhancing the performance and capability of the fielded ground-based mid-course defense system, along with development and testing of the next generation interceptor. We are working with the Navy to improve the Aegis BMD capability and enhance hypersonic defenses, and with the Army to make investments in the future development of the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, THAAD. Together in support of the nation's missile defense enterprise and Golden Dome for America, MDA remains focused on delivering advanced, reliable, and resilient capabilities on accelerated timelines to meet the warfighter's needs. I greatly appreciate your continued support for MDA and for the missile defense mission, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, General. General Rash, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Fisher, Ranking Member King, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the criticality of defending the island of Guam. On behalf of Army senior leadership, we thank you for your continued support of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians, civilians, and their families. Guam is an indispensable part of the homeland, and its defense is not only essential to the security of the United States, but is also a strong deterrence to the ever-evolving complex threats we face. The FY23 National Defense Authorization Act required the Secretary of Defense to designate a senior official to oversee the missile defense of Guam. In February of 2024, as directed by the Undersecretary of Defense Acquisition and Sustainment, the Guam Defense Systems Joint Program Office, JPO, was established at the Army Rapid Capability and Critical Technologies Office. Beyond the department's investments in Guam's defense, the Undersecretary of the Navy is the appointed lead senior defense official for all other DoD efforts in Guam. The Joint Program Office is charged with synchronizing the development, testing, fielding, and sustainment of the Guam Defense System components in the integration of the corresponding command and control systems, resulting in the development of a joint integrated battle manager. And this battle manager will allow current service and agency-owned components to behave as an integrated and unified system. The Joint Program Office works closely with the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, the Guam Synchronization Oversight Council, and leadership across the services and the Missile Defense Agency to build and sustain an architecture capable of defending Guam against a multitude of complex air and missile defense threats. Together, the Department is working diligently and with urgency to secure the initial capability increment in 2027. This will provide capability well beyond the currently employed THAAD battery as part of Task Force Talon. Your continued support ensures that we remain capable of fighting for and from Guam, meeting the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you about this critical mission and the joint commitment to the defense of Guam. Thank you.
Thank you, General Resch, and thank you all for your opening statements. We don't have too many of us here today, so we may have more than one round of questions. I'll begin the first round. General Guillaume, I've appreciated our past conversations about the need for increased domain awareness, for we cannot shoot what we cannot see. As we look towards Golden Dome and the future of missile defense, what additional improvements need to be made with respect to domain awareness?
Madam Chair, I think that the what I call the domain awareness layer of Golden Dome is the most critical that we need to have first for the reasons that you just mentioned. Any chance of using advanced interceptors or defeat capabilities would not be possible if we can't detect and track these threats. I think that it's a seabed to space approach. We need to have undersea sensors to detect submarines that can now get closer to North America than they could before based on improved stealthiness of those ships. And then a ground layer that can see much further out because of the advanced standoff weapons that our adversaries can now employ. We need an air layer like the E-7 to close the kill chain with fighter aircraft or surface-to-air systems, and then a space layer. The space layer would both track airborne moving targets or aircraft, but also systems like HBTSS that could track hypersonics as well as the warning capability that we need to detect the launches to begin with.
Is there anything you can tell us in this setting about Golden Dome and the options that may be available on the sensors and the radar systems that would be used?
Madam Chair, I don't know what the Golden Dome will look like, but I suspect that it would be able to use a lot of the systems that are already in place and currently in development, which would give us a full capability in probably something closer to 0 to 5 years as opposed to something, a decade out into the future. A couple of those systems would be the HBTSS that I just mentioned for the hypersonics, space-based AMTI, which we have a number of prototype systems on orbit now, over-the-horizon radars, which are also operational not in the United States, but elsewhere. And then, for instance, the E-7, which many other countries operate.
So given that, how much risk would Golden Dome incur if the department was forced to vacate the lower 3 gigahertz or portion of the 7 to 8 gigahertz spectrum that it now has?
Madam Chair, it's my assessment that we would assume a extraordinarily high level of risk if we lose control of those portions of the spectrum. Many of the systems that we rely on every day today, much less in the future, for Homeland Defense reside in that spectrum range.
Thank you. General Collins, can you provide us with an update on the hypersonic and ballistic tracking space sensor, or the ABTSS system?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So the Hypersonic Ballistic Tracking Space Sensor is a prototype program that MDA pursued to prove out the technology such that from space we could close the hypersonic fire chain, to the kill chain on a hypersonic weapon. And the focus of that was to prove out that the space system could have the accuracy, the track quality, and get that data into the command and control system fast enough to be able to close that fire control loop. Those two systems launched in February of last year have gone through two testbed launches where we had a testbed target launch, fly a hypersonic profile, and we have collected data from the sensors during that. So far, we have proven out the timeliness latency of the fire control loop with those systems, as well as the sensitivity of those systems to close the loop. We're going back with some algorithm updates into the payload to improve on the track quality, but we see that closing as well. It's been a very successful prototype program. And all along, we've worked in parallel with the Space Force and the Space Development Agency. They now have our HBTSS-like requirements as part of their proliferated warfighting space architecture. And in the tranches to come in the follow-on years, they will slowly be building up an operational hypersonic tracking layer for us.
Thank you. Perhaps in another setting, we can talk about a more definitive timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
When that would be available. Thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The nature of my questions may appear to be critical. I'm certainly in favor of defending the homeland against missile attack, no question. My fundamental question is it feasible, given today's technology and also the cost involved? I'll quote Lincoln, your critic is your best friend. So take it in that spirit. For example, Ms. Yaffe, you mentioned deterrence by denial. Is that really viable today, deterrence by denial? Can we realistically say that we could deny a substantial missile attack from Russia or China, or heaven forbid, both?
Senator, thank you.
I'm a great believer in deterrence. I'm just not sure deterrence by denial is realistic in this setting. Convince me.
Senator, thank you for the question. This is meant to be an integrated air and missile defense system that is intended to send a message to the adversary that they may not achieve their objectives. What we want to do is place the burden of escalation on the adversary and demonstrate that it will be harder for them to achieve their objectives in an attack. Right now, as you are well aware, we do not have a homeland missile defense system that is intended to guard against adversary threats beyond North Korea or rogue state actor threats. Meanwhile, the threats themselves have been expanding significantly, with Russia and China pursuing a breadth of capabilities.
Well, that's my point. We've developed a missile defense agency essentially to defend against North Korea and Iran and perhaps a rogue, not China and Russia. Now we're talking about an accelerating Chinese pursuit of this capability. Russia already has the largest nuclear stockpile in the world. Is it real? What level of scaling up would it take to have a missile defense system capable of providing any realistic deterrent to China and Russia?
Sir, this is not an answer that will be deliverable overnight. However, what the president has done is challenged us to actually look at what an integrated air and missile defense system of the homeland would look like, which is not something we've...
What does that mean? Is that 1,000 THAAD batteries around cities?
Sir, I can't weigh in on what the specific architecture would look like. I can't get ahead of what the architecture decisions will be that will come out, I think, with the budget. However, it is intended to leverage new technologies to get ahead of, we've got, certainly the list in the executive order, but to leverage some new technologies, both to accelerate the deployment of the HBTSS on the hypersonic side, also to leverage non-kinetics. And I know that you're interested in directed energy, to see what directed energy might be able to help with, to help us change the cost curve. But it should be a mix of new technologies that we might be able to demonstrate in the next 4 or 5 years.
What's the
along
assumption?
With legacy systems.
General Collins, what's the assumption of how many GBIs would have to be launched to knock out one North Korean ICBM?
Sir, that'd be a classified number. We'd have to wait till the closed session to answer that.
All right. Well, General Gio, you mentioned seabed. Isn't that a critical area where we need better sensors, better knowledge, and particularly in your AOR in the Northwest?
Senator, absolutely. It is critical.
Your mic, I think, needs...
Senator, absolutely. It is critical. The seabed, detection and awareness of the seabed and the undersea environment are critical to homeland defense.
And the Russians are, in fact, significantly building up their military infrastructure on their shore of the Arctic Ocean. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
So that's an area where we have to have better visibility, and also to the west, as the balloon incident told us.
Yes, sir. All true.
You mentioned directed energy. The reason for my question, General Collins, and I understand it classified, but those interceptors are about $60 million a copy, one. I can understand maybe that's a reasonable number if you're talking about a limited capacity of North Korea or Iran, but if you're talking about now it's 300 on to 1,000 missiles in China, I don't know how many, several thousand from Russia, the economics don't work. How do you feel about the potential of directed energy, which is about 75 cents a shot once it's installed?
Yes, sir. We are certainly interested in pursuing directed energy from a missile defense perspective. At this point in time, we are years away from having a capability that would be able to have an effect against a ballistic missile, an intercontinental ballistic missile. And so for the near future, we will still very much rely on the layered approaches that we have today for ballistic missile defense. We are certainly
layered approach. You've used that term several times.
Yes, sir. We look to be able to take multiple engagements on any missile as it's coming in. And so in a perfect world, we would try to intercept and take out the missile when it's still coming out of the ground and being launched from the enemy territory. That's the boost phase. While it's in space, it's the mid-course phase. And then as it's coming back into the atmosphere, it's the terminal phase. Today, we very much focus on the mid-course for engagements. We would certainly look to be able to try to bring technology to bear that we could get into the boost phase preferred, but then we may also have capabilities, an underlayer of capability that could be brought to bear to then have a second shot or a second engagement capability while it's in terminal. And so the layers of defense or defense in depth is what I refer to when I mention layered missile defense.
I think the prior administration lowered the directed energy budget by a half over the past 4 or 5 years. I think that was a terrible strategic mistake. I hope this administration will remedy that because you mentioned it's going to be years. One way to make it months instead of years is to devote more resources to the research and development of that capability, which it seems to me is clearly the technology of the future in this field. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Tupperville.
Thank you. Sounds like a guessing game to me. Yeah, a lot of things that are going to happen. Of course, I don't know how many missiles that could reach our mainland that they have right now, but obviously space is going to decide a lot of that with missiles coming from space in the near future. But that being said, General, how we doing on Guam? We get the Aegis system started about, 3 years ago, maybe a little less. How you doing? Getting better?
Senator, getting better. Lots of teamwork across the services and with the Missile Defense Agency, and my hat goes off to General Collins and his team who really led the Department of Defense in early implementation, all the legwork for laying the ground efforts for the military construction that will occur there. We demonstrated, MDA demonstrated this last year, early Aegis Guam capability. With a flight test that was executed there very successfully. That work was really the starting point. That equipment has stayed on site. It offers a credible deterrence against potential adversaries, while the Army then does its planning to come in the 27 timeframe with the next, what we call Tranche 1 of capability for Guam. It is a lot of consensus building. It is a lot of teamwork across the Department of Defense. This is the homeland, so in several ways we're learning a lot of lessons that we believe can also apply to the Golden Dome team as they continue that mission set. But very optimistic that the Army's going to meet its mission, that we'll have a credible capability on island in the time frame we lay out.
Have we decided who's going to operate it?
Well, that decision, as we build out the overall command and control capability, the C2 for the defense of Guam would typically fall to the Air Force to conduct that overall coordination, but it will be manned jointly as we have both Navy systems, Air Force systems, Army systems on the ground. We'll have servicemen and women from all of those services operating it typically under an Air Force leadership who will then report to the combatant commander, Admiral Papano.
Does that include Reserve, National Guard?
Sir, it absolutely can. And we, even with the small footprint the Army's had on island today, with the Task Force Talon, which is the THAAD battery. We've relied heavily on the Guam National Guard, who provides a security force for that unit that's operating away from a typical Army base. A great job of those soldiers supporting that mission, truly defending the homeland. And within the Army, there's talk about potentially expanding that mission set for the Guard members on Guam. Still under discussion, so I can't get ahead of those decisions as they play out. But I believe all things are on the table at this point.
Thank you. I know it's a long process, isn't it? Long process. How many years do you think we've got left fully operational?
Senator, I believe we will be improving this capability forever. And defense never rests because offensive threat never rests. So we will continually evolve. The point of our effort is to try to get as much capability as soon as possible. And capability isn't just a thing. It's not just a launcher. It's not just a radar. It's not even just a command and control. It's soldiers, airmen, all the folks who actually man this equipment, ensuring they're properly trained. It's ensuring that we have the proper sustainment tail on island to support it, that we can sustain it not just for a day, but for years in time. So we'll be at this for a while.
Like defending a different offense every week if you're a football coach. You got to change, don't you?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. General Collins, thank you for the footprint you have in my state of Alabama. Redstone Arsenal, we're proud of all the work you're doing. How much of MDA's effort and investment in Golden Dome do you expect to take place in Huntsville, and do you expect to request any additional resources for maintenance or buildings or anything like that in the future?
Well, sir, we're Missile Defense Agency is really proud of being part of the Tennessee Valley and at Redstone Arsenal. Certainly a large contingent of our workforce is at Redstone Arsenal, and as well as many of our industry partners are in that area as well. And so I can't give you an exact percentage, but certainly the engineers, the program managers, the contracting officers, the entire workforce of Missile Defense Agency and the associate industry members are going to be very busy and very devoted to making any of the parts of Golden Dome real.
And you're building things right now too, right? You've got things under construction, I think the last time I was there.
Yes, sir. We're in the middle of a ground test facility infrastructure update, which is a fairly large renovation and construction project that's going on, that's going on right now to help get us ready for the ground test infrastructure we need to support next-gen missile defense. And as we start digesting and dissolving the Golden Dome requirements, there may be additional requirements that we need to make sure we're ready.
I got one more question, if you got time here. General Collins, I want to ask you about our space-based sensors, which is absolutely critical component of any effort to develop the next generation missile defense capability. Last year, the U.S. put a new hypersonic and ballistic tracking space center satellite in orbit. We have any plans, either as part of the Golden Dome architecture or independently, to expand that capability?
Yes, sir. We as well believe that a very effective and resilient space layer is going to be critical to the future missile defense requirements of the homeland as well as our deployed forces. We rely on space assets today as part of our kill chain for initial tip-off, and we will continue to do that. The Space Force, Space Development Agency, will operationalize the HBTSS capability. The relationship we have with Space Force is we may prototype technology that is required and prove it out for missile defense. The Space Force will operationalize that capability as we move forward. And HBTSS will be foundational, that type of technology will be foundational to hypersonic missile defense in the future. And we're working on future prototyping space sensor capabilities, in particular discriminating space sensor to help improve ballistic missile defense in the future as well. We'll prototype and Space Force will operationalize. And so space will be very key to protecting the homeland and our deployed forces in the future. Thanks, Jenna. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tupperville. General Rush, when you look at the defense that Guam's going to retire, you and I earlier today, we had a conversation about that and the importance of integrating those systems, Army, Navy, MDA. My co-chair talked about directed energy and how how important the uses of that could be, and it would be a lot cheaper. But can you compare the systems that we need to integrate for the defense of Guam specifically, and some of the challenges that we face looking at directed energy and the capabilities it has in some more adverse conditions that are out there, maybe not always ready, and the different options it provides you and your soldiers with as you look towards defending that island?
Madam Chair, absolutely, and thank you for the question. So, as we spoke earlier, the new thing that we're doing for Guam is not just putting the individual material systems and programs on island, but really taking the first step at integrating the command and control functions. So Air Force has a system, TOC Light. Navy has their Aegis system, which will be Aegis Guam. Missile Defense Agency has C2BMC, and the Army has the Integrated Air Missile Defense Battle Command System, IBCS. These are 4 separate systems that loosely interoperate now, but we believe that's not good enough in the long term. So we're integrating these with a layer of decision support on top called the Joint Integrated Battle Manager. This capability will leverage a lot of the work that Missile Defense Agency has done to date in that single integrated air picture arena of getting a common air picture with those systems, and then providing a layer of decision aids on top so that the decision maker who's got a hard decision to make on a potential threat can actually do fire direction to the appropriate system that actually has a killing capability. So that's the new work that we're doing for Guam from a command and control or fire control perspective. With regards to directed energy, as General Collins said, the technology is evolving, and the Army, I know, has invested a lot in ground systems from a directed energy perspective. We've deployed several of those systems overseas to get continued operational assessment. And for the defense of Guam, there's a potential, as those technologies continue to evolve, to be integrated in as part of this infrastructure or our architecture. Realizing, though, that directed energy is not a panacea. There are, as you pointed out, there's days, good days and bad days for lasers. Weather can affect their lethality. It can affect the range. And so as we continue to learn about this technology and what its capability is, we also have to ensure that we integrate the atmospherics at the time. As you get closer to the Earth, the air is dirtier. Windy days create dust, which can reflect or refract the light. Moisture can do the same thing if it's raining. So having a mix of capabilities, and that the soldiers that are operating that integrated system understand basically how good the laser is today. The ranges of those directed energy systems are not out at the ranges of our more exquisite and expensive missile systems are. So we have to build that trust with the soldiers that if they let a threat get in closer, to allow directed energy to be the effector, that it's going to work. So that's something that the Army, I know we're working at lower powers necessarily than we would put on Guam, but starting down that venture now and looking forward to see where that technology takes us.
Thank you, General. Senator Kelly, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Collins. So last year, Missile Defense Agency proposed termination of the SM-3. And months after that termination recommendation, that missile was used in defense of Israel against ballistic missiles. So based on the recent combat experience with the SM-3, and I am not sure exactly what the number of rounds that were fired, but is there, what is the current plan for the SM-3 going forward? Has that plan been reevaluated?
Thanks, Senator, for that question. Certainly, in last year's hearing, we certainly talked about the fiscal decision that was made to terminate the SM-3 Block 1B line. And since that, you're very right, it has been a workhorse in the Eastern Mediterranean, protecting the citizens of the State of Israel. As we now are planning with the increased focus on missile defense of the homeland and missile defense in general, the future decision space within the SM-3 program is being relooked at as part of the deliberations for Golden Dome and as well with the President's budget that's in development. What I would also, though, say is through a number of supplementals, we do appreciate the support that has come through supplemental funding that has come back to replenish the SM-3 1B lots that were expended in the Eastern Med. And we will continue to track that very closely with both the Block 1B and the Block 2A as we move forward.
Do you know how many rounds were fired? SM-3 rounds?
I do not have the latest, but it is in the dozens.
And there hasn't been, the SM-3 line has not been shut down at all. So it sounds like, in fact, the rate of production has increased.
The rate of production is still continuing. We are still in the midst of, we still have FY24 and FY25 plus the supplemental funding that still will go on contract before the end of this year. So that line will still remain open for years into the future. It takes a few years from beginning to end to get those rounds out. So the decisions, the funding decisions, though, are here and now to make sure we continue to keep that line open and viable as we move forward.
Go back to last year when the decision was made to terminate production of SM-3. What was the plan for the follow-on missile that would perform the duties of the SM-3?
Sir, there wasn't a plan set forward on a replacement for the SM-3 1B. It was to rely more on the Block 2A line, which is a larger, more expensive missile, but the quantity production rates were lower for that missile, but that was the decision.
Right, General Rosh, appreciate all the work you and your team have done on the Guam defense system, and interested in hearing any lessons from Guam defense that can be applied to Golden Dome as we come up with a plan. I know the study has been, well, the timeline for the 60-day study is complete, but anything that informed that study from Guam defense?
Senator, thank you for your question, and absolutely lessons learned. Guam, being part of the homeland, provides a lot of the same challenges that we will have here at CONUS. Interagency cooperation and coordination will be required. We've certainly learned that on Guam, so it's not just a DoD venture, it's bringing in the whole of government as far as site locations, environmentals, everything that we have to do there, and have certainly shared that across with the teammates as they're thinking about the Golden Dome challenge. The other area that I believe is significant is the integration of our command and control systems. You know, our services have typically fought the air missile defense threat as stovepipes, and so our work to do that level of integration for at least the land piece of those systems, from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and Missile Defense Agency, to start the integration of that will absolutely should be a model, or at least a starting point for how we take on the bigger challenge of developing an air missile defense capability across the entire continental U.S.
And Ms. Jaffe, on the 60-day study, I know the report has gone to the White House. I don't know if the president has signed off on it yet. It doesn't sound like it. But I want to just hear if you can speak to what kind of preliminary activities have been accomplished, and anything you can say about what you've discovered in the 60-day study.
Sir, thank you. I think I can say broadly, as you know, this executive order really challenged the department to take this integrated approach in a really unprecedented way that would require the breaking down of silos to be successful. When it came into the building, our office, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, joined with joint staff to bring together all of the stakeholders and start working on different design options. We matured them to a place that the technical experts took over and really refined them into a few different options to bring to the Secretary. My understanding is the Secretary of Defense and other department leaders have engaged with the President, and the hope is that there will be an announcement soon, certainly tied with the budget. There was certainly a breadth of options looked at that tied the new and potential ways to accelerate developmental capabilities, to get some demonstrations with the existing capabilities so that we can have an integrated layered system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator King, you are recognized.
General Rash, I'm very interested in Guam as a test bed. which has been discussed repeatedly in this hearing. My question is, how much has the development of the missile defense infrastructure on Guam cost?
Senator, that's a good question, obviously one that gets a lot of interest because there tends to be a conflating of different costs to support overall the island of Guam. Obviously still recovering from a horrible typhoon a few years ago. There's dollars that the DoD is investing in fixing things that were damaged from that.
I understand that, but can the defense piece that you've discussed here today be isolated and identified? Somebody must know what it's cost.
Yes, Senator, it can, and we've estimated that at about an $8 billion investment. Not new investment, but really it's the cost of the systems that the services we're building already that will now be located at Guam. Approximately $8 billion across all of the services when you look through the overall cost of the individual components.
I find that concerning because I just did a calculation. There are 779 cities in the United States with more than 50,000 people. Many of them, in fact, Guam is half the size of San Antonio. So if we're talking about providing the level of defense that we have on Guam for our citizens in our country, we're talking about an awful lot of money. I can't do the math in my head, but 800 times $6 billion is a pretty astronomical cost. Again, as you can tell, I'm skeptical. I want to be proven wrong. And I'll look forward to future hearings and discussions and seeing how Golden Dome evolves. The question is it the best place to put our money, or should we be developing our deterrent capability and accelerating the reconstruction of the triad as a more effective deterrent than one that looks like it has some technical and financial questions? But I think the next time we have this hearing, we probably will have some more answers about what Golden Dome actually looks like. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for protecting the homeland. It's just a question of how much will it cost relative to other defense needs, and how effective can it be technologically given the development of things like hypersonics, maneuverable missiles that, as you know, General Guillemot, are below the level of traditional sensors and much more difficult to intercept. So I'll look forward to continuing this discussion, and certainly I hope, Madam Chair, that as soon as Golden Dome is more formulated, we can have a hearing to discuss its components.
Thank you, Senator King. I agree with you. I believe Golden Dome is part of the mix and the options that are out there as we look at the defense of our homeland, and specifically in the Indo-Pacific with Guam as well. We've heard from a number of our panelists at posture hearings, but also in classified briefings, that the administration has followed previous administrations in putting the top priority on our triad, on modernization, on making sure that the president will have options there as well. So I look forward to seeing with you how Golden Dome is going to be able to fit in the mix along with hypersonics and many other options that are going to be available in the future. With that, I thank the panel for being here today. Senator King and I need to get down and vote, but we thank all of you for your dedication, for the time you give us here in the Senate and on this subcommittee especially, and the information you provide us. Thank you. We are adjourned.
I mean, I can tell you both are so important. Information technology, artificial intelligence. We can't fall behind. I mean, I was trying to explain to some folks back home, they go, why is AI so important? They go, well, if you're way ahead of AI and you have quantum computing, you can break codes real easily. I mean, so if the other side has it, it puts our communications at risk. We map the world multiple times over. AI can help us decipher what things are moving, left or right. Where's the aircraft at here? What ships are in and out of harbor just that fast? And so it's really important that we stay ahead of AI. So I appreciate hearing from you, Mr. Maddie, and Mr. Errington, great to have you here. I could tell you I really enjoyed hearing your last time you were here, about how you were trying to do the art of the possible when it comes to spectrum. Yet, you're going to protect what's important. And I will tell you, I think the vast majority of the Armed Services Committee, I think it could be all, but at least I know it's the vast majority, we want to protect that part of the spectrum that our military needs for missile defense, air defense, or whatever it may be. So and you convinced us that you were really working that hard to find out what areas we can work on for switching it over and what we have to actually protect. So we look forward to hearing more from you. And with that, I'll yield to our ranking member and my friend, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief because I know we have votes as well. I'd like to welcome Dr. Maddie and Ms. Arrington. Thank you for appearing before the subcommittee. We need, of course, IT infrastructure as a foundation for many of the systems our warfighters depend on. I look forward to hearing about your efforts on the Zero Trust ecosystem and the current status and future of DoD's use of cloud computing and authority to operate reform. On the topic of AI, I look forward to hearing how CDAO will be helping to guide the department in their efforts to ethically and responsibly integrate AI into numerous systems. And with that, I want to thank again our witnesses for appearing, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, we yield to Ms. Arrington.
Good morning. Chairman Bacon, sorry, my coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Let's start over again. Good morning, Chairman Bacon and Ranking Member Khanna, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify alongside my friend Dr. Maddie, to whom I am truly grateful has come to the Department of Defense, to progress in digital transformation. He actually has done more in 16 days than one would think humanly possible, so thank you, sir. As you know, this committee's leadership has consistently empowered the DoD CIO to build a robust and integrated architecture, ensure interoperability, and prescribe crucial network and cybersecurity standards. This authority includes oversight of the information technology and cybersecurity budgets across the department, as it is vital for our success. We are committed to working with this committee to enhance lethality, readiness, and deterrence for our warfighters. We are actively collaborating with the Department of Government Efficiency on cost-saving initiatives in response to the Secretary's mandate to eliminate wasteful spending. We are streamlining software procurement by first consulting our buyer's catalog prior to customization and leveraging that to achieve DoD data standards across the department. The DoD and CDAO are securing AI systems and developing guidelines to manage AI-specific cybersecurity risk, ensure strategic investment and alignment, and implement consistent security standards, including advanced threat detection and response. Cybersecurity remains paramount. We are focused on identity control and access management, ICAM, Zero Trust, and securing the defense industrial base. The Defense Information Systems Agency, otherwise known as DISA, Non-Classified Internet Protocol Router Network, NIPR, Federation Hub, and the DoD CIO's ICAM Federation Framework are driving enterprise adoption of ICAM. The recent mandate for financial and non-financial systems to onboard to identity providers and enable automated account provisioning will further strengthen our security posture. Our Zero Trust implementation is progressing at a rapid rate. Component implementation plans outline their paths to target Zero Trust by FY27. The success of Flank Speed, Thunderdome, and Fort Zero in achieving target or advanced ZT demonstrates the viability of our approach. We are extending this to mission partner environment, revolutionizing secure information exchange with allies and partners. And of course, protecting the DIB is a key priority. And the DoD is implementing the CMMC program to verify cybersecurity practices by the DIB to protect sensitive, unclassified information. The number of self-assessments and independent assessments is encouraging and ensures industry's commitment to this crucial effort. We are moving beyond the traditional risk management framework to embrace AI-powered continuous monitoring. This shift, along with the Software Fast Track initiative, will accelerate software security delivery by focusing on the software supply chain and the development environmental security. The bottom line is we are here to create a culture of cybersecurity. That is our job. In partnership with CDAO, my office is developing supply chain risk management requirements to establish a common operating picture and improve interoperability with business systems. The Joint Warfighting Cloud capability is transforming our IT infrastructure. We are streamlining cloud contracts, reducing sprawl, and focusing on edge computing to enhance operational resilience. Command, control, and communications are fundamental to military effectiveness, and our prioritization initiatives like CJAD-C2, Global Command Control Systems Joint, electromagnetic spectrum operations, dynamic spectrum sharing, spectrum IT modernization, 5G implementation, and position navigation and timing modernization to ensure information superiority. Cryptographic modernization also remains a priority to develop the next generation of quantum-resistant encryption to ensure our continued security. For defense business systems, DoD is consolidating and streamlining business functions and data, retiring legacy systems, and implementing data-driven portfolio management. This transformation will improve efficiency, enable data integration, and support informed decision-making. The DoD's CIO's annual IT budget certification process, guided by the Capability Program Guidance, ensures alignment with strategic priorities. This allows the Department to identify and address capability risks, working with components to ensure effective resource allocation. Finally, cultivating a digital workforce is essential to the future. Investments in training and education and partnerships with industry and academia ensures we have the talent necessary to meet the evolving challenges of the digital battle space. Once again, I cannot enforce enough the need for a culture of cybersecurity, a culture of zero trust, a culture of secure by design is one of the goals that I have as CIO as well I'm in the role. I look forward to your questions and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Ms. Arrington. Dr. Maddie.
Chairman Bacon, Ranking Member Khanna, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Today is my first appearance before Congress as the Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Officer, and I'm glad to be alongside my teammate and our Acting Chief Information.
Any time without objection, so ordered. As I said, Chairman Bergman is in the Veterans Affairs Committee. I am going to read his opening statement now, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garamendi for any opening statements that he may have. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today to discuss the current state of our military readiness. Overall, the time is upon us to take credible steps in the Indo-PACOM area to deter future conflict. China's ever-expanding military efforts threaten the Indo-PACOM nations and destabilize the global norm. While I'm pleased that we took the first step toward addressing these Indo-PACOM threats in our reconciliation efforts last week, we need to be particularly critical of our existing forces and their troubling readiness levels. Aviation readiness, for example, has our aviation forces especially problematic. If we have 100 aircraft but half the inventory is not available because of lack of parts, maintenance, or personnel, we really pushed forward in changing the overall readiness? We need to significantly reform our approach to ensure our forces are not only ready in the next decade, but more importantly, ready in the next year. As to the Army, I'm particularly concerned about their Indo-PACOM response. Efforts to reduce Army watercraft and lack of modernization of our ship-to-shore capabilities are specifically troubling. Additionally, the Army has significant Guard and Reserve mobilization concerns. We need to substantially improve manning, training, and material readiness of these forces and expand efforts to provide joint logistics to further deter future conflict. As to the Navy, we need to quickly reduce the 22,000 sailor shortage in our fleet, and we need to get our ships out of dry dock. Our inability to construct and maintain our submarine force is a national and international imperative. With our Air Force, it's hard to be a deterrent force when the overall aviation force structure will be diminished by almost 400 aircraft over the next 5 years. When this reduction is compounded with the reduced mission-capable rates endemic across the enterprise, we appear to be going in the wrong direction. As to the Space Force, we find that their mission effectiveness is especially sensitive to their infrastructure readiness, and their military manpower shortage puts significant strain on a small but motivated cadre of Guardians. We need to ensure infrastructure redundancy is available with the right Guardians to ensure mission success. And finally, my Marine Corps. At the heart of this amphibious ship conundrum is the Navy's inability to adequately support the amphibious force structure and their own assessment that 16 of the 32 amphibious ships are in unsatisfactory condition. Our amphibious forces are the bedrock of our 9/11 force and essential for the projection of power in the Indo-PACOM area. We need to realize the 80% surge-ready vision for the entire fleet, including our amphibious forces. To all of our witnesses, it is obvious that we all have much work to do. To all of our witnesses, it is obvious that we all have much work to do to credibly deter future conflict. I look forward to working with each of you to significantly improve the readiness of our military forces. I now yield to my good friend and ranking member, Mr. Garamendi, for any comments he may wish to offer.
Thank you. I know you're going to be shocked, but I do have a few things to say. First of all, I want to thank the gentlemen that are here that are testifying. Thank you for the briefings ahead of this meeting, and really thank you for your work. So I'm going to go ahead and read this because I think it's rather important. This hearing is one of the most important that this subcommittee holds each and every year. While it's preferable to have it after the budget is released, I'm confident that we can still have a robust conversation about the chronic readiness issues facing your departments. What is unique about this year is that the reconciliation bill we marked up last week, should it ever become law, the Department of Defense would have an unprecedented amount of money to spend in the vicinity of $1 trillion, perhaps even more, extra $150 billion over the next decade. Even correcting for inflation, that's a lot of money. And I will have no patience for a narrative that tells me that you simply don't have enough money to fund weapons maintenance, training, fuel, resiliency, housing, and infrastructure sustainment. No matter how much money you will get at the end of this process, there will never be enough to do everything. Certainly not the cost of the major weapons programs as they are currently in the pipeline and as they are currently expected to cost. But if we keep sacrificing sustainment on the altar of new and shiny, it's your and our service members who are going to pay the price. But this is a discussion for the next year at this time. I want to talk about readiness and what it means now. We're in a moment where each of you is being asked to balance our past, present, and future sustainment needs. These witnesses know more than most that we are sustaining buildings and weapons and platforms far beyond their service life. And we must ensure that we have the parts, the people, and the equipment to continue that sustainment. We do not have it now. Earlier in this year, we heard from the GAO that you are still struggling to meet your own sustainment goals in almost every platform, whether it's ground, air, or naval vessels. And we just heard from the chairman about naval vessels. When I travel abroad, I hear the challenges our warfighters have in getting the parts they need to keep these platforms flying. We euphemistically call these systems legacy systems. But these are the platforms our soldiers, our sailors, and airmen and Marines will use if we fight tonight. And it's our duty to ensure that we continue to sustain them while those platforms remain in service. We have not done a good job, neither us in Congress nor you and your departments. When we talk about sustainment in the present, I think about my favorite platform, the F-35. We as Congress need to work with you to ensure that we have the data rights, Anybody listening out there from the private sector? The parts and the infrastructure to allow your maintainers, or as it presently is for some, the contract maintainers, to fix this incredibly expensive and presently underperforming platform. We cannot afford to fall behind on holding the contractors accountable to this nation's national security needs just so they can have an extra pretty penny. And I challenge us, particularly those of us on this committee, that this is our problem as well as the gentleman before us. That brings me to the need to focus on sustainment in the future. The Army. Well, you made a big announcement this last week about your efforts to modernize and transform. I'm delighted that you're doing that. I'm delighted that you're taking the lessons of Ukraine and other lessons into account. Good. And while I'm sure that we're going to argue about the details, I applaud that effort to modernize, to innovate, and to free all of us from the burdensome procurement processes that too often are used to buy new weapon systems that are often too expensive, too hard to sustain, and late to need. As the Readiness Ranking Member, I would be remiss if I did not counsel you to not forget about the sustainment tail on each and every one of these systems. General Mingus, I'm talking to you specifically, but I know the other 4 of you are in the same process. And if you go forward without talking about sustainment, without building into the contracts, whatever that might be, and into your own programming, the necessity to sustain. We talked to the Air Force about you still have not built the sufficient depots for the F-35. And that program is more than 20 years old. I'm not finished. For too long, we've built the sustainment cost or plans into contracts with the big defense contractors, and it hasn't been done. In addition to incorporating additive manufacturing, data packaging for maintenance, and predictive maintenance into these contracts, I want to hear from you about how you are thinking about sustainability in the future in a contested environment and prior to a contested environment. While we are modernizing the way we fight, we must modernize how we think about sustainment and how to get parts, people, and the fuel to the point of need. My favorite members on the acquisition subcommittees, we need to whack them across the side of the head and say, guys, you buy it, we're left to see that it's sustained. Okay? I want to shift briefly to an issue that's on top of all of our minds, resiliency. This subcommittee, when I was chairman, and then later when Michael Walsh was chairman, we took resiliency seriously, and we had plenty of examples. Earthquake at China Lake, several $billion. Air Force bases on the coast in Florida, $5 billion. And the Air Force didn't want to listen, nor did my colleagues want to listen about, you're going to build right back where you had the previous hurricane? Are you betting on no hurricane for the next 50 years? Did I mention Camp Lejeune? I think I had. The Marine Corps. Resiliency becomes critically important. Anybody from Texas around here? Shall we talk about the big freeze? These are critical issues. And I know that the current administration has designated resiliency along with DEI. And if there's any mention of resiliency, it seems as though it's verboten and you're not supposed to talk it or do it and you're supposed to get rid of it. Stupid. Really stupid. So I want us to spend, and I hope we will, spend considerable time talking about resiliency in all of its various formats and in all of its various ways in which it affects readiness. Another area that's been corrupted by ideology is the operational energy. A whole lot of people think this is the greening of our military bases. Well, it is in part, and that's not a bad thing. It would be a good thing if we could do operational energy issues and reduce the cost of fuel by putting in some sort of a green energy system, or maybe it's a nuclear energy system. All of those things are possible. But this is more than greening. This is the ability of that base to continue to operate when the power is down. We don't have a massive nationwide shutdown of power yet, but we've had our regional shutdown. And each of your facilities, when that happens, has been affected. So how do you deal with that? Operational energy. We need to think about that. We need to make sure that that's part of what we're doing going forward. Advanced batteries, thermal energy, all kinds of ways it can be done, and each of you operate in different geographic and environmental areas, and the solution varies. But at least for me, and I hope for this committee, we continue to talk about operational energy in the sustainment, the readiness, the resiliency. There's many, many other things. I'm going to shut this down. Mr. Chairman, you've been generous. You guys have each of you have an extremely important task. And I know that you're thinking about all that you have to do, but ultimately it comes down to Is your organization ready to go tonight or tomorrow or in 2027? What do you need to do that? I will do everything, and I'm sure this committee will do everything it possibly can to encourage you to be ready in every way that that word applies. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Yes, sir. General Mingus, 5 minutes. Keep it close, please, sir.
Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Army stands ready to defend our nation. Right now, over 110,000 soldiers are deployed or forward stationed across 140 countries, executing missions that deter, defend, and provide immediate response options. However, being forward doesn't guarantee we're ahead. Our adversaries are adapting faster than our processes, and our Army cannot afford to treat readiness, modernization, and force structure as separate conversations. The Army is building a force that is leaner, more lethal, and equipped to operate in contested domains with speed and precision. Under Transformation and Contact, or TIC, we are enhancing our tactical networks, rapidly fielding UAS, counter-UAS, electronic warfare systems, increasing mobility across our formations. In the last 10 months, TIC delivered 11 new capabilities and technologies to warfighters across the 101st, 25th, 10th Mountain, and the 34th Infantry Division. In FY25 and 26, we'll expand this effort to entire divisions and beyond, i.e. TIC 2.0. The Army Transformation Initiative, or ATI, expands this transformation in contact. It allows us to restructure formations to dominate future battlefields, while also advancing the development and delivery of critical capabilities and end programs that no longer deliver value. Under ATI, we are accelerating the delivery of our new M1E3 tank, our next future vertical lift, the next generation command and control. We're closing the long-standing gaps in counter-UAS, expanding integrated air defense, and bringing long-range hypersonic capability this year. ATI also includes a plan for how we fund and field those systems with more agile and responsive funding tools to keep pace with operational demand and technological advancement. Lastly, we're expanding our magazine depth by continuing to modernize our organic industrial base to ensure the systems and munitions we produce are sustained at scale. However, weapons and equipment do not define readiness, soldiers do. And the Army is making targeted investments to ensure that they can focus on their mission. New barracks construction, modernization efforts are replacing outdated housing, dining facilities are being updated to provide more flexible, nutritious options, and holistic health and fitness program, or H2F, embeds directly into our units to ensure peak human performance. Recruiting, it remains a priority. The Army exceeded its goal in '24 with over 55,000, and its targeted 61,000 this year. As of this morning, we're at 56,279 in the door. That's 92% of mission, and we still have 4 months to go, which means we're starting to build our DEP, our delayed entry program, already this year. And I'll end on budget. The Army is being asked to do more with less, and we've reached a point where it is no longer possible. With no budget increases to offset inflation and reduce buying power, the rising costs and pay and allowances consume our top line. What's left is no longer enough to modernize the force or sustain our infrastructure required at the pace. The Army essentially has 3 levers: end strength, readiness, and modernization. Over the past few years, the Army has had to cut billions from our modernization budget, and as a result, procurement is reduced to minimum sustainable rates. Delaying fielding of new material to formations and research and development is slowing down. The reality is the Army can afford a large, ready, or modern force, but with the current budget, it cannot afford all 3. Thus, Army Transformation Initiative. We are making difficult trades to preserve combat power and ensure we're ready to dominate the next fight. But we can't close the gaps just through ATI alone. So we are asking for the means to keep pace with the demands the nation places on us and the threats we know are coming. With the right budget and flexibility within that budget, we still have time to make the right investments. Ultimately, this is about what kind of Army we want to put in combat, along with our joint partners, one that is postured to win or one that is constantly closing the gaps. That decision is being made right now, and the consequences will last far beyond this year or next. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Admiral.
Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, Subcommittee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the readiness of the United States Navy. A ready Navy promotes the national security and prosperity of the United States. Your oversight and funding ensure that we are ready when the nation calls. In the past year alone, our sailors have defeated hundreds of drones and missiles and executed dozens of strikes in the Red Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. They have strengthened alliances and deterred Chinese aggression in the Western Pacific, and they have supported operations on the southern border. And they have maintained an unbroken strategic deterrent with our ballistic missile submarines. In short, the Navy, alongside and integrated with the Joint Force, remains postured and ready to fight and win. But our adversaries are not resting, and neither will we. We must improve with urgency. I've spoken to several of you about a sustained focus on adapting the mindset, skill set, and tool set to drive meaningful process improvement. Regarding our budget, consistent and predictable funding is foundational to our improvement efforts. At the time when we need to move faster to counter China and global instability, we are fiscally moving slower. Our priority remains our readiness accounts, which are most vulnerable under a full-year CR. We are hopeful OSD contingency funds will mitigate the Navy's most acute readiness needs. Despite these challenges, our Navy will maintain ready platforms, people, and infrastructure. We set an ambitious goal to make 80% of our ships, submarines, and aircraft combat surge ready by January 1st, 2027. To do that, we are reducing maintenance delays and improving manning, training, modernization, and sustainment. We are seeing progress. In the last year, we increased surface ship depot maintenance from 41% on-time completion to 68%. Unfortunately, this progress is not consistent across all platforms. I am not satisfied with amphibious ship maintenance. Our Navy and Marine Corps operate as a lethal integrated force, and we have work to do here. Our second goal is recruiting and retaining talent. The Navy is committed to attracting and developing Americans who can innovate, solve hard problems, and dominate in combat. Thanks to process improvements and targeted investment, we contracted over 40,000 sailors last year, the most since 2003, and we are currently on pace to exceed our recruiting goals for FY25. We are also committed to improving quality of service. We have reduced waitlist at our child development centers from 3,400 at the start of FY24 to 3,100 as of March of 2025. We reduced the pool of unaccompanied housing rooms rated as poor from 25% last year to 21%, and we'll reduce it further through focused investments and divestitures. We are focusing investment on critical infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific, targeting it where it has the most impact on our warfighters. The Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program is a once-in-a-century opportunity to improve effectiveness in our public yards. In closing, I am proud of the Navy's accomplishments in the past year, and I'm excited about the shift of thinking in propelling our nation's maritime rejuvenation. This whole-of-government and whole-of-nation effort is essential to our nation's security and prosperity. We have work to do to ensure we will remain the world's premier maritime force for another 250 years. Your leadership and support are critical in that imperative. On behalf of the sailors, civilians, and families around the world, I thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
General Mahoney.
Good afternoon, Rep. Scott, and thank you, and Ranking Member Garamendi and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thanks for this opportunity to come and address you on Marine Corps readiness. I'm honored to represent the Marine Corps and have a discussion about a lot of the issues that were brought out in the opening statements. Since my testimony last year, your Marine Corps has continued to progress and refine our force design plan, which is 7 budget cycles deep, and we've refined that plan with our campaign of learning. Our air-ground task force remained the centerpiece of our crisis response capabilities right on through conflict. We're modernizing our force to meet the challenges of the modern battlefield. As directed by our Commandant, we have balanced our modernization capabilities with our ability to respond in the here and now, their ability to respond to crisis and conflict tonight. This balance ensures that the over 30,000 Marines forward postured and forward deployed, the vast majority of them in the Indo-PACOM region, are trained and ready to support the combatant commanders' competition campaign, as well as deter and deny global threats, and when necessary, fight our nation's battles. Whether acting as the forward eyes and ears as the joint force standing in the first island chain or operating with our newest allies in the high north or securing our southern border. Your Marines are ready to operate, as the song says, in any climate and place to protect our nation's interest, integrated with the fleet and the joint force. But there remain challenges to our warfighting readiness, the most acute detractors, one of which is the absence of predictable funding. For 14 out of the last 15 years, as everybody here knows, we have operated under continuing resolution for some part of the year, and this year for an entire year. As CRs have persisted through each year, the lack of on-time and predictable funding has hampered our ability to carry out a business plan and has constrained our ability to balance that readiness with modernization. The next is a lack of amphibious ship availability, which has already been discussed. As well, we have a late-to-need absence of organic littoral mobility, which prevents the movement, maneuver, and sustainment of our stand-in forces at the point of contest, at the point of friction, and inhibits the flexibility to sustain those forces. These last two capability gaps elevate risk and degrade force readiness across the conflict continuum. We are working closely with our shipmates in the Navy and across the Department of the Navy to address the shortfalls with amphibs and littoral mobility. And we appreciate, in particular, this subcommittee's continued support in reinvigorating the maritime industrial base and working towards on-time and predictable funding to support these efforts. Despite these challenges, your Marine Corps remains ready. Our personnel, maintenance, supply, training readiness remains strong, just as you might expect. In both recruiting and retention, the Marine Corps has made mission and exceeded expectations in '24, and you heard it here first. We'll do it again this year. I cannot say enough about the excellence and discipline of our recruiting force, who continue to do what others say may not be possible, and that is making mission year after year and never compromising standards, which is something we will never do. That discipline, together with consistent funding, remain the key ingredients of our high state of readiness. Our unprecedented second unmodified audit opinion is evidence of this discipline. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, this was no small undertaking. And you also heard it here first. We'll get the hat trick this year in a clean opinion. With your support for resources, we will work to restore the state of our barracks to a state that our Marines and sailors deserve. The Marine Corps is appreciative of the continued congressional assistance and support of the Commandant's priorities, which are creating an enduring total force readiness. With your advocacy, we'll sustain our current and future readiness to maintain the honor of being first to fight. I appreciate your attention. I'm happy to answer your questions.
General Spain.
Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, and members of the subcommittee, like the others, I thank you for the opportunity this hearing provides to talk about the elements of readiness for the Air Force. The four primary pillars being parts and supply, people, flying and training, and current infrastructure. To these, I would add elements for future readiness, rebuilding via acquisitions, long-term sustainment, and recruiting and retention at a relevant pace and scale, all in a way that reflects our shared purpose. I can confidently state that America's Air Force stands ready and able to defend the homeland, ensure a robust nuclear deterrent via our two legs of the nuclear triad, and project power around the world to deter and win as the nation requires. It's our solemn duty, and your airmen are ready. It is also a fact that today's airmen will do so with the oldest airplanes, the smallest force, and with fewer monthly flying hours than at any point in our history. Airmen have and always will get the job done, but today they do so at elevated risk. Meanwhile, China's military forces are expanding and modernizing. Their nuclear modernization, long-range missile proliferation, and recent test flights of 2 sixth-gen aircraft is simply further evidence of the elevated threat in this strategic environment. Conflict is certainly not desirable, nor is it inevitable, but it is our responsibility to be prepared should diplomacy or deterrence fail. Often, we have focused on the individual elements of readiness and not how they must be synchronized to create a warfighting capability over time. Even in this hearing, we will likely talk about individual programs and individual projects, all of which are very important. But the previous strategic environment, mostly permissive and without a significant challenger, allowed us the luxury of segmented attention, priority, and risk. Today's strategic environment does not. Today's readiness requires a synchronized approach, the right parts and the right maintainers and the right support infrastructure and the right qualified air crew, and all in the right balance, and not or. A shortfall in any of these accounts can negate investments in the others. Many of our past decisions were appropriate given the previous strategic environment and associated budgets, but no longer. So within the Air Force, we've taken deliberate steps to see this for what it is and do something about it. We've specifically prioritized parts and supply in the flying hour program. We have also reconnected our manpower and infrastructure priorities directly to core readiness outcomes in both our processes and our data. It's our intent to maintain focus and priority on these pillars to strengthen our readiness and improve our lethality, and we're moving out. I'm grateful for this committee and the broader Congress's support. I look forward to your questions and to working with you to deliberately improve our current and future readiness posture and undeniably retain our position as the world's greatest Air Force. Thank you.
General Goodline.
Thank you, Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, and all the distinguished members of this subcommittee for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the United States Space Force with you and with the American people today. The Space Force underpins our nation's capabilities within the Joint Force, within our economy, and within society as a whole. In our first 5 years of existence, we have validated the importance of the Space Force as a service and made remarkable progress in building an agile, mission-focused organization that grasps the magnitude of the threat. We have established our identity, developed doctrine, and taken significant steps to integrate space power into joint operations. As a result, our military is faster, better connected, more informed, precise, and lethal because of our ability to harness space. The world's use of space is growing at an accelerating rate, and as access to and use of space grows, the strategic landscape in space is becoming increasingly complex and perilous, even compared to our other warfighting domains. Our competitors are jamming GPS signals, spoofing and disrupting satellite communications, and developing advanced anti-satellite weapons. Unfortunately, these unsafe and unprofessional behaviors have become the norm rather than the exception. They create an increasingly hostile environment for the space domain capabilities essential to our security and prosperity, and put at risk the continued freedoms to which we have become accustomed. To meet these challenges, the Space Force is accelerating our transformation as a warfighting service through our theory of success, competitive endurance. Competitive endurance is the bedrock of our ability to deter and, if necessary, defeat our adversaries. This approach ensures we avoid operational surprise, deny first mover advantage, and engage in responsible counterspace campaigning, all of which result in bolstering the deterrence of attacks against U.S. interests. An essential requirement supporting competitive endurance is Guardian development. We are focused on purpose-built training to meet the unique needs of the United States Space Force. Our Guardians are dedicated professionals, and we must ensure they have the necessary training, the resources, and unwavering commitment to continue to serve and face these threats head-on. At only 3% of the budget and 1% of the personnel, the Space Force offers an immense value proposition for our nation. However, it is woefully under-resourced to meet the demands for space capabilities placed on it by our combatant commanders and by the nation. We must increase investments to deter the threat and, if necessary, decisively defeat challenges to U.S. superiority. The strategic choices we make today will determine whether space remains a domain for peace and progress or becomes a contested battleground for future conflict. Achieving this vision requires a shared commitment to providing the Space Force with the resources, the authorities, and the support necessary to meet the growing challenges of the space warfighting domain. On behalf of all Guardians and their families, thank you for your support and resolute commitment to ensuring the Space Force remains a cornerstone of joint force lethality and protecting the American way of life. I look forward to working with all of you, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're now going to move to questions. I'm going to stay on the clock. The ranking member has agreed to stay on the clock, and we're going to keep others on the clock as well so that we can get to everybody's questions. I'm going to start with you, General Mingus. In the U.S. Army 18X, I don't need a long statement on this, but obviously this is a great way to get the right people, both high school and college athletes who typically have better grades or in better shape than average, into our pipeline. You've heard my concerns in that if you're an athlete, especially if you're a D1 athlete, you've probably got some injuries in your past, and my concern is the Genesis program disqualifying people from service under the 18X program. Can you speak to how we would improve the MEPS review process to enable more of these athletes with minor recoverable injuries into the 18X program?
Yes, sir. First of all, we're exceeding expectations this year for the 18X rate for the first time in several years. Second is talking to Lieutenant General Johnny Davis. He personally looks at every one of those that comes in through if it requires a waiver. And so it has his personal attention to make sure that, because I've heard the horror stories too. My son just went through it going into the Coast Guard for a rowing injury. And so we are very cognizant of the fact that we've got some great athletes out there that may have had a bump or a bruise growing up that we need to take a hard look. So he is personally looking at every single one of those.
Great. General Spain, General Gutlein, I want to come to spectrum. We talk about space a lot, but spectrum is something that we don't talk about that much. We cannot win the future wars without both the space capabilities and access to spectrum. Can you describe the operational impact to the Air Force of sharing or even potentially losing the spectrum in the 3.1 to 3.45 gigahertz range?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question, and appreciate the opportunity to talk on the spectrum issue. I think it's important to understand that virtually all of our radars exist in one of the necessary ranges of the spectrum that are critical for warfighting capability, whether that's sensing, sense-making, or target tracking. They exist in our airborne platforms and our ground-based radar platforms. We understand the demand from industry, and we understand the draw to that band, to those bands from industry, and the profit potential there. But we need to study the impacts to warfighting readiness and training ability, and our ability to test against advanced threats within those domains as well.
Representative, the electromagnetic spectrum superiority is foundational to the way we achieve military superiority. We have spent decades building capabilities in those spectrums that you've talked about, whether that be our radars, our deep space radars, our strategic communications, et cetera. They would take decades, if not longer, and billions of dollars to replace those national capabilities that we rely on vitally every single day.
General Gutlein, when we talk about readiness in space, it's not just availability of a platform, but also taskability of that system. For space-based ISR platforms spanning national, commercial, and now service-specific ownership, how are you integrating and deconflicting the tasks across those platforms to meet the military intelligence and national intelligence priorities?
Representative, thank you for that question. And I would say it varies across sensor platform. If you look at our legacy systems, we deconflict those by different domains and different weapon systems. As we move into the more modern systems, our commercial systems are deconflicted by what we call a joint commercial operations cell, where we bring all the providers together to make sure we deconflict the taskings and we don't duplicate effort. If you come forward into the new generation resilient radar system that we're building with the National Reconnaissance Office, we're starting to do deconfliction through artificial intelligence and machine learning. If you look at the systems that we're going to field within the next 5 years, they're all going to be based on artificial intelligence, machine learning. We will deconflict automatically in a machine-to-machine type manner.
Okay. General Spain, just very, very briefly in the last 40 seconds, just a couple of tangible ways that we could help the Air Force recover readiness at a faster pace than we currently are.
Yes, sir. Understanding the time restriction, the biggest thing is in sustainment, which was mentioned in some of the opening comments. Infusion into sustainment is going to pay the most immediate dividends for the services in our older and aging weapon systems. We appreciate any help on that front, and certainly a right to repair and the ability to fix our own airplanes as they get older would be very helpful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Garamendi, 5 minutes.
I'd like to follow up on all of what you said. I'm curious about deconfliction until the shit hits the fan. Then what happens? Is it really going to get deconflicted? A big issue, and yeah, I'd like to have a little faster service on my iPhone here, but I think there's something far more important that you're doing that we need to pay attention to. So for the commercial folks, you're not going to get sympathy here. Navy, amphibs, raised earlier. 80% of your ships are going to be available to go to sea. Really? How are you going to get that done? What money do you need to do that? What facilities do you need? And finally, there was a little program here that on predictive maintenance, there was a contract to gather the information. Apparently, it was terminated. So I think there's three things out there. What do you need to get to 80%? And specifically, the gentleman next to you is concerned about amphibs. So how are you going to make those available? That was raised by the chairman a moment ago. A little more detail on it, please. Thank you.
Ranking Member Garamendi, thanks for that question. A couple things. One, I'll have to look into that contract cancellation. That was not my understanding, so I'll take that for the record. A correction on 80% available ships. 80% combat surge ready ships that are not in a depot availability. So those ships that are in a depot availability don't count, or aircraft or subs. Of those ships, we need to do a much better job on amphibious ships. There's a couple of causal factors. I'll try to be brief. One, we need to be strict and rigid in our planning. 120 days before that availability starts, we need to lock it down so we can buy the long lead material and do the work that needs to be done. In order to lock that package down correctly, we need to do our open and inspects early enough to inform that package. USS America had 190 open and inspects, and our normal run of show would be to do those in the first 20% of the availability. We pulled that all left. So we understand the condition of those tanks and voids and uptakes so we can better inform the package. So I think that's a main effort. We're going to do 2 signature avails. The signature avail is locking down the package for a big deck amphib on the east and west coast a year in advance. So because those ships are so complex and because they're steam-driven, the LHDs, we're going to pull that left to make sure we have the artisans available to do that work and get it done. One final thing, we're trying to do our diesel work, diesel overhauls, out of the avail to allow work around those availabilities to be conducted uninterrupted. So we're having great success there. So the bottom line is we need to improve, and those methods I described are the ways we're going to get to 80% combat surge.
I suppose this is a yes or no. We've been talking predictive maintenance here for a long time. Are you doing it? Are you forcing it onto the captains and the executive officers and others on those ships so that they are required to know what is happening with regard to the ship so that predictive maintenance can actually be real?
Yes, sir. Great question. You know from our time alone, I'm a fan of predictive maintenance, but I can't commit to you that it's universal across our fleet. You do have my commitment, though, that I will work that.
And you're in a position to make it universal? Yes, you are. I would suggest that you push forward to get it done. Otherwise, I'm going to have another discussion with you. And this committee's been working on that for a long, long time. Amphibs, put that at the top of your list. General Mahoney has all been out of shape about not having enough amphibs, as he should be. B-21's coming online. I think that's an Air Force issue. Do you have a sustainment plan for the B-21?
Yes, Member Garamendi, we do have a sustainment plan for the B-21. As you know, the B-21 program is one of our programs that is actually meeting its milestones on time, and the program's working very well.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have not seen it. I don't believe this committee has seen the sustainment plan for the B-21. Please deliver it to us ASAP. We want to deal with that this year. We think that when you get a new platform, there better be a sustainment plan for that. General Mingus, you got a whole new set of platforms that you're buying. Do you have a sustainment plan for each and every one of those?
Yes, sir, we do. Every time we bring in a new program, what we do is
Please share that with the committee.
Yes, sir, we'll do.
I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, it's so inspiring and humbling to be here with joint service with all of you. And really, I give credit to my wife. We're a joint service family. I served 31 years in the Army Guard, domestic service, and it meant so much to me. And then I'm really grateful. My oldest son, Alan, served for a year, field artillery in Iraq. And now he's a JAG officer still and Attorney General of South Carolina, thanks to Guard. And then I'm really grateful that my third son served, Julian, and as signal in Egypt and also on the southern border, Sinai. And then my fourth son was an engineer in Afghanistan, and I'm just grateful for that. And then we're joint service Navy. My number two son's a boat school graduate, 01, and served in Baghdad and also in Naples. And then I'm grateful our family previously represented Paris Island, so I feel like I adopted quite a few people. But my late father-in-law received the Navy Cross as Marine service at Okinawa, so over and over. And then Air Force, I'll claim you. My dad served in the Flying Tigers and to liberate China. And I'm just grateful for his service. And I've got a nephew who is serving in the Air Force currently at the Pentagon, Allen Heritage. So over and over. And one day we'll claim Space Force. But again, just looking at you, just again, thank you for your service for American families. And I believe, sadly, we're in a conflict we didn't choose between democracies with rule of law and dictators with rule of gun. The strength of our military and posture around the world is so important to be a deterrence and keep American families safe while supporting our allies. America must support and ensure President Trump's direction to promote peace through strength around the world to counter the ambitions of war criminal Putin, who began this war, and the Chinese Communist Party, along with the developing nuclear threat of Iran. General Mingus, in March 2025, the Army issued a stop work order on all assure preposition stocks, maintenance, and outfitting, and permanent downloading and decommissioning of the Army's only preposition stocks is pending decision by the Secretary of Defense. In your written statement, you said that, quote, preposition stock provide a strategic advantage in rapid response, end of quote. If the decommissioning of the Army preposition stocks, what is the Army doing to ensure we don't have a gap in the contingency response assets for our combatant commanders?
Sir, we are doing a worldwide review of all of our preposition stock. As you know, with this administration, they're reviewing all the major O plans, which those preposition stocks are inextricably tied to. The only one that, and this may be where the mix-up may have been, APS-3, which is our afloat stock. We are going to bring that ashore, refurb it, and actually put it into the theater where it is most needed in Indo-PACOM. And so we will go back. So it was not a stop. We continue to move our APS forward.
Hey, I'm glad you even mentioned Indo-PACOM. It used to be PACOM. But I want to give President Donald Trump credit for actually promoting Indo-PACOM, how important it is that we work with India as the world's largest democracy. So I'm glad you referenced that. And General Mingus, in your testimony, you mentioned the Army increased the production capacity for the precision strike missile with plans to procure 400 missiles in FY 2025. To maintain the strong deterrence, do you believe that this number is sufficient?
We would like to get to 500 per year, and we have asked for that, but 400 per year is better than the 300 we were last year. And so we're rapidly increasing our annual production rate for PRISM Inc. 1, and as PRISM Inc. 2 and Inc. 4 come online in a couple of years, we want to increase those production rates as well.
And a concern that we all have is as we support the people of Ukraine, as we support the people of Israel, as we face the issues that we have in this global war we didn't choose, there's a concern that we're actually shifting our equipment to other countries that are, in general, weakening our capability. What is your view about that?
We've been able to take the replenishment dollars that you gave us, thanks to this body, that were tied to those presidential drawdown authorities. And so every 113 we gave away to Ukraine, we bought an AMP-V. And for every ATACMS missile we bought, we were able to buy a PRISM missile. For every old Gimler's missile we gave, we were able to buy a Gimler's ER. However, there still is a bit of an imbalance in terms of what the authority for replenishment versus what it cost to buy that new equipment. It was about a 3-to-1.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Ms. Strickland, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Bergman and Ranking Member Garamendi. I represent Joint Base Lewis McChord, home to tens of thousands of active duty members and their families, and it's also the military's primary power projection platform into the Indo-Pacific. The base hosts 1/3 of the strategic C-17 airlift fleet and critical Army warfighting units, including First Corps, Rangers, Special Forces, and multi-domain task forces. The Army's recently unveiled transformation initiative directs the elimination, consolidation, and divestment of equipment and entire units. For example, combat aviation brigades are projected to each lose an air cavalry squadron. General Mingus, I want to learn more about how the Army's transformation initiative will affect Joint Base Lewis-McChord and the critical capabilities the base provides. What units stationed at JBLM are slated to be cut? What's the time horizon to begin implementation? And what benefits will this bring to warfighting capabilities in the Indo-Pacific?
So the state-by-state details, we are still working through that, but your point about the aviation brigades, in our modeling and simulation, even against the worst O-plan, we have enough Apaches in our attack squadrons minus the cavalry squadrons to execute those plans. Our master plan, because we have multiple variants of the Apache, both the Delta and the Echo model, we want a pure fleet to the Echo model of the Apaches, which this transformation initiative allows us to do. Costs twice as much to fly a Delta as it does an Echo, and we will repurpose those cavalry squadrons to do other type unmanned activities, which are going to be much more survivable in the next fight.
Thank you, General. I want to switch to another topic. So government efficiency is a good thing, one done thoughtfully and with a focus on service members and outcomes. The Army's transformation plan, which has been in the works since well before this administration started, shows promise. What I'm concerned about, however, is that eliminating general and flag officer positions across the DoD based on a percentage quota, as announced by Secretary Hegseth, may inflict our uniformed services with the same Elon Musk-led chaos unfolding across the federal workforce. Under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, we've already seen the dismissal of an eminently qualified chairman of the Joint Chiefs, reportedly because he publicly shared his experiences facing discrimination as a black man in the military. Also dismissed was a disproportionate number of female senior officers. However, we really don't know because under this secretary, the DoD refuses to comment about why it's firing so many leaders. So I'll start with you, General Mingus. How will the Army implement general officer reduction without further politicizing the service and avoiding inadvertent discrimination?
Going back to our Army Transformation Initiative, to preserve combat power. The last thing we wanted to do is take away maneuver formations. We knew we were overstructured. We had too many headquarters, so the consolidation of, the reducing of, all those things were part of it so that we could preserve combat formation. As the chief says, people that wear helmets. So we began a geo reduction inside the Army several months ago, before this was ever announced. In terms of the announcement that came out yesterday or the day before yesterday, I think it's probably a little too early to tell in terms of what the overall impacts are going to be.
Thank you. General Spain, how will the Air Force handle this?
Thanks for the question, Representative Strickland. I think to General Mingus's point, there's the Air Force has always had an opportunity with the department to articulate readiness concerns. It's too soon to say what the exact impact to the Air Force specifically will be with the reductions, but we look forward to seeing the exact language following the announcement, and I have every confidence that we'll be able to work with the department to minimize any particular mission or readiness impacts of the decisions.
Great, thank you. While I have time, Admiral Kilby, how will the Navy implement this?
Thanks for the question, Rep. Strickland. I agree with my counterparts. It's too early to tell exactly how this will manifest itself, but we're committed to making sure that our Navy is globally deployable, and we believe in the National Defense Strategy, and I believe in a date, 1 January 2027, to be ready to sail if called against an adversary, and that is China.
And were any of you aware of this potential cut before it was announced by the Secretary of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
Okay, thank you. All right, General Mahoney.
To clarify, though, ma'am, we did not know the exact but we knew it was under review.
Okay, they asked for an opinion, but you didn't know the specific percentage.
That's correct.
General Mahoney.
Ma'am, our ratio of Marines to general officers is the highest in the DoD. We're 2,700 Marines for every general officer. We have only 2 4-stars in the entire force. 64 total in-force general officer inventory by statute. So any cut, we're going to have to look very, very closely at and make sure that the fallout organization maximizes readiness as we go forward. But we will follow, and we're committed to follow orders as they're given to us.
Thank you to our witnesses. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Strickland, I too want to say I think C.Q. Brown, she's a fine individual and a very capable individual, and we're privileged to have had his service our country. Congressman Jimenez.
Thank you. And I need to note that during World War II, where we fought the largest conflict in human history, we had one general for every 6,000 GIs. We now have one general for every 1,400. So I think that we can probably do a lot better with our staffing. It's I think we're a little bit overstaffed, to be honest with you. As far as readiness is concerned, I have no problem in rebuilding in Florida because we have hurricanes, but as long as it's rebuilding it resilient to the threat, just like in California, and especially Northern California, where they have earthquakes and they're actually overdue for a hurricane, for an earthquake. I hope they build earthquake-resistant structures for the military. Admiral Kilby, how big is our Navy? How many ships does it have?
293 ships in commission, sir.
Do you have crews for every one of those?
We have crews for our ships, but we have 23,000 gaps at sea. So we manage where our personnel go in our readiness cycle to develop ships and send them so they're fully manned, or they're manned to the extent that they can execute every mission when deployed.
Of the 293 ships, how many are combat ready to sail at a moment's notice?
Roughly a third of our ships are in maintenance, a third of our ships are working up, and a third of our ships are deployed at any given time. That's just a rough math.
And the maintenance cycle, how long does that take?
It can be extended. Sometimes it can take years if it's a modernization effort. Sometimes it can be as short as 6 months. So it depends.
Do you have crews for those ships that are in extended maintenance?
Those ships are crewed. They may have a smaller percentage because of the work being done, and we'll use those other sailors to those ships that are working up in advanced workups or on deployment.
So could we have if we have a conflict and we put out all the ships that we can, there may be warfighters that don't have a platform to get on?
There will likely be ships in maintenance that are lesser manned than those ships that are forward deployed.
Which means that there are warfighters that don't have a platform to get to go to the front.
Well, I consider being in maintenance a warfighting platform. I need my sailors on ships in maintenance to take care of that ship while that work is being done. So I don't consider that a waste of time, sir. Perhaps I don't understand your question.
The question is, look, when, maybe I'll refer to this. I mean, when I was a fire chief for the city of Miami, right? And so I had X number of firefighters. I had X number of fire trucks. When a fire truck went to maintenance, I didn't say, well, that's it. You guys have nothing to do, all right? There's another truck over there you get on, and you're going to go back to work. Does the Navy have something like that or not?
We do not. Our sailors stay with the ships when they go into maintenance because we take care of the ship. There's work we can do that's not in the work package to make sure that ship is being taken care of. Plus, they go to schools and they prepare for their next assignment. So just because ships go into maintenance, we don't take the crew off that ship.
Okay. General Spain, we've had a reduction, or we're looking at a reduction of how many fighter aircraft in the Air Force in the next 5-10 years? General?
Yes, sir.
How many?
That is correct. So there are roughly 400, a little over 400 that we're planning to divest. As was mentioned in the opening statements, these are decisions to get rid of aging aircraft, as I talked about in my opening comments, in order to try to invest in newer aircraft with increased capability going forward.
Is there any plan to replace them, or are we just going to have 400 fewer fighters and aircraft in the Air Force?
Yes, sir. The strategy of divest to invest, as I've mentioned to many of you, is very easy to plan for divestitures. It's very difficult to plan for procurement. We do have plans to procure advanced capabilities in smaller numbers than the divestitures. Some of these aircraft are just aging and voting with their structures and the cost of maintaining the structures. And so the sooner we get the older aircraft off of our books and off our flight lines and into new capability, the better off for the Air Force.
No, I agree with that assessment, but however, I'm concerned at reducing the number of fighters and aircraft in our inventory at a time when we're looking at increased threat. And I know that, it's increased maintenance, but, I'm not crazy about reducing our capabilities. So with that, my time is up, and I yield back.
Mr. Kuda is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Admiral Kilby, your written testimony discussed the importance of the submarine industrial base and the Navy's significant investments to add capability, capacity, and resiliency to the supply chain. You also noted the results at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and its success in completing maintenance work on both the USS Hawaii and the USS Minnesota, which I visited last year. I believe that what makes Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard so successful is its workforce, the hard-working civilian employees who do the work necessary to maintain, repair, and sustain these ships. Admiral Kilby, would you agree with that assessment?
Rep. Takuda, thanks for that question. I would. I had personal experience in Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in 2004 when I took command of a destroyer, and it was not the same shipyard as it is today. So there's a leadership thing happening at Pearl Harbor, an ownership of the task, an alignment from the top of the shipyard commander down to the workforce that I have not seen before, that I applaud.
Thank you. Well, success is what we are committed to right now. And I'm sure you know that Secretary Hegseth provided critical exemptions for shipyard employees from some of this administration's policy on federal civilian employees, including the hiring freeze. At the same time, we have also heard that shipyards are having trouble onboarding new hires due to software issues, and new guidance is making it harder for shipyards to sustain the workforce that they need. More broadly, the challenging environment for federal civilian employees, including the rescission of collective bargaining protections, is also spreading fear and forcing shipyard workers to make tough choices about their futures. Admiral, the Navy has identified workforce development as a key line of effort for our submarine industrial base. What is the Navy doing now to help ensure that our shipyards, like Pearl Harbor, can continue to recruit and retain the workforce that they need?
Rep. Takuda, you've hit it exactly. The shipyards are an area of focus in the Navy right now. There are 4 big shipyards, as you know: Norfolk Naval Shipyard, Portsmouth, Puget Sound, and Hawaii. We've had roughly 1,900 plus folks that have chosen to leave that service under the DRP program, and we're in the process now of analyzing whether direct or indirect labor, what trades those were affected by that, so we can rebalance and make sure the work continues. We do prize those workers. We do want them to feel valued, and we want them to stay on the job.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you'll join us in fighting for their protection so they can keep doing the good work that they do at Pearl Harbor and other areas. We expect 3 DDG-1000s to be home ported in Hawaii over the next 3 years, and there have been questions about whether the Navy's current approach to fleet maintenance contracting is sufficient in supporting these vessels. The Navy has used alternative contracting strategies before in high op-tempo environments, including to support forward-deployed ballistic missile defense, DDGs, and ROTA. Those strategies often included a single maintenance provider strategy targeted at a small number of platforms with significant requirements. Admiral, as the Navy works to home port these DDG-1000s in Honolulu, has the Navy considered alternative contracting strategies, including with a single maintenance provider, to ensure that these critical vessels are adequately prioritized and supported?
Representative Takuda, I'm going to take that question for the record. I do not know the specific answer to that question. What we are committed to doing is taking care of those ships and making sure they're maintained, and when they sail, they're ready to go for that mission. So that will be a different structure for us, because those ships won't deploy with strike groups because there's only 3 of them, but we're committed to the one-third mix of maintenance, training, and deployment that I described earlier.
All right. Thank you, Admiral. I just have one quick question for General Mingus. As you know, on Friday, Hawaii's Board of Land and Natural Resources is voting on the final EIS for Pohakaloa training area, which is a critical area for training for all of the service branches. We have been hearing throughout the community some serious concerns. We do not know what's going to happen on Friday. But how committed is the Army to successfully looking at renegotiations for this area coming up in 2029, and what potential next steps is the Army looking at to meet the community halfway?
Yes, ma'am. As you and I have talked a couple times on this, we're absolutely committed, and 29 is going to be here before tomorrow. The first environmental impact study is done. We're waiting on the second one that will be done for the Oahu later this summer. We are open to swaps, other means, and so as I've shown you the maps that we're open to other negotiation tactics on this if this does not go the right way later this week.
Thank you, General. As I've mentioned, a whole-of-government approach in terms of how we provide services back to the community in terms of benefits is something we need to be discussing. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Moreland, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we assess the Indo-Pacific readiness and posture, we must remember that Guam and the U.S. territories are not just strategic assets. They are American communities being frontline risk with limited local resources. The ability to protect and sustain combat power west of the international date line depends on Guam's resilience, infrastructure, and logistics capacity, areas where federal investment must catch up for the operation resilience. First question is for Admiral Kilby. Now, Guam is asked to shoulder national security burdens far beyond its economic capacity. The Department of Defense has historically pursued policies which support the island community. During my time in office, this has included about $2.7 million, a grant to Guam Memorial Hospital, the reconstruction of the glass breakwater, which is really important for us, and the historic investment into the island roadways. So how can the Department of Defense continue to support in future planning and make the patchwork of authorities easier to navigate?
Sir, we're focused on Guam. I agree with you. It is a key component of our national defense strategy here, especially focusing to the Pacific. I think we need to look at the sequence of work. All services are interested in Guam, not just the Navy. I do appreciate the support for the glass breakwater. I think that was money well spent to prevent something worse from happening in the future. And we support future investments there in the Navy because we will rely on it.
Okay, thank you. Another question for you as well. How can Congress support the expansion of the innovative readiness training in the Western Pacific, particularly those that enhance both military readiness and local infrastructure resilience?
Well, I think it is a great program. I need to take the question for the record and get specifics back to you. But as I understand it, being able to have our medical service member flow into local hospitals benefits both the community and the training for those doctors and nurses. So I support those efforts, and I'll get you a more fulsome answer, sir.
Thank you. You also talked about in the Western Pacific focus on the maintenance of your ships. What's your feelings of an SRF dry dock in Guam?
Hey, sir, we need to expand the areas where we can do maintenance on our ships in the entire Western Pacific. So if we can do that structural work and it makes sense to us, we'll certainly consider that investment. Multiple places is what we're about and not centralizing. So I look forward to working with you on that, sir.
Thank you. This question next is for Admiral Yu again and also General Spain. Guam is consistently described as the tip of the spear in the Indo-Pacific. What specific investments are being prioritized to harden and expand Guam's role as logistics, command, and sustainment hub?
Well, I'll start first. We're looking at, we have made investments in the local Apra Harbor, and we'll continue to do that. I think those are key investments. One of the 7 targets for the Navy is infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific. So there's a resiliency component to that, realizing that we could get in a fight, so the hardening of our systems, that includes the electrical grid and all the supporting structures, which will benefit not only Guam but the base because we're interdependent on each other. So we will continue to work on those things. I appreciate, again, the support from Mawar for the helicopter hangar reconstruction as well as the breakwater. All those things are important to keep Guam doing what it needs to do, and I expect increased usage of Guam from the Navy in the foreseeable future.
General Spain.
Moylan, thanks for the question. Obviously, we're working with PACAF and Indo-PACOM within their sustainment and set the theater strategy to reinforce and ensure the resilience of Guam and Anderson. We thank the Congress for the $1.6 billion supplemental. We're continuing to make progress on those initiatives, and certainly we'll continue to work with you on the additional requirements.
Thank you. Just really quick, General Mahoney, how's our Marines coming along? Are they on their way?
So the Marines are on their way, and I was just in Guam last week. Not only is it a beautiful island, but when you go up to Camp Blas, there is significant amount of construction going on compared to just a couple of years ago, and it's really quite impressive. I was made to understand that there are over 5,000 workers day-to-day aboard Blas building that out, and like my compatriot here, I can see no condition of future where that would not be fully subscribed, Camp Blas and the other places aboard Guam.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to our chairman and our ranking member. You haven't seen beauty until you've been to the banks of the Mississippi River in Rock Island, Illinois, I'll say. But I've yet to get to Guam. Good afternoon. Welcome to our witnesses, General Mingus, Admiral Kilby, General Mahoney, Lieutenant General Spain, and General Gutlein. You know, I first want to thank you all for your many years of dedicated service to our country and everything that you do to keep our troops and our nation safe. I'll begin with General Mingus. Could you talk a little bit about the organic industrial base's importance to our nation's readiness?
So important, sir, and thank you for that. $18 billion over 15 years we're going to invest in the organic industrial base to modernize and automate. You know, example of just with a lot of this was driven by Ukraine. Our 155 production went from 14,000 rounds a month to 40,000 plus now, and by the end of this year, first part of next year, we will be at 100,000 rounds a month. The key in all this, though, is not just the modernization, but the automation of this, because once we get production rates and we build up our magazine depth, we will get to a stockpile level that we're all comfortable with, but in a conflict, we have to be able to then very rapidly accelerate to mass levels of production, and that can only be done through robotics and automation.
When Senator Tammy Duckworth and I have visited the Rock Island Arsenal together, I hear from folks there that say, we can't build from zero and ramp up to 10,000 of anything, but we can build 3 and get to 10,000 very quickly. You know, at the Rock Island Arsenal, a 946-acre island in the Mississippi River, but on my side of the Illinois-Iowa border. The Rock Island Arsenal is the largest government-owned and operated arsenal. We cannot, would you agree, General, we cannot ensure our troops have what they need without the Rock Island Arsenal?
I think it's critical to the broader architecture of the 23 organic industrial bases that we have. Yes, sir.
And I agree with you. And I'm incredibly concerned about what Secretary Hegseth's Army Transformation Initiative, what that means for Rock Island and the entirety of our organic industrial base. The Army Transformation Initiative mentions the integration of the Joint Munitions Command and the Army Sustainment Command. While we all agree that we should bolster our munitions production, you know, I can't for the life of me understand why this administration believes it makes sense to cut the experts who know how to properly scale our munitions production, should we need them at a moment's notice. Joint Munitions Command has done an essential job, and in an efficient way, making sure that we meet the Army's needs around the world. Slashing our own workforce at the same time where we have adversaries around the world making investments to support their industrial base workforce, I don't know of anybody who could tell us, you know, why on earth we would be doing this. You know, we need to be making sure that we move forward and we continue to do the work so that we're efficient and we're responsible to support the warfighter as well as the civilian workforce so our nation can remain ready. This is not just bipartisan, but this makes common sense, and I urge the Secretary to make this a priority. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you all for being here. I'm an Army veteran. I was enlisted back in the 80s and the 90s. My father was a Navy pilot in World War II. And I'm just honored. I share the sentiments, I echo the sentiments of my colleague earlier that spoke. Just honored to address you and speak to the future of our beloved military. and the protection of not just our republic, but freedom across the world. You know, the sun does not set on the work that you gentlemen represent, the men and women in uniform that you represent here today. They're close to our heart. This committee is determined to do the right thing in every circumstance to support our war fighters. So I just want to say thank you for your stellar representation of all that is right and good, not just for our country, but for the world, each of you. Now, General Mingus, I got a bone to pick. Not really. We just have to make sure that our billeting is proper for our soldiers moving through Joint Readiness Training Center in Fort Johnson. You had stated in your testimony, you write, every active component brigade combat team in the Army, except 3 infantry BCTs supporting the immediate response force, is scheduled to deploy in support of combatant command requirements. That was from your statements, General. Did these units all go through the Joint Readiness Training Center at Fort Johnson?
So we have 4 national training centers. One is the National Training Center at Fort Irwin, California, the one you referenced, the Joint Readiness Training Center in Louisiana, the Joint Pacific Multinational Training Center in Hawaii and in Alaska.
Yes, sir.
And then the one in Europe.
So
those brigade combat teams will go to all of those as a culminating event over time. That is correct.
Yes, sir. And thank you for that answer. My office has been boots on the ground at Fort Johnson, and amazing chain of command, very responsive, super squared away. I commend them all. Is Army leadership aware of the condition of billeting for the troops that are moving through?
Yes, sir, we are. And I personally stayed in the, as we call it, the Ruba.
You're right. Yeah, that's it, Ruba.
But you know, when I went to Ranger School in 1984, Colonel Tex Turner was the commander of that unit, and he used to talk about when he would sit and feel sorry for himself in the rice paddies of Vietnam. He would say, "This isn't as hard as Ranger School. We want our Crucible training event to be harder than combat, and so we got to make sure we don't gold plate as well."
Yes, sir. No, I understand, and our soldiers are tough and by nature, so they can deal with it. But we have to work together to make sure we have proper billeting, because readiness is what we're discussing in this hearing today, and that's an important part. So thank you for your response to that, and I stand prepared to assist in any way with that endeavor to improve our billeting. Admiral Kilby, regarding the intersection with the United States Navy and smaller shipbuilders and the issues that we've had in the last few years regarding regular payment schedules, even for shipbuilders that are on schedule delivering vessels. Has the Navy taken a hard look at that since the change in chain of command over the last 6 months?
Yes, sir. We have taken. We continue to take a look on shipbuilding. We're not doing what we need to do there, and I think there's opportunity at smaller yards to do different things. So as an example, we need to expand our shipbuilding capacity. I'm excited about the interest at the highest levels at Congress in the Department of Defense to get after that. So I think there's opportunity, and there's also the ability to get at what you talk about, which is what are those red tape delays? What is causing that? How can we get after that and make that more efficient?
Right, yes, sir, and I would encourage you to particularly look at payment schedules, contractual payment schedule for your smaller shipyards, because they can lose their workforce if there's a gap running right there. I thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, and Congresswoman McElfrith, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the ranking member and our witnesses for your being here today and your steadfast service to this nation. I do want to follow up on some of the opening remarks from the ranking member. and focus my questions on increased rates of flooding, risks of severe storms, and frankly, the fragility of our energy grids as it all relates to security and readiness at our installations. I'm not here to talk about climate change, Mr. Chair, but I do want to focus on the very real reality that these events are occurring more frequently. They're costing the DoD billions of dollars. On a separate but related note, we have 50 states and a handful of regional governing bodies dictating a patchwork of energy policies, and aging grids and unprecedented demands, frankly, place our civilian energy infrastructure at risk and thus your installations at risk. It's imperative that we have a degree of energy independence in order to literally keep the lights on and be ready to face any risks ahead. So I'm going to start with Admiral Kilby. Specific to the Navy, obviously sea level rise is a concern. Can you speak to how the Navy is working to mitigate the effects of these events, and then also what you need from this committee to prepare for what's ahead?
Thank you for that question, Rep. Ellsworth. I'll just talk where, as I understand it, you're a member of the Naval Academy Board of Visitors. I was struck the last time I went there about the work that's being done around the crew house to make sure that that water level rise doesn't keep doing what it's doing and impacting the columbarium and everything there. So I know the USNA specifically has a plan. We need to have the same plan at all our bases and do so at areas like Hampton Roads. So support for those efforts moving forward is important for us.
Very succinct. I appreciate that. General Mahoney and General Mingus, in recent years, we've seen extreme weather or poor planning shut down different states' energy grids, including in 2021 with the Texas power crisis, resulting in the tragic loss of hundreds of lives. Our military bases, again, rely on these state energy grids to power critical systems. Base grids, such as the one at Joint Base Lewis McChord and Marine Corps Air Station Miramar, have been identified as at risk to cyber attacks or insufficient to handle future demands. Generals, what's the Army and Marine Corps doing to address microgrid deficiencies on its bases, and how can, again, this committee be a part of the solution so that we can achieve some degree of energy and independence for the sake of readiness?
Ma'am, thanks. And you hit it right on the head with Miramar. I will say this, having been the commanding general there, that the microgrid is independent. It causes us to be able to separate from the SDG&E grid and provide our own power. In fact, it powered my flight line for tactical flight operations. So as much as it might be an environmental impact effort, it is also of high military value. Not only at Miramar, but we have microgrids at Yuma, at Parris Island, and at Camp Lejeune. As far as cyber hardening goes, I stood in the control room of Miramar, and they talked about how they are putting those protections back into the SCADA system so that the capability that you have is therefore protected. And we'll work that through the other microgrids that we have as well. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the zero emissions base down at Albany, Georgia, rather, sorry. That is also not only an environmental gesture, but a military gesture to safeguard our energy resources.
And ma'am, the only thing I'd add is, in addition to what Mo just said, is the redundancy associated with it, multiple paths, multiple means to include. And I think a lot of us are looking very seriously at the emerging technologies as it relates to these micro-nuclear reactors, especially when you look at isolated places like Kwajalein, Fairbanks, Alaska, that are 100% reliant on very fragile energy infrastructures.
Can I take this further? I think because we have, again, certain bases and certain installations are doing it really well, but then we have others that are generating but not storing. What are some low-hanging fruit, or what lessons have you all learned from executing it right in certain places that this committee should reflect on as we move forward with the NDAA and budget?
Beyond energy, every location is different. Colorado Springs, Fort Carson, Colorado, we've lost a good chunk of our combat aviation brigade there because of the microbursts and the hail that they have. Other places, going back to Fairbanks, the cold, it's so every installation is a little unique in terms of not just the energy, but other things that you have to do to protect the force.
And the only thing I would add to that in every case, you have to have a positive relationship between the folks inside the gate, immediately outside the gate, and at the state and federal levels due to regulations, due to other encumbrances that might be upon you. That is key, or you won't get anywhere.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with all of you on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Mesmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for yielding and for all the witnesses who have been here today. General Mingus, last week the Secretary of Defense signed a memo on the Army Transformation Initiative that specifically called for the elimination of ineffective or redundant programs such as manned aircraft and excess ground vehicles such as Humvees and joint-like tactical vehicles. Can you please describe what is meant by that?
I'll use JLTVs. We have bought to date about 20,000, and there's several more that we have paid for that are going to come off the line. We have enough joint tactical vehicles to outfit all our heavy formations. Our striker formations don't need that particular platform, and for our light formations, we are moving in the direction of the infantry squad vehicle, which is part of this transformation. By recouping and ceasing further procurement of the JLTV, we'll be able to take that and reinvest it and more rapidly modernize our light formations, as an example.
Okay. If the Army's planning to shut down Humvee and JLTV production, is there a plan to sustain those vehicles' readiness, and for how long? There
is a sustainment for both. We have over 100,000 Humvees in our formation. They are not going to go away overnight. They will divest over time. And it's not terminate either. It's cease, from an Army's perspective, future procurement. So the Marine Corps may elect to continue to buy the JLTV. There may be FMS foreign partners that may elect to buy it. But for us, to your specific question, we'll keep that sustainment and maintenance tail open.
Would you think that foreign sales might be negatively impacted by the Army's decision to not use those vehicles in the future?
We still think there's a lot of interested companies, so it's too early to tell what the impact would be to them.
Okay. What are the armor capabilities of the ISVs, and how is the Army planning on keeping soldiers using ISVs safe in hostile environments, especially with increased use of drones in modern conflicts?
When we rate a platform mobility, firepower, protection, and leadership, this was not designed to be a protected platform. I grew up in the days when I had to walk 12 miles and then hit an objective. Our future light formations are going to ride for 10 and walk for 2. It was not designed to be a fighting platform. It's a better boot, for lack of better terms, to give our light formations the agility and not move at 2.5 miles an hour.
Okay. What would be the downward secondary effects on the defense industrial base if the production lines for Humvees and JLTVs were shut down without a comprehensive replacement? How would this affect second and third order supply base? And can you guarantee this will not have adverse effects on other critical programs?
Like I said, the Humvee is a legacy platform that has been around for almost as long as I have been in the Army. We do not want to buy. We are going to cease procurement of Humvee. That does not preclude others from doing that. Same thing with the JLTV. We have enough to sustain the heavy formations that it's needed in. As to other partners that want to continue and invest there, that is up to them.
Okay. Have you considered how canceling these programs would affect National Guard units?
That has been factored in, yes, sir.
Okay. Also, General Mingus, my district holds a Crane Army ammunition activity, which holds about 25% of the DoD's conventional munitions. We've heard concerns about issues within the storage munitions and the poor handling of these storage units, leading to munition damage. Has there been any efforts to modernize at Army munition depots, and what are the current readiness requirement levels for Army munitions?
Yes, sir. As we were talking earlier, I mean, there's a significant investment across our industrial base. I can't speak to the specifics of that location. I'd like to take that for the record and come back to you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Admiral Kilby, you testified that the Navy's goal is to have 80% combat surge readiness by 2027. If the Navy achieves this goal, will it have enough magazine depth to fill VLS cells with required munitions?
Sir, we are challenged in munitions. We certainly need more. We're ramping up production. Of course, we've used a ton of munitions in the last 19 months that we didn't predict we'd use, so we've got to replenish those as well. So for a long time, the Navy procured at minimum sustaining rate, and we've changed that to we need to look at it. What's the maximum rate, or what's the most effective rate we need to produce those weapons? We've made investments in Standard Missile 6, as an example, to go from 125 rounds to 300. That's a good investment. We need to stay on it. So just like we want to get our ships up more available, we want more available munitions for those ships.
Okay. You also testified that if you were required to surge tomorrow, you could get 68% of the surface ships to sea. If you had to do that, would those ships have the magazine depth required to meet the O-plan requirements?
He's a member of the tribe, and so it's a little bit of a homecoming, and he's a huge supporter of special operations. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome the 29th Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
I cannot tell you how humbled I am to be in this room amongst the absolute and very best that our country produces. You could pick any other ballroom in the country, including in Washington, D.C., and you're not going to find the likes of Americans like we have in this room. So good morning, and thank you very much for having me. And I want to thank the mayor and Senator Collins and all of Tampa for the incredible and wholehearted support that it gives to the United States military. SOCOM, CENTCOM have no better home than here on the Gulf Coast. Looking out at this crowd and hearing Jay speak, I'm reminded of one of the first soft truths, which is humans are more important than hardware. More than any other military formation, I saw it in a small way as a conventional infantryman 20 years ago. SOF's about people. It starts and ends with the troops downrange. Each of you and your commitment to the mission is more important than any of the cutting-edge hardware and software we're going to see on the convention floor, and I look forward to seeing it. Gathered here in record-breaking numbers are warriors, patriots, innovators, entrepreneurs, visionaries, allies, and partners. It is an absolute honor, and I mean it, to be here with you. Special operations has never been more important for our country. Yesterday was actually my 100th day in office as Secretary of Defense. And as I said from the beginning, this is the deployment of a lifetime. Each day I get a chance to see, like few others do, the great work that SOF does around the world. The battle-tested team in this room that is essential to everything that President Trump does in his leadership to put America first and establish peace through strength. I wish everyone in this room could have a chance to be in the Oval Office like I was yesterday and watching how this commander-in-chief puts the interests of our nation first in advancing the safety and security of the American people. It's a thing to behold. That first and foremost includes defending our homeland, our border, Golden Dome, standing up to the Communist Chinese, and of course, increasing burden sharing with our allies and partners. Border security equals national security, and we're going to get 100% operational control of our southern border. And SOF is making a unique contribution there as well. Our long-standing relationship with our partners in Mexico is crucial to supporting NORTHCOM and securing our border, something that's ongoing to this day. But Homeland Defense, as you all know, first and foremost, is a global mission. In the last 6 months, SOF has eliminated over 500 terrorists who threaten our homeland directly. And alongside global SOF partners, your team has captured at least another 600 terrorists. So it starts and ends with the homeland. That's why we do this. We don't fight because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. But second, overseas, we are reorienting toward deterring the Communist Chinese, no doubt our pacing threat. As America's experts in irregular warfare, SOF brings to bear unique capabilities and leverages critical partnerships. SOF's global efforts, below the threshold of conflict, which you all know, and often out of sight, create the very dilemmas that the Communist Chinese need as we shape their perceptions. You see, we have to convince Xi Jinping that today is not the day. to test the United States resolve, and SOF underpins deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, you're preparing the battlefield and standing ready to help us prevail if China were to choose conflict. And third, as I've said many times before, but it's important to hear today with so many of our partners, America first does not mean America alone. We shift our focus, as we do, to the Indo-Pacific. President Trump looks to our partners throughout the world to put their shoulder to the plow and take their share of the burden in their own defense, which is a message you've heard from me on the world stage multiple times, and we will continue to yell from the rooftops. We look to our friends to be force multipliers alongside the United States. It has to be a two-way street. We can't want your security more than you want your own security. How many times have we seen that? SOF is playing a key role in accomplishing this goal, shoulder to shoulder with our allies, many of which, as I mentioned, are with us this morning. In addition to these ongoing efforts, SOF provides lethal precision and timely crisis response options to the Commander-in-Chief, President Trump. He confronts the hardest challenges in the world. As you know, no one brings easy problems to the Oval Office, but SOF brings solutions. When called, SOF snuffs out urgent threats, rescues American citizens, and protects our diplomats. In the last 3 years, these and other presidentially directed missions have increased by 200%. SOF has answered the call, and SOF has risen to the challenge every single time. They're doing this day in and day out around the world and around the clock, and I don't have to tell this group. Sometimes in open combat, but more often in the twilight challenges just short of war. Most of you in this room have done just that. So the question is, following 2 decades of conflict in the Middle East, where does SOF and DoD go from here? Well, from day one at the Department of Defense, our overriding objectives have been clear. Restore the warrior ethos, rebuild our military, and reestablish deterrence. It all starts with restoring the warrior ethos. When President Trump asked me to take this job, he told me, well, one key thing, but really two. The first was, Pete, you're going to have to be tough as shit. They're gonna come after you. Boy, he was not kidding about that one. This job requires a steel spine, and that's fine. My job's easy compared to what you do. We're doing the work on behalf of the American people and the American warfighter. But then the president, after he said that, went on to say, I need you and I want you to restore the warrior ethos in our military, full stop. And that's been my first priority since day one, is restoring the warrior ethos. It's one of the most fundamental of those 3 objectives. Again, humans more important than hardware. Everything starts and ends with warriors from training to the battlefield. We are leaving wokeness and weakness behind. No more pronouns, no more climate change obsession, no more emergency vaccine mandates, no more dudes in dresses. We're done with that shit. We're focused on lethality, meritocracy, accountability, standards, and readiness. That's why since Election Day, since President Trump was elected, recruitment and retention numbers are up historically. Attracting military service is something Americans have long been attracted to, but more so when they see leadership they want to follow. They want to be in disciplined formations that value them not for immutable differences, not for the color of our skin or gender, but because of honor and integrity and grit and patriotism. They want a meritocracy where they can work hard, make themselves better, kick ass, and rise up. They're looking for adventure, camaraderie, risk, danger. They want to push themselves and test themselves against others. They want to flourish in an environment that embraces hard work, discipline, and the warrior ethos. Special operators know a thing or two about all of those. I've experienced it firsthand across the world. I have had a chance to get up and do PT with the troops oftentimes when we're traveling. And some people think it's a novelty. It's not. It's always been a basic part of military service. You get up early, you get up, and you work out because we're going to be fit and we're not going to be fat. And even if the SecDef has a little bit of time to do it, every troop has an opportunity to do it. The problem is, it went from let's do PT with the troops to every special operations group in the world trying to smoke the SecDef. I find myself almost blacking out by the end of the workout and then having to hand out coins and try to stay right ways up. Appreciate that. You, this group, have long been the standard bearers of what it means to be an American warrior. An exclusive club where the cost of membership is commitment, toughness, courage, grit, paired with accountability, intelligence, and skill. At times, and this is a key thing and something we've seen firsthand, when the broader force has strayed from the path, has strayed from sanity, has strayed from standards, you have been keepers of the flame. So it's great to see so many outstanding leaders this morning who embody that warrior ethos. General Fenton, thank you for your courage, your determination, and your grit, showing your forces what right looks like. And of course, Command Sergeant Major Shorter, the real boss of SOCOM. Thanks for leading your troops and demonstrating that the U.S. military's strategic advantage lies in the strength, and it's true, of our NCO Corps. Like so many other SOF leaders past and present, you have kept the flame of the warrior ethos burning bright. You know, in 1943, naval combat demolition units were preparing for the imminent invasion of Sicily. Lieutenant Commander Draper Kaufman compressed their physical training program into a demanding week known as Hell Week. Even with the demand to get many more sailors to the line more quickly, Lieutenant Commander Kaufman kept the standards high. Between 30 to 40% of students failed the program, but those who graduated were ready. Today, the standards remain high across special operations training programs, and I thank you for that. In fact, we're doing standards assessments across DoD, and we started at special operations, multiple accessions courses, and the report back from the Green Berets and the Army Rangers that we sent the Navy SEALs to those courses is standards still high, sir. We're heading out to other formations and basic courses to determine why those standards have dropped and to make sure they're raised. In this particular instance, it included the Navy's rigorous Basic Underwater Demolition School, or BUDS, which traces its roots to Lieutenant Commander Kaufman's training. As you know, it still features Hell Week. High expectations and high attrition. Soft, fat, easy, weak, mushy, and quitter are not the adjectives that attract these types of professionals. It's the opposite. And this will continue. We will never compromise. We cannot compromise on standards. Our standards will be high, and in combat formations, they will be gender neutral. Because the weight of a .155 round or a rucksack or a human being doesn't care if you're a man or a woman. All that matters is whether you are capable of executing that combat mission in front of you. I spent a lot of time in a town in Washington, D.C., where there's a deficit in one thing: common sense. I mean, that's why President Trump is so popular. That's why the American people responded. He leads with common sense. He's asked me to apply common sense. Our combat formations don't need to look like Harvard University. They need to look like killers, trained and skilled and prepared. The standards need to be high, and they need to be gender neutral, so that if you can do the job, you're in that formation, and if you can't, you are not. That is restoring the warrior ethos. And it's something we've seen across our formation that the troops are responding to. Morale, recruiting, retention, readiness, training, capabilities, responding to common sense and a back-to-basics approach. That's the warrior ethos. So we start there. Our second priority is rebuilding the military. And President Trump has declared and delivered on a generational investment, rebuilding our military, much like Ronald Reagan did in the 1980s. Our goal is to put the best systems in the hands of our warfighters, because you, our warfighters, should never be in a fair fight. We're doing this by reviving our defense industrial base, reforming our acquisitions process, and rapidly fielding emerging technologies. Sure, Golden Dome for America is a part of that. The new sixth-generation fighter, NGAD, F-47, is a part of that. B-21s are a part of that. But what we see today and what you see in your formations are the fielding rapidly emerging technologies, which are critically important, that help us remain the leader in the world for generations to come. Everyone here today, from SOLIC to the SOF Secretariat to SOCOM and every Special Operations Network, has a role to play in rebuilding our military. Special Operations Forces have long operated like a tech startup. You're agile and nimble, lean and lethal. You leverage innovation to get more capability, and you push the limits of technology and human performance in ways that conventional formations just cannot. You adopt advanced technologies early, you make them better, and then you help them spread to the rest of the joint force. You are willing to experiment and fail while learning from each failure and each success. We need you to keep doing that. I get a chance to see it with my own eyes when I travel. I see it in the reports that are sent up from General Fenton and others. That rapid fielding, that rapid iteration, that feedback loop is critical across the joint force. And this tradition of rapidly introducing trailblazing technology can be traced, to, of course, to soft World War II roots in the Office of Strategic Services. They developed briefcase radios, modified small arms, and more, which met wartime needs. Today, that means loitering munitions, AI-enabled targeting platforms, and new counter-UAS systems. I want to recognize and thank a few DoD pathfinders in these critical efforts. SOF AT&L and their expert team of teams led by Melissa Johnson, call sign Mojo, and the Irregular Warfare Technical Support Directorate led by Gabe Ramos. With their rapid prototyping and innovative partnerships, these teams and others like them are moving out with a sense of urgency. While some in Washington talk about acquisition reform, and I'll tell you, there's plenty of white papers out there that'll tell you about acquisition reform. They are acquisition reform. So we want to thank our industry partners, many of which are here today, over 800 companies this year at SOF Week. You're an essential part of the global Special Operations Network. I'm grateful that so many of you participate in the events this week to enable the SOF enterprise. You must know what we need, and we must know what you can build. And together we can broaden the boundaries of what is possible. Because as we rebuild the military, we have to unlock the creativity of our companies for our arsenal of democracy. Even though we're not a democracy, we're a republic, and we need to start teaching that in our schools again. Small comment. You know, it's the basic stuff they slip by us. The small lies they tell us. Those are the ones that grow in the minds of young people who then turn around and don't love their country. A huge part of ensuring we have a room like this full in the future is ensuring our kids and grandkids know why America is such a special place. What our founders gifted us 250 years ago. There's a reason we're going to have a big old Army parade on June 14th of 2025. It's because what we celebrate in this country is a reflection of what we value. There are a lot of vapid things to celebrate, plenty of reality shows and garbage music and stuff on Netflix. How about we hold up our special operations community? How about we recognize the Army and the Marine Corps of the United States at 250 years, the sacrifice of those men who stood on bridges 250 years ago and said, we will live free. We have an incredible story to tell, if we're willing to tell it, and then if we're willing to raise young men and women willing and able to raise their right hand to defend this nation. Never compromise on what you believe and why. You rose your right hand, you raised it, to defend our country and the Constitution. Know the why and share it with your kids and grandkids. Encourage them to serve. It was one of the challenges of the book I wrote before I had this job, The War on Warriors. I was asking myself the same question. Do I want to serve in today's military given what has happened to it? And I can tell you 100 days in, watching our Commander-in-Chief, what he has been willing to do, the common sense he has applied, the courage he has shown, I look forward to having a military my kids I would proudly ask my kids to join. I've got a 14-year-old boy. I look out. He's my oldest, and 13-year-old and 12-year-old. I'm fighting right now to create the kind of formations, to provide the kind of platforms that would serve them, should they have the courage to do exactly what all of you have done. So we need to continue to reward innovation, encourage creative solutions, move faster than ever before. As General Fenton points out, threats evolve now in hours, not in years. In fact, I saw a report this morning on the plane here that demonstrated our enemies are adapting in a matter of hours, not in a matter of years. Days if we're lucky. We can't and we won't fight today's opponent at yesterday's pace. When our opponents know that our military is armed with the most capable weapon systems known to man, wielded by skilled warriors with the will to prevail, they are less likely to challenge us on the battlefield. And that is the point. Which leads to our third objective: restore the warrior ethos, rebuild the military, and third, reestablish deterrence after 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Biden administration. After a disastrous retreat from Afghanistan, which we are still investigating and will get completely to the bottom of, especially DOD's role. After what happened on October 7th in Israel, after the war that was unleashed in Ukraine, the world saw what it, after a friggin' spy balloon flew over our country for a week. The world saw what it believed was a feckless America. Not anymore. And a huge part of it is SOF's capabilities. In today's contested world, SOF does not go alone. They go first, but they also go with partners. SOF's ability to work by, with, and through international partners pays huge dividends on our border, in the Indo-Pacific, and around the world. Partners, as I see so many of our partners right here in the front, are central to how SOF works. They have to believe that America is strong, that peace through strength is real. Then they want to come into our orbit and be force multipliers. I'm talking about generational relationships that we have built with partner forces around the globe. I can't tell you how many meetings I'm in, here or around the globe, where I meet with foreign ministers or ministers of defense from allied countries, or countries sort of on the brink of whether they're going to go our way or the way of the communist Chinese. And I'm looking at a minister of defense who was a part of an exchange program 20 years ago with U.S. special operators, with Green Berets. Or they went to a military education school at Fort Benning 20 years ago. And so their affinity for U.S. troops, for the United States, is real. That is mostly, especially on the leading edge, a product of SOF. The level of cooperation between U.S. SOF and our allies and partners is unprecedented in scale and invaluable from what we gain from it. Today, there are over 6,000 U.S. Special Operations professionals at work outside the U.S. in over 80 countries. Representatives from 60 of those countries are with us here at SOF Week, and we welcome all of them. We also have international partners from 28 nations stationed right here at SOCOM. These relationships and partnerships take years to build, and the impact could be, in some cases, decades from now. But these allies and partners strengthen our militaries as they build their own Tier 1, Tier 2 special operations forces. No one does that partnership better than SOF. And I know it's not a surprise to any of you. Again, it's in your roots. In World War II, joint U.S. and British teams went behind enemy lines with resistance fighters in Europe. In Vietnam, SOF worked closely with South Vietnamese counterparts on some of the most dangerous missions, including daring rescues of downed pilots. And more recently, special operators have worked shoulder to shoulder with partners across the globe, like assisting our Colombian and Filipino partners in fighting against insurgents. And that tradition continues today. Just last month, I was in Panama and saw how closely the U.S. and Panamanian special forces work together to combat shared threats and achieve common goals. Just watching in our own hemisphere, in Panama, but it's not just Panama, the way in which the Communist Chinese, through malign influence, attempt to leverage their relationships and just straight up money with local leaders to try to pull them in their direction. It's happening in real time. And yes, we have diplomats and there's politicians that think about these problem sets. But for the most part, it's special operators, it's COCOM commanders, it's others who are on the ground partnering, creating that enduring bond and relationship with local forces that pulls them out of that orbit and toward the United States. In an instance of the Panama Canal, that's key terrain, a choke point built by Americans that ought have our focus. And the point of that trip was to partner with Panamanians and take back the Panama Canal from Chinese influence, a strategic prerogative the President has pointed out that special operations plays a large role in. So SOF Week helps us build these generational relationships, and they are needed. Our adversaries are working together as well. China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and so we have to as well. Harnessing our partnerships gives us strategic and tactical advantage, achieving peace through strength. Under the leadership of President Trump, the message to our adversaries has been undeniably clear. America is back. SOF amplifies this message and carries it to all the far-flung corners of the world. It's a pivotal mission that is laser-focused on warfighting, as I know all of you are. We're restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and reestablishing deterrence. Enemy aggression will be met swiftly and harshly. And we're beginning a new golden age of America and a golden age of national defense. But there is no time to waste. As General Fenton said, and he's right, we're in the midst of a Special Operation Forces renaissance. And I know I can count on SOF to step up and meet this moment, to set the standards, to serve at the tip of the spear. And my pledge to you is the same pledge that President Trump has made to me, that has asked me to share with all the formations I meet with when I travel abroad and talk to formations here at home. He tells me to tell every warrior out there, we have your back. That's all I ever wanted when I was a rifle platoon leader leading 40 men in combat. I wanted to know my company commander, my battalion commander, my brigade commander, my division commander had my back. In any difficult situation I was in, where split-second decisions are made in the fog of war, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes you hit the right target, sometimes you miss. Most politicians can't understand the impossible dynamics that our special operators face. Take what I experienced and make it 25x what special operators experience. What he did in his first term, President Trump, and what he has pledged in his second, and is ongoing to this day is, we will have your back. As you execute violently the defense of our nation, our job is to ensure we have yours. So I want to thank you for everything you do, and the best gift I can give you is getting up every day working as hard as I can with my staff, from the West Wing to the Pentagon, to ensure you have everything you need. And when you make that tough call, your Commander-in-Chief, your Secretary of Defense, and your country are behind you, because we are grateful, beyond grateful, for what you, your families, give on behalf of this nation. No one serves alone. It's you, your kids, your spouses, your communities, your churches, the people that love you, the people that support you, that believe in what we do. We have your back, and we love you too. God bless the United States and all of our warriors. Thank you. Thank you.